Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter mastered magic early and became unstoppable. Here is short summary. After discovering magic at a young age, an abused Harry takes control of his own life, refusing to be anyone's pawn. As his power grows, so does his defiance, turning him into a dangerous force willing to challenge even those who once controlled his fate. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry watched in awe as the little goblin levitated each book, brought it in and placed it in a space. After that, just about everything else joined them. It took Griphook a couple of hours, but eventually the vault held nothing but money and loose jewels, neatly packed into the two remaining trunks. Even the furniture had a place in the house trunk. It made the vault look empty, but Harry knew the true value that lay hidden within it. Harry was almost giddy with excitement. He couldn't wait to curl up and dive into the fountain of information he'd received. As agreed, he asked Griphook for a pouch and filled it with 3,000 galleons. The goblin's eyes went wide and he bowed deeply before offering Harry a bottomless pouch and a special card he could use in the non-magical world, very much like a credit card. Harry left the bank feeling happier than he had in years, his shrunken-down trunk strapped to his belt. The little smirk of satisfaction remained on his lips when he entered the bookstore. He didn't bother with looking round and went straight to the counter. "Excuse me, I'd like to know if there is a spell you can use to see what books I don't have in your shop. I have a book here listing every title I own," he asked. The clerk looked impressed at the heavy book Harry had pulled from his trunk. "I have just the spell. It will list any book you don't have on this here parchment." He asked Harry to sit the book on the counter, then fetched his own book of titles. He waved his wand over both. Harry listened carefully as the man muttered the spell, storing it away in his mind for later use. He watched the books glow before the parchment started to list out titles. He gave a tiny smirk when the books stopped glowing after just 30 titles appeared. "I gather you've got a fair amount of self-updating books. They're handy to have, expensive but handy. Some of these listed books are quite rare." "It'll be expensive," the man warned. "Money is of no issue," Harry replied. The man waved his wand again and the books flew to the counter. Harry paid, placed them in his trunk and left to find the shop that sold potion ingredients. He bought 24 of each ingredient, several cauldrons and other potion accessories. He then paid a small fortune at Madame Malkin's, and splashed out on a top of the range broom and supplies at the Quidditch shop. After that, Harry decided to buy an animal companion. Magical Menagerie's selection was interesting enough, but it wasn't until Harry reached the far corner that he found the perfect animal. A magical red-bellied black snake, roughly 4 foot long, was angrily hissing at everyone who passed. "Stupid humans, keeping me captured like a common grass snake. I am no one's pet. Just try to put your hand in with me and I'll show you how wild I am." "You are indeed wild," Harry replied with some amusement. The snake looked at him with interest. "You are a speaker. I have not met with a speaker before." "Then I am privileged to be the first for such a magnificent creature," Harry responded. He'd learned from speaking to a grass snake in the garden that snakes are quite the vain little creatures, and that a little flattery goes a long way. This snake was no different, and raised its head proudly. "I like you, speaker. What did they call you?" "I am known as Harry." "Have you a name?" Harry replied. "A name? I have not been given a name," the snake said. "Then will you allow me the honor of bestowing one upon you?" Harry asked. The snake agreed and Harry examined it. "You are as dark as the night sky. And yet your stomach shimmers with a deep red. You remind me of the dusk, just before the color has been washed from the sky. I believe dusk would make a perfect name for you," he said after a moment. "Dusk. Yes, I like it. I shall be referred to as Dusk from here on," the snake replied. Harry gave a little smirk and nodded. "A fine name for a fine snake. I find myself yearning for your company. Would you like to become my partner? It would mean freedom from a cage," he asked. Dusk bobbed his head eagerly. "That would please me greatly." Chuckling slightly, Harry opened the tank and let Dusk slither up his arm. "I shall soon be traveling to a place where there are many humans. I ask that you do not attack them." "I will not, though I shall scare them away if they try to attack me," Dusk replied. "That is fair," Harry replied as he headed to the counter, and the astounded clerk behind it. Harry finally entered Ollivander's for his wand. It was a good 3 hours later when he left, a custom-made ivy wand with a black unicorn hair core hiding away in a holster on his arm. Mr. Ollivander seemed to get more and more excited when the wands failed to respond to Harry. He looked ready to wet himself with glee when a holly with a phoenix feather one exploded the second Harry touched it. Bemused Harry found himself herded into the back room and watched with fascination as the man created a wand from scratch. Harry paused at a dingy-looking alley. The sign read Nocturne Alley. It certainly didn't look like a place a little boy should be going into. But then Harry wasn't a normal little boy, so with a shrug he headed in. Most of the shops held no interest to him. One called Borgin & Burke's though had some books in the grimy display window, so he entered. The grizzly old man behind the counter sneered at him. In the wrong place, kid. Unless trying to get killed." He growled. "Is that so? I suppose you don't need me as a customer then?" Harry asked casually. The man snarled and drew his wand, but stopped when an icy wind started blowing round his shop. He stared in shock as the boy's eyes glowed dangerously and shivered as the wind seemed to claw up his spine. And if that wasn't bad enough, the inky black venomous snake coiled round the kid's shoulders was hissing furiously at him. "Hey, always glad to have customers. Tell you what, kid, you got wand. I'll take the trace off it, free of charge for my behavior," he said nervously. The wind died down and Harry raised an eyebrow. "Trace? Yeah, all kids have a trace on their wand until they hit 17, the man explained. Harry stared at the man who was starting to sweat. "Very well then," Harry eventually said and drew his wand. The man grinned nervously as he placed it on the counter. Taking his own wand he touched the tips together and cast the spell. Harry listened and stored the words away as his wand glowed for a moment. "There ye are, kid. The ministry won't know a thing." Taking his wand back, Harry peered at the man. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" The man started wringing his hands together. Like he'd really try to fob this kid off after that display of power. He hadn't felt anything like that in a very long time. He raised his wand above his head. "I Caractacus Burke do hereby swear on my magic that I took the trace off this ivy wand." He tapped his head and his wand flashed, then cast a Lumos charm to prove his declaration. Harry had never heard a magical oath before. However, he realized the importance of one, and that the man casting the spell after making the oath meant that he was telling the truth. "Thank you. Now I'd like to check if you will for any books in your store that I don't have," he said. The man nodded and brought out his book supply list and some parchment. Harry placed his own next to it and cast his first spell with his new wand. It worked like a charm, and this time much more titles appeared on the parchment. "If you wouldn't mind collecting these books. Money is of no issue," Harry requested. "You sure? I mean, I'm all for selling to powerful customers such as yourself, but some of these books are dangerous." The man asked. "Collect them for me and I shall see which ones I wish to buy," Harry said, and the man scurried off. "Quite the skitterish human, isn't he?" Dusk remarked. Chuckling quietly, Harry shushed him as the man returned, levitating with him a large bundle of books. This was Harry's first experience with dark magic, and he rather liked the feel of it. Acting on instinct, he tapped each book with his wand and concentrated on his magic. The man looked on stunned as the curses surrounding some of the books were broken easily. Harry finished and smirked at the man. "I'd like them all. I would also like to look round the store, if you wouldn't mind holding the books for me." Speechless, the man nodded and watched as Harry wandered off to browse. The kid hadn't even broken a sweat. And that was seriously dark magic on those books. Burke suddenly realized then just how lucky he'd been. Normally he would have attacked such a weak-looking target first and asked questions later, best way to get rid of annoying kids. He dreaded to think what might have happened if he hadn't decided try and scare this kid before he attacked. Harry only found one other thing of interest in the shop. A gnarled and clawed hand fixed upon a small marble stand. The sign called it the Hand of Glory. He asked what it did and the man explained that when a candle is placed in the hand, it gives light only to the person holding it. Harry found it intriguing, so asked to buy it along with the books. He left the stunned man and headed back to the entrance to Diagon Alley. Many people gave him a wide berth due to dusk, but he paid them no mind and left the alley to find Vernon. It occurred to Harry after reading a few of the books that many magical folk would probably think him a dark wizard due to his interests. This didn't really bother Harry, but it did make him think. Every dark witch or wizard he'd read about always had followers. Some joined out of respect, others were bullied into it, making them little more than s. Harry could class his relatives in the category. Followers though would be difficult. Most who wanted to join him would only do so for the power and influence that being friends with Harry Potter would bring. He didn't need people like that, just as much as he didn't like the idea of him being famous for doing nothing, while his parents died protecting him and received very little mention for their bravery. He stumbled across a solution for his follower dilemma after reading a book about a wizard who had consorts. These people were allowed their own opinions, but really they weren't expected to do anything but please their master. This would work out fine with Harry. The say part would come later, if at all. He was still young enough to think of say as gross. Harry sat watching the people dashing around the platform and adults fussing over children. After he got back home he realized he probably should reply to the letter. As luck would have it, the owl who delivered it was still hanging around. Harry quickly wrote a reply of acceptance and offered it to the owl, who took it and left. Not long afterwards he received a visit from a great hulk of a man called Hagrid. The giant man seemed overjoyed to see Harry, going on about how he knew Lily and James and explaining a bit about Hogwarts and the magical world, then took him straight back to Diagon Alley for supplies, even though Harry had mentioned several times that he already had everything he needed. Dusk had been out hunting, and so hadn't made the trip with them. The trip was pleasant enough, and since Harry had the money he didn't worry too much about getting extra equipment and whatnot. He did draw the line at having duplicate books, and more robes since he had more than enough, but as Hagrid wasn't actually in the shops with him he was able to fool the man. He did eventually have to show Hagrid his trunk for the man to understand that he didn't need one. There was almost a situation at the bank when the goblin at the desk rejected the key Hagrid produced, but Harry was able to bring out his new one, say he had enough money with him, and everything was sorted. Harry was a little curious about the mysterious trip to Vault 713 to get a tiny package. Hagrid's secrecy about the item deepened the mystery, but it didn't take long for Harry to get the man to drop enough hints, as Hagrid, while nice, was not good at keeping secrets. A stone said to turn metals into gold, and gave those who used it immortality. By luck Harry had read enough to know what the package was, and with the mystery solved he dropped the subject and didn't bother wondering why Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone was going to Hogwarts. He figured it was a research project or something. When it came to Ollivanders, Hagrid had thankfully left Harry to it, saying he had something he needed to pick up. Harry waited until the man was out of sight, before ducking into the junk shop next door. He hadn't bothered with this one before, but he figured he could kill time. He did buy up all of the broken wands for potion ingredients and possible experiments, and found a few other useful-looking knickknacks. With his purchases in his trunk he left to wait for Hagrid. The man returned a few minutes later holding a rather pretty snowy white owl in a cage. His declaration that she was Harry's birthday gift was, if anything else, a nice surprise. With his shopping done for a second time, Harry was able to get Hagrid to tell him how to get onto the platform for the Hogwarts Express. So now he was sitting, on the lookout for potential consorts. At the moment he was looking at appearance. Personality would come later when he was at school. He'd decided that he shouldn't limit himself to just females, or to those his own age. His eye fell upon a tall buddy wearing robes with a yellow trim. He was pleasing enough to the eye. A bit sparkly, but pleasing. A brunette caught Harry's eye, wearing robes with a red trim. He was pretty good looking as well, seemed the kind of guy who played sports for fun. Harry's attention was drawn to the female population. A pretty-looking redhead and a buddy were talking together. A pair of foreign-looking twins, closely followed by a dark buddy-haired girl. Yet another buddy getting on the train with a brunette. A Chinese-looking girl with blue-trimmed robes. A head of bushy brown hair hauling her trunk onto the train. A bit buck-toothed, but Harry believed she would be quite a pretty girl when she got older. They all seemed nice enough. However, Harry had just noticed a family of redheads coming through the barrier. The girl was okay, the tallest boy a little snobbish looking, the smallest somewhat gangly in appearance. It was the pair of twins that really took Harry's interest. His first potential consorts. Harry settled back on the seat with a smirk. "You look happy," Dusk remarked. "I am on the hunt for consorts, and have just found a pair of twins." I once had a full nest of mates as my own. They were at my beck and call, desperate for me to mate with them. Dusk boasted. Harry chuckled. He and Dusk had spoken at length about plans for the future. Dusk was pleased that Harry chose to follow his own path. He liked the sound of Dark Lord Potter. Harry admitted he quite preferred the title as well. At the moment I wish for them to be my underlings. Mating will perhaps come later in life, Harry replied. Dusk gave a hissing laugh. You will not think mating so bad when you are older. You are powerful, you will need more than 2 consorts to keep you occupied. I am still looking. There are others I have seen that are pleasant looking, Harry replied. The compartment shuddered slightly as the train pulled from the station. As Dusk curled up under the seat for a nap, Harry dug out a book. Hedwig his owl had been let out to fly to Hogwarts. She and Dusk had come to an agreement. Keep out of each other's way and there will be no bloodshed. Harry had just started reading when the door slid open. He glanced up to find the gangly redhead from the large family. Are you Harry Potter? I'm looking for him. Harry examined the boy. This was a typical example of someone who wanted to be friends with Harry because he was famous. He wasn't very subtle either. The boy's eyes kept darting up to look for a scar. As it happens, I am Harry Potter. And that scar that you were looking for faded a long time ago. Wicked. I'm Ronald Weasley. You can just call me Ron. It's brilliant that you're in my year. So how come the scar faded? Can you remember what happened that night? Harry became more and more annoyed as the redhead blabbered on about Quidditch and Gryffindor and how Harry was famous. Finally Harry had to interrupt. I am famous because my parents sacrificed their lives to save mine. I'm famous for something they did. The only memories I have of my parents is my mother screaming for this Voldemort character to spare me and take her instead. Ron's eyes went wide. You said his name, and there's a problem with that? Harry asked flatly. Well yeah. No one ever says his name except Albus Dumbledore, Ron replied. You pee for him, Harry muttered, turning back to his book. But he tried to kill you. Ron exclaimed. Harry hummed in reply, not bothering to glance up. Ron huffed at that and slumped against his seat. Typical, you'd turn out to be a snob, he muttered. Harry snorted. Perhaps if you wanted to get to know me as Harry rather than the famous Harry Potter, I'd be more inclined to chat, he said with a smirk. Ron growled and went to speak, when he suddenly jumped back with a yelp. Harry glanced down. Awake are you? That human disturbed my sleep. Send him away. Dusk hissed angrily. Why, you're a Parseltongue. But only dark wizards speak to snakes. Ron stuttered. That's nice, Harry replied absently, stroking Dusk's head. I smell rat. That human has a rat. Dusk hissed with interest. Harry looked up at Ron. You wouldn't happen to have a rat with you. Dusk here is quite partial to rats. Ron grabbed his pocket with a yelp and sprung for the door. Harry smirked as the redhead slammed the door shut behind him and fled down the train. Does that mean no rat? Dusk asked sadly. Harry snorted and settled back to finish his book. Sorry Dusk. Perhaps once we get to Hogwarts. The snake hissed dejectedly and curled back up. Harry managed a few pages before the door opened again. It was just the woman with the sweet cart, and Harry bought a couple of chocolate frogs to tide him over. He sighed when the door opened for a third time. This time it was the bushy-haired girl. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one. Harry closed his book and stood. No, but I do know a spell that can help find it. He pulled out his wand and leaned out the compartment, casting the summoning spell. There was a squeal from a compartment further down and the toad flew out the door and landed on Harry's hand. Here you are. I'd recommend asking this boy to keep a better hold on his familiar. It wouldn't do for it to get hurt. The girl was staring at him wide-eyed. How did you do that spell? That's not on the list of first-year spells. I had a lot of time on my hands and obtained many books for the higher years. That spell was easy enough to learn when you had the time to practice the theory, Harry explained with a shrug. She nodded slowly, seemingly deep in thought. Then she smiled. That's great. It's always good to practice ahead. I don't suppose you would mind telling me what book you found it in. Not at all. It was in the Standard Book of Spells Grade 4 by Miranda Goshawk, Harry replied. She thanked him, then gasped. I've been very rude asking things of you when I didn't even introduce myself. I'm Hermione Granger, just starting first year. He took her offered hand. Pleasure to meet you, Hermione. I'm Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. She gasped. He sighed. Please don't say you were one of my fans. I was just beginning to like you. She blushed a little. Sorry. It's just that you're famous. And I've never met a famous person before, she said quietly. I may be famous, but that fame came at a price. I would rather have my parents back, Harry replied. She looked away guiltily. I'm sorry. I've read about what happened that night. Your parents were really brave. Yes, they were, Harry said quietly to himself. He shook his head sadly and gave Hermione a soft smile. Apology accepted. I should tell you though that only one person was alive to tell the story after that night. And I don't remember anyone asking me what happened. I didn't think about that. Does that mean the books are telling lies? Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. Not exactly. Voldemort did cast the killing curse at me, and it did backfire. I was taken from the house and hidden away from the wizarding world. That information is general knowledge. It's what the books state happens afterwards that is wrong. It's not always healthy to believe everything you read is true. Things are usually told by the winners and humans are prone to making things up. After all, do you really see me slaying a dragon when I was 5? Or training with the reincarnation of Merlin himself? Hermione giggled a bit before looking thoughtful. I see your point. Some of the stories are a little far-fetched. Sorry Harry, I do tend to believe that whatever I read is the truth. I guess I really should rethink that. It's just something I've always done, reading books I mean. I'm so determined to learn that I forget that books may not always tell the truth. There's nothing wrong with learning, or reading. I enjoy doing both, and if you have just been introduced to a new world then you'd want to find out what you can about it. I especially wanted to know if dragons and unicorns actually existed, Harry spoke with a teasing smirk. She smiled at him. Me too, when I was little I always hoped I'd see a unicorn. She frowned slightly and thought for a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. All right, I'll cross-check everything and take what I read with a pinch of salt from now on, as hard as that might be considering magic is actually real. Tell me about it, Harry spoke with a soft groan. She giggled again. I'd better give Neville his toad back. It was nice meeting you Harry. I hope perhaps we could be friends. I'd say we're already friends, Hermione, Harry replied with a smile. She gave another blush before leaving the compartment. Harry closed the door and sat back down. Another potential consort? Dusk asked. I'd say so, Harry replied thoughtfully. 4TAE a boat. Hagrid called. Harry chose a boat and climbed in. Hermione asked if they could share, but froze upon seeing Dusk. He's quite harmless I assure you, he was sleeping under my chair on the train, Harry soothed. She nodded nervously and clambered on board. They were joined by a pudgy boy, who looked ready to wet himself when he spotted Dusk. That's, he stuttered. Harry spotted the toad from earlier peeking from the boy's pocket. Are you Neville? He asked. The boy nodded slightly. There's no need to worry. Dusk here has been warned not to harm any students, Harry assured. Neville took a step closer, then put a hand protectively over his pocket. What about Trevor? He asked. Harry turned to Dusk. You recall the toad from earlier. He is this boy's familiar and not to be eaten. I have never liked the taste of toad. He is safe, Dusk replied. Harry turned back to a wide-eyed Neville. Trevor will be just fine. Neville made to speak when Hagrid called for them to hurry up. With a squeak he clambered into the boat. Hagrid made sure everyone was ready, before calling for the boats to move off. Why, you can speak to snakes. Neville stammered. Yes, and I'm quite aware that being a Parseltongue is supposed to be a sign of a dark wizard. You seem like a nice person though, so I'll hold off casting my black magic over you, Harry joked with a smirk. Neville stared at him for a moment, then gave a nervous laugh. But we haven't made the proper introductions. I assume you already know Hermione, and I'm Harry Potter. Yes, the Harry Potter, Harry continued with a slight dramatic sigh at the end. Neville smiled and offered his hand. Neville Longbottom. It's good to meet you Harry, even if your snake scares me. Harry chuckled and shook the boy's hand. Why does talking to snakes make you dark? I haven't read about that, Hermione asked curiously. It's due to the acts of the people who happen to have the ability. Voldemort for example, and Salazar Slytherin, founder of Slytherin House. Because they both held the same beliefs, and were Parselmouths, many people have linked the two. And since both were Slytherin in nature, Slytherin House has earned itself a bad reputation. Anything snake-related is a sign of a bad witch or wizard, Harry explained. But surely there are rules against that. I mean, you speak to snakes and you're not dark. And I bet there are good people in Slytherin House, Hermione exclaimed. Now who says I'm not dark? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. She rolled her eyes but smiled. Harry inwardly chuckled. Yes, Hermione Granger would make a perfect consort. Neville had potential, however the Longbottom family was an old one and soon Neville would become the lord of his house. But he was nice enough, and perhaps would make a good ally. The boat ride came to an end and Hagrid led the new first years up the steps and into the entrance hall. There they were met by a stern-looking woman who introduced herself as Professor McGonagall and explained the houses and point system. She eyed Dusk, who was coiled round Harry's shoulders. I hope that snake will not be a danger to other students. She asked a little warily. No ma'am, he's quite safe, Harry assured her. She pressed her lips together but nodded and slipped through the doors to prepare for the sorting. So it's true then, what they said on the train. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Harry glanced towards the speaker, and was rather unimpressed by the better-than-thou aura the boy radiated. This is Crabbe and Goyle, and I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy, the buddy continued, motioning to the thug-like boys by his side. Whoop-de-doo, Harry thought. Well, since you already know my name, there is no need for my introduction. Unless you wish to know my familiar's name, he replied. Draco looked warily towards Dusk. Yes, I saw your snake when we got off the train. Looks like you'll be put in Slytherin then. I might. Then again I might not. After all, having a snake familiar doesn't mean I belong with the snakes, Harry replied. Why, you might be in Gryffindor. Your parents were there, Neville shyly mentioned. Draco gave a scathing look towards the boy. I'm surprised they let squibs into Hogwarts. Bet you'll be in Hufflepuff Longbottom. You'll find, Potter, that some families are better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. Harry raised an eyebrow at the offered hand. Another person who wanted to be with Harry for their own selfish reasons. Very much like Ronald. It was a pity the two were arrogant jerks, otherwise they might have been good consorts. If anything, it would bring them down a few pegs. Well, I suppose we'll just have to wait and see what house we're placed in. And I don't see anything wrong with being in Hufflepuff, Neville. It is the house of loyalty after all. However, I have a feeling you are more courageous than you know, so perhaps Gryffindor will have a place for you, he said to his friend, ignoring Draco entirely. Draco's retort was cut off as Professor McGonagall returned. We are ready for you now. Follow me, she said. As they walked down the aisle, Harry concentrated on the teacher's table. He recognized Albus Dumbledore easily enough. Professor Flitwick was also easy to identify. Harry took a guess that the slightly pudgy woman with the dirt-stained apron was Professor Sprout. The black-haired man on the other end of the table intrigued Harry. He wore a scowl and had slightly greasy-looking hair and a hooked nose, which appeared to have been broken more than once. However, Harry had a feeling that he would be quite attractive with a little cleaning up. A teacher for a consort. Perhaps. He watched in amusement as the ratty old hat Professor McGonagall placed on the stood started to sing. Such a curious way of sorting the students. When I call your name, you will come and sit here. I'll place the sorting hat on your head, and you'll be sorted into your house, Professor McGonagall explained, then called the first name on her list. Abbot Hannah. Harry paid enough attention to know who went to what house. He felt eyes watching him and glanced up to see the headmaster giving him a curious smile. The phrase, "Don't talk to strangers," echoed in Harry's head. He hadn't seen anyone that fitted that description better than Albus Dumbledore. He felt a sudden tingle in his head and shook it away. Someone, and he had a feeling he knew who, had just attempted to see into his mind. Potter Harry. The hall fell silent, then whispers started up as Harry stepped forward. As he sat, he spotted Neville smiling nervously at him from the Gryffindor table, and Hermione from the Ravenclaw. Well now, this is quite curious, a voice remarked in his head. Is it now? He replied casually. The sorting hat laughed. You are quite the curious child. Snakes, consorts. You're going to cause quite the stir. If my choosing my own path causes chaos, then so be it, Harry replied with a smirk. I can see you becoming quite the little Lord of Darkness. Many people are going to oppose your way of thinking. You may have to fight for your freedom, the hat warned. I'm quite aware of that. However, a bit of intimidation goes a long way. I have no desire to slaughter the innocent, but I have no issues defeating those who deserve it, Harry replied. Like the current Dark Lord? The hat asked. Harry raised an eyebrow. Are you implying he is not dead? There are many mysteries in the wizarding world. He may be closer than you think, the hat replied. Harry mused on that as the hat peeked into his mind. Quite the mindscape you have there. It will come in handy. Now then, I suppose I should sort you. Please do, Harry replied in amusement. A real thirst for knowledge. A good deal of cunning. A bit of loyalty, reserved for close friends. Or perhaps you'd prefer close followers. A dash of courage. I'd say this is between Ravenclaw and Slytherin. So hard to choose. May I have a say? Harry asked. By all means, the hat replied. Slytherin, while a good house for me, would only encourage people to think I am evil. I would prefer Ravenclaw, Harry stated. The hat gave a chuckle. I see your point. Always keep them guessing. Very well then, it has to be Ravenclaw. Harry thanked the hat and handed it to Professor McGonagall. He hopped off the stool and joined Hermione at the Eagles' table. The other tables were stunned that they hadn't got Harry Potter, while the Eagles were cheering like mad. You were there for some time, Harry, Hermione remarked. Oh, the hat and I had an interesting conversation. He might have forgotten he was supposed to sort me, Harry replied. Hermione giggled slightly as Professor McGonagall finished sorting, then took the hat and stool away. They looked towards the teacher's table as the headmaster stood. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest is off limits to all students. I have also been asked by our caretaker Mr. Filch, to remind you all that no magic should be used in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds, to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. And now I finish with some last words. And they are, Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak, thank you. He waved his hand and the golden servers were suddenly piled high with food. Harry gathered some onto his place as he thought about the headmaster's words. Do you think he was joking, about the third-floor corridor? Hermione asked. I'm afraid I don't know, Hermione. However, if it really was dangerous, announcing it in such a manner would only make people curious. Well, it is of no importance to us. I say we leave it well alone and concentrate on school, Harry replied. Hermione nodded and served herself some potatoes. Harry was left to examine his new housemates. Most were giving him his space and only asking general questions. A few were being a little too nosy and were promptly ignored. One girl called Cho was making cow eyes at Harry. Another mindless fan like Ronald. Really, apart from Hermione and one of the foreign twins Padma, the House of the Eagles held no choices for his consort list, so he turned to the other houses. Slytherin's choices were limited to Draco, a dark-skinned boy called Blaze, the buddy Daphne and her brunette friend Tracy. The buddy boy he'd seen at the station, Susan and Hannah were listed for Hufflepuff. It appeared that most of the potential consorts came from the House of the Lions. The Weasley twins were there, along with the sporty-looking brunette. There was also a trio of older-looking girls, as well as the other foreign twin, Parvati and her buddy friend Lavender. And then of course there was the dark-haired professor. Professor Snape, if he recalled correctly. The youngest potions master in the UK, perhaps even in Europe. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. If you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Well, that sounded rehearsed. Nevertheless, Harry could say with little doubt that so far the most promising feature of his potions professor was his voice. The dark silky tone trailed down his spine. Say thoughts may be a long way in coming, but there was definitely an attraction. Potter. Professor Snape said suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? What an odd question to ask a first year. Especially since the potion is fourth-year material at least. Asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. It was only after Harry answered that he picked up something strange in the question. Petunia had spoken a few times of a boy named Severus who was friends with his mother. The asphodel plant belonged to the lily family, and is normally associated in mythology with regret and the dead. Wormwood is a plant known for its bitterness. Very curious. Harry examined the professor for a moment. There, just for a split second in his eyes. Could it be that Professor Snape was telling Harry that he too felt the loss of Lily? That he regretted her death and became bitter because of it? This was getting rather interesting. Perhaps Professor Snape would make a good consort. Very well then, let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bazaar? The professor then asked. Now that was first-year material. Clearly Harry's correct answer had struck a chord. In the stomach of a goat, sir, he replied. Professor Snape sneered. And what, pray tell, is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They are the same plant, sir. It also goes by the name of aconite or devil's hood. There are many different names for it, Harry answered. Out the corner of his eye he spotted Draco glaring at him. He was told by an upperclassman that Slytherin and Gryffindor usually pair for potions. Why it had been changed this year was anyone's guess. Too lazy to read a book, Potter. Had to ask for help from the older students. 5 points from Ravenclaw for cheating. Professor Snape snapped. Harry raised an eyebrow as the Ravenclaws groaned and the Slytherins sniggered. It would appear what Roger Davies said about unfair bullying was true. As the class continued, Harry noticed more unfairness as Professor Snape praised the Slytherins for poor work, while snapping and taking points from Ravenclaw for good work. Harry couldn't help but smirk slightly when the professor, accidentally, dropped Harry's perfectly made potion. It was lucky Harry had thought to place an unbreakable spell on his vials. He pitied the other two houses. All in all, the classes were okay. It didn't take long for Harry to realize history was useless and start doing homework instead. He could easily study in his trunk library or the one in Hogwarts. Defense against the dark arts was just as useless. Professor Quirrell was nothing more than a stammering mess. It was so over the top though that it was easy for Harry to see it was fake. There was something about this professor that rubbed Harry the wrong way. The headmaster was also on Harry's bad side. Leaving a toddler lying on a doorstep in the middle of a cold night would have got him arrested in the non-magical world. No, Harry wasn't about to forgive Albus Dumbledore so easily. What made it worse was that his parents' will, which was shown to him by his account manager, stipulated that Harry wasn't to go to the Dursleys at all. He could very well have grown up alongside Neville. So it was expected that Harry was none too pleased to be called up to the headmaster's office. He knew he hadn't done anything wrong, save perhaps annoy Professor Snape with his knowledge of potion making. It was amusing to aggravate the man. Harry my boy. Just wanted to ensure you are fitting in at Hogwarts. Care for a drop? The headmaster asked serenely, eyes a-twinkling. No, thank you. That's very thoughtful of you, sir. It must take you forever to get through all the new students. Do you do the same with the older students as well? Harry replied. He smirked inwardly when his response seemed to fluster the headmaster for a moment. Yes, well, being the headmaster means taking on many responsibilities, the man replied as he recovered. Way to not answer the question, Harry thought. So how are you doing in Ravenclaw? I was surprised that you were put there. Your parents were both in Gryffindor. I would have thought you would want to follow in their footsteps, Dumbledore then said. With all due respect, sir, I'm not my parents. I'm my own person and deserve to be recognized as such. My parents were great people, and it was tragic that they were murdered so early in their lives. But their time has passed, and it is now Harry Potter's time, Harry replied. It would appear that the esteemed headmaster is trying to push me in the direction he wants. Such a pity that I'm not a puppet, Harry thought. Yes, of course. I just thought you might be happier there. Have you made any friends yet? I was told young Ronald Weasley was sitting with you on the train. Dumbledore asked. For a while he was. But then it became apparent that he only wants to be friends with someone famous. When he saw Dusk, though, he was quick to leave the compartment, Harry replied. Yes, that familiar of yours. Rather an odd selection, is it not? And I hear that you can speak to it as well. Yes, I discovered my Parseltongue ability when I was young. And Dusk looked so frustrated being caged up. He and I share quite a few interests. And I don't buy into the whole snake speaking is dark idea. There are those magical people in India who have the ability and are treated with respect due to their culture. If anyone has a problem with dusk, they shall have to take it up with me, Harry replied. So he wants me in Gryffindor, to be friends with Ronald, and not to be friends with a snake. So far everyone bar Hermione and Neville were terrified of his ability, although his friends were still a little nervous around dusk. Ronald was taking great delight in telling everyone who would listen that Harry was evil. Behind Harry's back, of course, the redhead was still trying to be friends with him for his own gain. His behavior was quite contradictory, and rather amusing. Even the professors were wary of Harry. But he wasn't about to hide who he was. He could talk to snakes, and that was that as far as he cared. I wonder if he has a problem with my being friends with Hermione, Harry thought. Yes, I'm sure they will. I've noticed that you are quite close to Miss Granger. A Muggle-born, as your mother was. Are you getting on all right? Dumbledore asked. Ah, so he does. Have a problem with Hermione. If it didn't mess up my plans, I would love to tell him about my consort list and see the look on his face. Harry gave a tiny smirk at the thought. He glanced over when a large bird suddenly flared into the room. Ah, this is Fawkes, my phoenix, Dumbledore happily introduced. Your phoenix. As I recall from books on Hogwarts, Fawkes is bonded to the school and not the headmaster, Harry thought with a raised eyebrow. Fawkes trilled and flew to land on the arm of Harry's chair. He gave Harry a piercing look and a slight nod. Reading my thoughts are you. Sneaky phoenix. Fawkes trilled with what suspiciously sounded like laughter and Harry smirked and stroked his feathers. It is nice to meet you, Fawkes. And to answer your question, Headmaster, I'm getting on quite well with Hermione. So far most of the Eagles have respected my privacy. I am also friends with Neville Longbottom. I haven't had the chance to really get to know anyone else. Draco Malfoy is vying for my attention through bullying, and Ronald Weasley seems to think I'm his best friend, despite what happened on the train, something I was quick to put an end to. He is also spreading lies about me behind my back, which is hardly friend material. I am not interested in bullies and fans. Hermione and Neville like me for who I am, and if I must say get along quite well with my snake Dusk. I am happy to be with them, Harry said. Albus grumbled to himself. This wasn't going as planned at all. Where was the meek little boy, willing to do anything to please and desperate enough for a friend that he'd pick the first person who was nice to him? This boy sat there, radiating a calm confidence. Albus couldn't even catch a glimpse into Harry's mind. The boy had put up so many defenses it would be impressive if it wasn't blocking him. How he had managed that Albus didn't know, and he didn't like it. Surely the Dursleys hadn't treated the boy well. That was not part of the deal. He gave a brief glance to the trinkets linked to Harry. They were spinning and humming away quite happily. The wards were fine, but he would need to keep a close eye on the boy. Well, I do hope you give your other yearmates a chance. Sure you don't want a drop? Very well then, I shan't keep you any longer, my boy. Off you go and enjoy the rest of your day. By the time Halloween came around, Harry had gone through the entire student and teacher body and made his decision for his consort list. Hermione and Professor Snape were on it, as were the Weasley twins, and Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. It was a short list, but he felt in the next few years he would have more people to add to it. He'd met with the Gryffindor team while he was out flying one evening. Since the Gryffindors were also out after curfew, it was agreed that they would have a few games and no professors would be the wiser. Oliver was very impressed, practically speechless when Harry chased after and caught the snitch barely 5 minutes into the game. Fred and George Weasley had pulled Harry aside and fell to their knees, begging him to either change to Gryffindor or never join the Ravenclaw team. Oliver looked close to doing the same. It was seeing the twins on their knees that solidified Harry's decision to have them as consorts. Not that Harry was having visions of them in a manner. No, he was imagining sitting on a throne-like chair and running his hands through the silky red locks of the twins kneeling by his side and resting their heads on his thighs, while Oliver massaged his shoulders. And of course Hermione would be there, curled into his side, while Professor Snape sat on a velvet pillow by the throne and read in contentment, tilting his head in pleasure when Harry chose to pet his hair. A boy can have his dreams after all. Draco, while still an arrogant git, occasionally showed that he could submit to his superiors, and thus was the single name on the maybe list. Perhaps he could be Harry's toy or something like that. Those books you showed me were very insightful, Harry. I've already gone through all the theory needed for this year and the next, Hermione said while she ate. Harry nodded, his mind elsewhere. Professor Quirrell had become more and more suspicious during class. That stammer of his was extremely annoying, and Harry had caught the man eyeing him when he thought Harry wasn't looking. At the moment Harry was summing up what he knew. Hagrid had brought a stone that made one immortal into the school. The vault that the stone was in was broken into not long after Hagrid picked it up, according to the paper. The third-floor corridor was off-limits and dangerous, a most unusual occurrence in a school. And one of the professors was acting very strange. Harry wasn't Sherlock Holmes, but he could see that the defense professor must be after the stone, which of course must have been placed in the third-floor corridor. Troll in the dungeon. Troll in the dungeon. Speak of the devil, Harry thought as he watched the pale man rush down the aisle screaming. Thought you ought to know, Professor Quirrell said before fainting. As the hall descended into chaos, Harry examined the downed man. Even his fainting was over the top. Silence. He glanced up as the headmaster bellowed. Prefects will escort the students to their dorms, teachers will come with me to the dungeons. Harry, we'd better go, Hermione said, clutching to his arm. He nodded and they followed the terrified students out the Great Hall. You would think the headmaster would instead keep all the students together in the Great Hall, or at least get their heads of house to accompany them. The Slytherins will be most at risk, their common room is in the dungeon. Oh my gosh, you're right. Harry, we need to warn them. Hermione said. Harry blinked as he was tugged away from the crowds and down towards the dungeon. Now why did he go and open his big mouth? The two carefully headed down the halls, looking out for the group of snakes. Hermione, Harry suddenly said and pulled her behind a statue. Harry, wah, she made to say, but he covered her mouth. Her eyes went wide when a huge beast lumbered past them, heading towards the girls' bathroom. The troll has come out of the dungeon, Harry remarked quietly. Hermione pushed his hand from her mouth. We need to go, Harry. If it's here then the Slytherins are fine and we're the ones in danger. She whispered furiously. Harry fought to roll his eyes. But, now that he was here, he was interested to see exactly what all the fuss was about. If he wanted to be taken seriously as a Dark Lord, he needed to amass a portfolio of achievements. Taking down a troll at 11 would be a good start. His magic seemed to agree and he found himself heading towards the bathroom. It was a pity Dusk was exploring the Forbidden Forest, he would have been a good backup. Harry, what are you doing? Hermione quietly squealed in horror. Why would our defense professor not just take care of the troll himself? How could a troll, known for being extremely stupid, be able to breach Hogwarts wards? I have a feeling it was let in as a diversion, and I don't appreciate someone putting the students in danger, he replied. He felt Hermione take his arm again and carefully pushed open what was left of the bathroom door. The stench hit him and he wrinkled his nose, looking up at the troll. It wasn't paying the slightest bit of attention to them, more interested in smashing the mirror, and the ugly creature inside, too. Pieces. Hermione tugged on Harry's arm with a whimper, but he absently soothed her with a pat on the hand. Fascinating. Now what did he know about trolls? Or, more specifically, what did he know about killing them? He felt a sudden surge in his body. It would seem that his magic, like when he broke the curses on those books, was telling him to play it by instinct. Well, it had worked for the books. Oi, don't you need a license to be that ugly? Hermione gave him a look of disbelief as the troll finally noticed them. It's time to leave now. You are depriving some poor village of its idiot, Harry said with a smirk. Amazingly, the troll appeared to realize it was being insulted. Or perhaps it was just taking a temper tantrum at being interrupted. Either way, it roared in fury and lumbered towards the pair. Hermione screamed, but Harry pulled her behind him and whipped out his wand. A stream of overwhelming gray-colored magic shot out and hit the troll between the eyes. Hermione was just about to scream that trolls were resistant to spells, when it let out a shriek of pain and toppled to the ground, clutching its head. Its club crashed to the ground as blood began to pour out its nose, eyes and mouth. After a few moments, it let out one last gurgle of breath and lay still. There was a pause of silence. Harry, what did you do? Hermione breathed in awe. I confess I'm not entirely sure. However, what's done is done, and it's time we got back to the common room before we're missed, he replied and drew her back out the splintered door. They turned the corner just as the teachers came running down the opposite hall. Harry, I'm starting to think you are a dark wizard, Hermione said quietly. Is that a bad thing? Harry asked. She glanced behind them, shuddered, and gave him a small smile. No, Harry. It's not a bad thing at all. The troll's death would remain just another mystery of Hogwarts. Harry groaned and rubbed his eyes. It was far too early, why did he wake up? More sleep please. Dusk complained from his spot at the foot of the bed. Harry sat up and looked round. Everyone in his dorm had left for the Christmas holidays. Ah, it was Christmas. He'd grown used to waking up early on Christmas. At first it was to make a huge breakfast for his relatives. But now it was simply to have some peace to admire the gently glowing lights of the tree, highlighted by the morning rays. There is time to sleep later. Or perhaps you don't want to know what I got you for Christmas. He replied wryly. You got me something. Is it a juicy rat? Dusk asked. You shall just have to get up to see, Harry chuckled as he got out of bed. Ever since Dusk had spotted Ron's familiar, appropriately named Scabbers, he'd been desperate to get his fangs into it. Harry made use of the bathroom facilities and got himself dressed, then wandered out to the common room and paused on the stairs to admire the large tree glowing in the corner. His eyes were drawn to the shapes below the tree, and he realized that he'd been given presents. Curiously he walked over to the small pile. There was one from Hermione, he recognized her handwriting. There was also one from Neville, identified as an asphodel plant. A thoughtful gift, as Harry didn't have much of the ingredient left. The Gryffindor team also given him something, grouping together to buy him chocolate from Honeydukes. Harry had to smirk when the label thanked him repeatedly for not joining the Ravenclaw team. Hagrid had carved him a flute that made the call of an owl. A nice gift, even if Harry had no real use for it. The last one had no form of identification. Harry opened Hermione's and found a rather expensive-looking writing set, and a book on how to be a top detective. He chuckled as he noticed her handwriting on the inside cover. Since you seem so determined to solve mysteries, I thought this might give you a helping hand. Hermione. He hoped she was pleased with her rare edition of Hogwarts, a history. Neville had been sent a sapling of a rare plant used for healing purposes. Harry figured the boy would have it flourishing in no time. He'd also sent both of them a communication book, keeping a third for himself so they could talk in private. Hagrid had been given a little gemstone dragon, to replace the one he'd sent away. And he'd given the Gryffindor team high-quality broom care kits. Hermione, Oliver and the twins may be his future consorts, but that didn't mean he couldn't spoil them just a little. It was that thought that had Harry send Professor Snape a few rare potion ingredients. Anonymously of course. He gave a quick wand wave over the mystery gift, aware that if he had fans, then he must have enemies. The scan came back negative and he carefully unwrapped the bundle. A flowing silver cloak emerged. Harry ran his hands over it, intrigued. He glanced at the note that fell out. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. Very curious. Why would a simple cloak be important enough that it wasn't left for Harry in his vaults? He stood and wrapped the cloak round him. Harry, where did you go? Harry turned to his familiar who had just slithered down the stairs. I am right here, Dusk. Is this another of those spells? I can smell your scent and hear your voice, but where you should be standing is empty, Dusk puzzled. Harry raised an eyebrow and glanced down. Dusk was right. He was invisible. An invisibility cloak. This could come in useful. He had always wanted to see the restricted section of the library. The few meager visits he'd had were never going to be enough for Harry. So, about that gift you got me. Dusk hissed innocently. Harry hummed quietly to himself as he soaked up yet another fascinating book. He was surprised such dark books existed in a school. Harry adjusted his cloak around him and drew the hand of glory a little closer. It had proved its worth when Mr. Filch had failed to see Harry, even though they were only a few feet away. His cat Mrs. Norris had picked up Harry's scent, but she was terrified of Dusk and thus didn't give Harry away for fear he'd sick the snake on her. Smart cat. Harry did briefly wonder if she was an animagus, but the interest faded fast. Harry had just pulled another book from the shelf when he overheard people talking. Strange time for a chat. Curling his cloak round him, he picked up the hand and crept out his corner to investigate. He uncovered Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell having a rather interesting conversation. So Professor Snape also suspected the stuttering man of trying to steal the stone. Perhaps the limp the man sported after Halloween was due to him confronting Professor Quirrell. Harry didn't like the idea of his future consort being hurt. It was time he looked into the third-floor corridor. As the two hurried off, he snuck out the library and headed towards the forbidden corridor. He came across a simple locked door and whispered the unlocking charm, warily pushing it open a crack and peeked in. Or Professor Snape's limp could have been caused by the Cerberus guarding the stone. Harry took another step into the room, letting his cloak slip off him. The monstrous creature spotted him and started to growl. Harry frowned. "I am not here for the stone, you needn't bother growling at me." The three heads examined him like a snake examined a mouse. Harry raised his eyebrow and crossed his arms. His magic swirled round him and lashed out at the Cerberus. It whined and backed off. "That's better. It is rather a shame that you're locked up in here. I'm presuming you belong to Hagrid. That man has a fondness for dangerous beasts." Harry recalled the incident with Norbert the dragon. It was friendly enough, but as it grew it was clear keeping a dragon in a wood cabin was a bad idea. After several fires, thankfully not too large, Harry had finally convinced Hagrid that the dragon needed a new home. And it was by chance that he'd overheard the Weasley twins talking about their older brother the dragon trainer. A few letters later and Harry was able to meet Charlie Weasley, and a couple of his trainer friends. The young man was a little stocky, but no less handsome than his twin brothers. He was an easy-going young man, with a passion for his work. And he clearly got along well with Hagrid with the way he was talking to the large man. After a brief but friendly conversation with Charlie, Harry decided to put him on the consort list. Norbert and Hagrid shared goodbyes, the trio of trainers buckled the dragon in and took off back to the preserve. Hagrid received plenty of letters afterwards, saying that Norberta, for it was discovered he was a she, was settling in fine and getting along well with the trainers and the other dragons, and that he was welcome to visit whenever he wanted. The Cerberus whimpered and lay its heads on its paws. Harry examined the beast. Now where did Hagrid get these pets of his? Shrugging, he put the hand of glory on the floor and stepped over. He raised his hand to hover over one of the Cerberus' noses. "You're not that bad. Certainly better than the troll. And you look healthy enough. I suppose Hagrid must find time to take care of you." The beast looked at him curiously, the idle head sniffing at his hand. Then with a small tail wag it moved forward and let Harry pet it. Harry chuckled. "Nothing more than a big puppy. I do hope that when all this stone nonsense is over that you're taken to a better home than this." The Cerberus woofed and all three head clambered for Harry's attention. As he petted it, Harry noticed the trapdoor under its paws. "So that's where the stone is. It is almost like the headmaster is baiting Professor Quirrell. Am I to find more protections if I happen to go down there?" He pondered over this for a while, idly scratching the heads behind the ears. The headmaster didn't seem the kind of man who would go through all this trouble just for a professor. Perhaps Professor Quirrell was a follower of Voldemort. It would explain the Sorting Hat's words. Harry gave the Cerberus one final pet before lifting the hand of glory and his cloak and heading back out the door. He gave a soft smile as the beast hunkered down to sleep. Harry locked the door and wrapped the cloak around him. Holding the hand of glory out, he made his way back to the common room. A flash of light caught his attention as he passed an abandoned classroom. Harry snuck a peek in the door to find a large mirror sitting at the back of the class. Carefully Harry made his way over. He spotted and read the words carved along the top of the mirror, smirking when he realized they were carved backwards. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." For a moment Harry felt nervous. He wanted to take a look into the mirror's depths, but he couldn't bring himself to step forward. If he saw his parents' faces smiling back at him, Harry closed his eyes and shook his head, taking a few deep breaths. His parents were dead, and there was no way to bring someone back from the dead. He couldn't get caught up in idle hopes. He gave one last glance at the mirror, before pulling the cloak tightly round him and leaving the room. That night Harry Potter cried himself to sleep. Another trip to the headmaster's office. Harry stifled the urge to curse as he gave the statue the password and trailed up the stairs. "Come in, Harry, my boy." He hated being called my boy. Harry lowered himself onto the chair, declined a drop and gave a small nod to Fox. "I couldn't help but notice you were out after curfew last night," the headmaster started, giving Harry a look. Well, at least I'm up here because I broke the rules, Harry thought. Yes, sir. I apologize, but the call of the library was too great, he replied. The headmaster chuckled. Quite all right, my boy. I know I was rather fond of late-night trips to the kitchens myself. However, it is the object you discovered while wandering that I wish to talk about. Object, sir? Harry asked, wondering where this was going. Yes. Like hundreds before you, you have discovered the delights of the mirror of Arised. I expect you've realized by now what it does. The headmaster replied. Harry kept silent, unwilling to think about it. He did wonder how the man knew he had seen the mirror, and yet not known he'd met the Cerberus. A charm on the classroom door perhaps. Let me explain. The happiest man on earth would be able to look into the mirror of Arised and see himself, exactly as he is. Clearly he wasn't about to drop the subject. So it shows us what we want. Whatever we want, Harry said vaguely, frustration creeping into his voice. Yes, and no. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Now you, Harry, who have never known your parents, you see them standing beside you, the man replied. I might have if I'd actually looked in the mirror, Harry thought darkly. He didn't appreciate the headmaster trying to upset him by mentioning his parents. The man continued. However, this mirror will give us neither knowledge or truth. Men have wasted away before it. That is why tomorrow it will be moved to a new home. And Harry, I ask you not to go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Harry was dismissed from the office after that. He pondered over everything as he headed back to the common room. Why was that mirror so important? Why did the headmaster explain what it did, believing that Harry was desperate for another look, then remarked that he was getting rid of it? Why was it in the classroom, right next to the library, in the first place? Harry was starting to believe the man had planted it there deliberately to attract him to it. Harry entered his dorm and slumped onto the bed. He smiled at Dusk, who asked if he was okay. I have not fully recovered from last night, he replied wearily. Dusk made himself comfortable at Harry's side. He was worried about his friend. How he longed to bite that wretched headmaster. Your parents would be proud of you, Harry. They would not care how you choose to live your life, he said after a while. Harry smiled softly. Thank you, Dusk. I needed to hear that. The holidays ended and class work started back up again. Aside from a few verbal sparring matches with Professor Snape, nothing much really happened. Dusk had spoke of something in the forest killing unicorns, however he couldn't get a good look at the perpetrator. Harry spent a few more nights with the Cerberus, which after talking to Hagrid he found was called Fluffy. Only Hagrid would call such a creature by such a name. Professor Quirrell had cut down on the suspicious behavior, probably to get Professor Snape off his back. Harry had a feeling though that the defense professor would make another attempt at stealing the stone soon. He was certain that the one killing the unicorns was Voldemort. How the man had survived the killing curse was another mystery Harry was desperate to solve. The man was obviously weak if he was drinking unicorn blood, and desperate enough to live to curse himself with a half-life. If Professor Quirrell managed to give him the stone though, Harry would have a hard time getting rid of him. Which was why Harry decided to go after the stone himself. Did you truly believe you were going to leave me behind? I missed out on the troll, I shall not miss out on this. So perhaps he wasn't on his own. Harry smirked as Dusk continued to rant. He unlocked the corridor door and passed through, chuckling when Fluffy bent to greet him with a few slobbery licks. Down, you silly thing. He laughed and pushed the Cerberus heads away. Fluffy sat on his haunches and happily wagged his tail, not the slightest bit bothered by the snake by Harry's side. Harry knelt and pulled open the trap door. Shall we? He asked. Indeed, Dusk replied, and the two jumped into the darkness. They landed on a pile of vines. Harry immediately told Dusk to remain still. This is Devil's Snare. If you move it will squeeze you to death. Lovely, Dusk remarked, coiling his tail round Harry's leg to stop them being separated. Harry carefully brought out his wand and hit the plant with a Lumos charm. The Devil's Snare gave a shriek and the two fell through to the stone below. Ouch! Dusk grumbled. Harry stood and brushed himself off. Are you all right? He asked. It will take a lot more than that to shake my coils, Dusk replied. Smirking, Harry led the way down the corridor until they reached a door. It was unlocked and they peeked through. I have not seen birds like those before, Dusk said. Harry peered at the little things fluttering around the room. They are keys, he remarked. They entered and went across the room to the opposite door. This one was locked tight. I was not built to chase after flying keys. Dusk hissed. Harry spotted a broom, then looked at the mass of winged keys. One of them matched the door and he kept his eye on it as he mounted the broom. He had to swerve sharply as the keys made a lunge for him. First flying keys and now attacking keys. You humans are mad, Dusk exclaimed as he ducked into the corner. Harry flew up high and whipped out his wand. He sent a blasting spell at the swarm. They were launched against the walls and most spiraled to the ground. There, Dusk. That old-looking key close to you, he called. The snake shot over and coiled himself around the struggling key. Harry swooped down and jumped off the broom. He grabbed the key, let out another blasting spell to the reformed swarm, and unlocked the door. He and Dusk rushed through and slammed the door shut behind them. I have changed my mind. You can keep your adventures. Dusk huffed as they examined the new room. A chess board, Harry observed. He spotted another door and headed for it, only to be blocked by the white pawns. Harry sighed and aimed his wand at the pieces. Move or I will fire. The pieces remained still, so he concentrated on his magic and let out a beam of gray light. It shattered the nearest pawns, disarmed the bishops, sliced the queen in two, and beheaded the king. Checkmate, Harry remarked as the remaining white pieces scrambled to get away from him. You are getting quite good at chess, Dusk said wryly as they headed to the next room. Harry sighed when a larger, smellier troll stood before them in the next door. I can't be bothered with this, he muttered and launched his magic at it. As the troll bled to death, Harry and Dusk entered the next room. Are we there yet? Dusk sighed. Harry examined the protection. He recognized it as Professor Snape's work and smirked. This was more like it. He read the inscription and examined the vials. Dusk, you will have to ride on my shoulders for this one. And I will need you to take some of this potion, he said, picking up the end vial. Obligingly the snake slithered up his arm, gulping down a little of the liquid. Ah, that tastes worse than toads. Harry drank the rest of the potion, and walked through the fire. The mirror arised. He let Dusk down and stepped up to the glass. So this was why the headmaster had mentioned the mirror. Now what did he have to do to bypass it? There weren't any more doors, so the stone should be here somewhere. Harry steeled himself and took a step closer. His reflection stared back at him. His parents were nowhere to be found. Before Harry could question this, his reflection winked at him. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a shining red stone. Smirking, reflection, Harry placed it back in his pocket. Harry felt a sudden weight and realized the stone had just appeared in his own pocket. Was that it? What must we do? Dusk asked. Harry turned to his familiar. We needn't do a thing. I have the stone. It is time to head back. That was easy. Are you sure this isn't a trap? Dusk asked warily. I am not sure. Keep an eye out for danger, Harry replied. The two carefully backtracked out the rooms and made their way to the trapdoor. Fluffy greeting them warmly, and Harry spared a few minutes to pet the Cerberus. In no time at all the two were back in the dorm room. So, let's see this important stone, Dusk prompted. Harry lay on his bed and fished the stone from his pocket. It shone a bloody red, with an almost liquid center. That is it. It does not look all that special, Dusk remarked. Sometimes appearances can be deceiving, Harry replied. He decided to hide the stone in his trunk. He had no desire to use it, only to keep it away from the man who murdered his parents. It was a few weeks later, a couple of days before the summer, that Professor Quirrell had another try at stealing the stone. However, he didn't get very far. The other professors discovered his remains next to Fluffy. Hagrid had mentioned to Harry that any soothing music would send Fluffy right to sleep. And that he'd told this to the mysterious man who gave him the dragon's egg in a card game. Of course Harry realized right away who the mystery man was, and came up with a helpful little spell that would block Fluffy's ears to any kind of music. The Cerberus didn't hear the lovely soothing song of the harp Professor Quirrell had brought for protection. Harry later heard from Hagrid that Fluffy had been released into the forest. He made a note to find the Cerberus when he was older and bring it to Potter Manor. He was once more called up to the headmaster's office. This time the man gravely told him of Professor Quirrell's demise, and that the man had been possessed by Voldemort. Harry gave a look to the Sorting Hat. It winked at him and he smirked slightly, tipping his head in thanks. Albus grumbled to himself. He had given the boy all the clues. The trip with Hagrid to the vault, the old paper left in Hagrid's hut, the mirror. He even handed over James's cloak so the boy could investigate. And yet, nothing. A trip to the restricted section and a quick look in the mirror, that was it. This was a disaster. The boy should have been friends with Ronald, he shouldn't have a snake for a familiar, he should have been full of curiosity about the stone. Albus pictured the boy and Ronald braving through the traps and Harry confronting Voldemort and Quirrell at the mirror. He could imagine Harry looking in the mirror and getting the stone before having to fight off his arch-nemesis. Instead Quirrell had gone through the traps only to come back empty-handed and get eaten by the very first trap put in place. The stone seemed to have been beeped into the mirror and no matter what Albus did it wouldn't come out. He sighed, it was so hard to find good pawns these days. Due to both Harry and Hermione's work in class, Ravenclaw won the House Cup. Gryffindor consoled itself with the fact that they had won the Quidditch Cup that year, for the first time since goodness knows when. The team had worked doubly hard and brought in the best seeker they could find in order to counter the chance that Harry might join the Ravenclaw team. They wiped out the competition. Talk to you soon, Harry, Hermione. By dusk. Enjoy your summers, Neville said as they got off the train, heading over to join his grandmother. They waved him away, then Harry quickly turned to Hermione and took out his wand, asking for hers. Confused she brought it out and he touched the tips together, quietly reciting the spell to remove the trace. When the glow faded Hermione gave a curious look to her wand. The trace on it is gone. A gift, for being a friend, Harry said quietly. She gave him a wide-eyed look, then her face lit up in a smile and she hugged him tightly. Then she pulled away with a frown. How did you know that spell? And why didn't you do it to Neville's wand? Now Hermione, I can't give up all my secrets, Harry teased. She giggled as he continued. Those of pure blood have wards on their home to allow underage magical children to practice magic. It's commonplace. Of course, most purebloods wouldn't dream of allowing non-magical born children to know their little secret. She made a face and looked ready to argue that it wasn't fair on people like her, but then sighed and thanked him, realizing it was yet another way that some purebloods discriminated on those of so-called lesser blood status. After spending some time with her parents, Harry bid her farewell and found his uncle. Welcome back, Harry. Have a good time at that school of yours? Vernon asked. Harry settled against the back seat with a smirk. Dusk slithered in beside him. It was an interesting year, Vernon. I can't wait to see what happens in the next one. Harry's summer wasn't all that special. A few more trips to Diagon Alley and a couple of research projects on the magical world. And of course plenty of conversations with Hermione and Neville. It was near the end, the day before his birthday, that things got a bit more interesting. Harry Potter. Harry examined the little creature that had suddenly appeared in his room, absently soothing the ruffled feathers of Hedwig who had been startled awake. So long has Dobby wanted to meet you, sir, such an honor it is. Thank you, I suppose. May I ask what you are and why you are in my room? Harry asked. Dobby is a house elf, sir. Dobby has come to tell you, sir. It is difficult, sir. Dobby wonders where to begin, the little creature replied. Perhaps you would like to sit while you think about it, Harry offered. To his bewilderment, the elf burst into tears. Sit down. Never, never ever, he wailed. Have I offended you? Harry asked curiously. Offend Dobby? Dobby has never been asked to sit down by a wizard, like an equal. I see. You can't have met many decent wizards then, Harry said. No, Dobby hasn't, the elf replied, then without warning leapt up and started banging his head furiously against the window, shouting, Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Harry. Everything okay up there? Came Petunia's voice. Everything's fine, Petunia. I just have a guest, Harry called back, gently but firmly pulling Dobby away from the window. Why are you hurting yourself? He asked. Dobby had to punish himself, sir. Dobby almost spoke ill of his family, sir. I see. And does your family expect this behavior from you? Did they know you're here? Harry asked. He recalled reading about wizarding families having house elves as a sort of servant. Clearly this one, with his tatty-stained pillowcase and nervous behavior, was being treated more like a. Dobby shuddered. Oh no, sir. Dobby will have to punish himself most grievously for coming to see you, sir. Dobby's family ordered Dobby to punish himself if Dobby ever did anything wrong. They would not be happy that Dobby spoke ill of them. If they were here they would order Dobby to shut his ears in the oven door. If they ever knew, sir. They don't sound like the best of families. I'm assuming it is not possible for you to leave, or transfer to another family. Harry said. No sir. A house elf can never leave. They will never set Dobby free. Dobby will serve the family until he dies, sir, Dobby replied sadly. What about transferring you to another family? Is there any way that can happen? Harry asked. Dobby thought about it for a moment. Dobby might be able to transfer. But the family would have to allow it, sir. It'd be the only way to break the bond. So, if I were to write to them, asking for you to be transferred to myself, do you believe they will grant it? Perhaps if I include some form of payment? Harry asked, already thinking up a draft letter. Dobby's eyes went wide. Harry Potter would really do that for Dobby. He launched himself at Harry's legs and hugged them tightly, tears dripping down his cheeks. Is that a yes? Harry asked, gently prying the elf off. Dobby suddenly looked downhearted. Oh, Harry Potter's idea is a very good one. But Dobby not sure his family will accept. How many elves work for your family? Harry asked. There be just Dobby, sir, the elf replied. Harry hummed to himself and fished out some parchment and ink from his trunk. He sat at his desk and wrote out a letter, making sure to come across as a political person. He listed fair points in his favor and added an amount he believed this family would accept. Signing it with the initials DLP, he placed his quill down and double-checked his spelling and wording, finding it to his satisfaction. There was just one thing missing. Dobby, I realize that you may not be allowed to give the name of your family, but it would be very helpful in pleading your case. The elf nervously wrung his hands in his pillowcase. Dobby is not sure, sir. Harry nodded in understanding, then picked up his letter and handed it to the elf. Dobby gave him a curious look, and Harry urged him to read it. The elf's eyes went very wide as he looked over the content. You see why I could use the family name. I'm coming across as a rich lord looking for worthless elves to run my silver mine. As you can see, I'm prepared to pay handsomely for you. For this to work I need the name of the family, that way I can mention that an acquaintance of mine drew my attention to them and their elf, Harry explained. Dobby was one step away from bouncing up and down with glee. The elf then lost it and did just that, giggling and hugging the letter to him. Dobby thinks it's a great letter, sir. Harry Potter is so clever. And he wants to pay for Dobby as well. The elf then handed Harry back the letter and nodded with determination. Dobby will tell Harry Potter who his family is. Harry smiled and picked up his quill. His eyebrows shot to his hairline when the little elf told him he belonged to the Malfoys. This worked out quite well for Harry. He finished the letter, placed it in an envelope, and slipped a bank check inside, handing it to Dobby. If you could take this to Draco Malfoy instead of his parents. I have a feeling he will happily hand you over for the money. Giggling, Dobby took the letter. Harry Potter is so very clever. He squealed and popped away. Harry settled back on his bed with a chuckle. Thank the stars he's gone. Dusk exclaimed. Is that any way to treat the newest member of our team? Harry asked in amusement. Dusk gave him an incredulous look. You are letting him join. But he's too bouncy. He whined. If he joins he will be a valuable member of our group. Just as you and Hedwig are. He will calm down once he's settled in, Harry scolded lightly. The snake seemed happy enough with that, and slithered out the room and downstairs to hunt in the back garden. Hedwig resettled herself and tucked her head under her wing. Should that little creature decide to join, she hoped he was quieter in expressing it. It was little more than 10 minutes later that Dobby returned, clutching an old sock. He was thankfully quieter, but no less happier than he was when he left. Master Draco broke the bond and ordered Dobby to go to Dobby's new master and gave Dobby clothes. He said that it was about time they got rid of Dobby. The elf giggled. Well now, how would I go about asking for your service? Harry asked. The elf's eyes went impossibly wide. Harry Potter wants Dobby as his elf. I did say this was a transfer, didn't I? Of course, if you'd prefer to be free, Harry began. He was interrupted as Dobby violently shook his head and sprung over to hug his legs. Dobby would love to be Harry Potter's elf. Harry Potter needs to put his hand on Dobby and say he wants Dobby as his elf and the bond will be completed. Harry nodded and did so, placing his hand on Dobby's head and declaring Dobby as his elf. There was a glow of light and Dobby squeaked happily. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Harry smiled and offered Dobby a seat. The elf scrambled to sit as if he'd been given an order. "All right, Dobby, as a new member of the team, there are a few rules you have to follow." Dobby nodded furiously. "Rule number 1. We are going into Diagon Alley and getting you a proper uniform. You will not wear the attire you have on with me. Rule 2. You are to take care of yourself. That means being well fed and healthy. Rule 3. If you feel you have done something wrong, I want you to come to me and I shall decide your punishment. No more punishing yourself. Rule 4. Any secrets I tell you will be kept a secret. Last but not least, if you can, I'd like you to call me Harry." Dobby looked ready to launch himself at Harry's feet again, so Harry quickly continued. "Over there is Hedwig, and my other familiar is a snake called Dusk. My relatives will not bother you, and if you wish to help out with chores and whatnot then you are free to do so, as long as you make sure the neighbors don't see you." His books told him that house elves are only happy when they are serving. He went on to explain his ideas for the future and his consort list. Dobby gleefully said that he would follow all of Harry's rules and would help whenever he was needed. Harry could already feel a friendship growing between them. "Now Dobby, you came here to say something to me?" Harry asked. Oh, Dobby almost forgot all about that. Dobby was going to tell Harry Potter not to go back to Hogwarts. But now Dobby has seen that Harry Potter is a strong and smart wizard. Dobby doesn't know anymore, the elf said. "Why was I not to go back to Hogwarts?" Harry asked curiously. "There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. Dobby has known about it for months," Dobby said nervously. "A plot?" Harry hummed to himself. He then turned back to the elf. "You know about it. Will you explain?" Dobby's eyes went wide. Dobby can explain. Dobby not with family anymore. And so the elf told Harry about Lucius Malfoy's idea to bring a dangerous item into the school and use it to cause chaos. An item that belonged to you-know-who. Harry listened with interest. "Can you get me this item, Dobby?" The elf jumped up with a fierce nod and popped away. He returned an instant later with a little black book, holding it by his fingertips and handing it to Harry. It was a plain thing, a bit worn, with the name Tom Marvolo Riddle on the back. It reeked of dark magic, but that was of no concern to Harry. "You say this belonged to Voldemort?" Harry asked. Dobby squeaked and covered his mouth. "Harry Potter says his name." Sighing, Harry looked back at the book. After a few moments he smirked and brought out a scrap of parchment. He wrote down the name Tom Marvolo Riddle, then he wrote down Lord Voldemort. Then he used the letters of Riddle's name and created the phrase, "I am Lord Voldemort." Clever. He wondered who else knew this information. He also made a note to look up what he could about Riddle. "I can certainly sense dark magic from this." "Dobby, do you know what it was supposed to do?" Harry asked. The elf nodded fearfully. "Bad soul piece inside it." Dobby heard Old Master say he was going to give it to a student. "It would possess them," he whispered. Harry raised an eyebrow. "A soul piece? Did that mean Voldemort still wasn't dead? Are you saying Voldemort split his soul and placed a part in this book? Is that why he didn't die that night?" Dobby squeaked again at the name, but nodded. Harry looked thoughtfully at the book. He would have to do some research on this. "Thank you, Dobby. You've been very helpful. I will need to find a place for you to sleep. There's space in the attic, I can buy some furniture. What do house elves need?" The elf sprang over and attached himself to Harry's legs. "Harry Potter be caring about Dobby. Harry Potter want to buy Dobby furniture. Dobby not be needing anything. Dobby will happily sleep on the floor," he wailed. Shaking his head, Harry gently pried the elf off him. "It is my duty to keep you happy, and I insist in making sure you are comfortable. Tomorrow we will go into Diagon Alley and you will be given a uniform and some bedroom furniture and I will clear a space in the attic, and that is final," he said. It took him nearly 20 minutes to calm the sobbing elf down after that. Harry sat at his desk and stared. Hedwig and Dusk were out hunting, and Dobby was hopefully sleeping, and not dusting the attic. That just left Harry, and Tom Riddle's diary. How did he split his soul? Did he do it more than once? If he did, what other items did he use? The answers, or some of them, could be in this little book. Harry picked up a quill and dipped it in the ink. He hovered over the blank pages, not entirely sure what he should write. A drop of ink dripped from the quill and splashed onto the book. Harry watched with interest as the ink was beeped into the pages until there wasn't even a hint of a stain. He thought for a bit, then started writing. My name is Dark Lord Harry. He felt it better if he not include his second name. As he watched, his sentence was beeped into the book, and a reply started to form. Hello Dark Lord Harry. My name is Lord Voldemort. It was very similar to the books he gave Hermione and Neville, except that the person replying was actually inside the book. Very strange. Harry wrote again. It is good to meet you Lord Voldemort. I had not realized this book was part of a set. He of course knew there wasn't, but it wouldn't hurt to try and draw out any secrets this piece of soul had. It isn't. I have embedded a portion of my soul within this diary. Fascinating. I have never heard of such a process. It would greatly help myself if I could do the same. Many people are opposed to my way of thinking, and having this process to help keep me alive would be of great use. What age were you when you did this? Harry wrote. He wasn't hoping for miracles, but any little crumb of information could help. Clearly this version of Voldemort was still young enough to fall for such a trick. I am 15, though I had discovered the ritual some years earlier. It is very useful to become immortal, especially when it is done more than once. Then I offer my congratulations for achieving it so young in life. I am very fortunate to have come across your diary. Are you implying that you have done this ritual more than once? Harry replied, crossing his fingers. I plan on doing this ritual 6 times, allowing me to have 7 anchors to the earth when you include my own body. Of course, in order to achieve this, there needs to be a sacrifice. I chose a pathetic Muggleborn for this. Myrtle, I believe her name was. Filthy mudblood. Indeed, their kind has been spreading like wildfire, and it is always good to hear about them being culled. Harry lied, feeling sick to his stomach. He remembered beeping Myrtle, who haunted the first-floor girls' bathroom. Hermione had spoken of her. To know that she'd been killed by Riddle was a horrible thought. He now knew roughly how many items he had to find. He had 1, now he just needed clues on where to find the others. Better yet, she was killed not by my hands, but by the deadly gaze of my basilisk, hidden within the Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts. I have not heard of that. How amusing to know you had a basilisk under your control, Harry replied, already making a note to find out what he could about this chamber, and if the basilisk was still inside. It obeys only those of Slytherin descent, came the reply. This was a goldmine of information. This young soul piece was spilling out secrets like he'd been fed Veritaserum. Ah, so you are of the same blood as the great Salazar Slytherin. How I long to be able to watch the slaughter of the mudblood. The reply chilled him. You can. He found himself suddenly pulled into the diary and landed hard within the halls of Hogwarts. Stumbling to his feet, Harry brushed himself off and looked round. There was a noise above him, and he looked up to find a younger Albus Dumbledore with a young teen, discovered to be Tom Riddle. They were watching as a pair of wizards carried the body of a young girl down the stairs. Harry felt a pang of sadness for Myrtle. He hoped her death was at least painless. He watched the events unfolding, being pulled from one time period to another. Looking on as Hagrid was blamed for Myrtle's death and the creature of the chambers accused of being his pet Acromantula. Watching the moment Myrtle died. Seeing the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and what it looked like inside. As the last memory ended, Harry was thrown back out the diary. He would get no more information from this book. He closed it and placed his wand tip on the cover, concentrating on his magic. The powerful grey aura swirled round him, pressing down on the diary and pulling the soul piece from it. There was a deafening scream as the piece that was 15-year-old Voldemort was crushed into nothing. Panting, Harry sat back. Is Harry Potter hurt? He smiled over at Dobby. I am fine, Dobby. I have got rid of the dark magic surrounding this book. He stood and stretched, pausing to overcome the slight dizziness. Dobby helped him to his bed and he collapsed, already half asleep. Dobby, I am sorry I woke you, but if you could do me one more thing, he asked. Harry Potter need not to be worried about waking Dobby up. Dobby will of course do anything, the elf replied. Harry pointed to the book. Can you take that back to the Malfoys and place it where you found it? The little elf nodded and popped away with the diary. He was back only moments later, but Harry was already out cold. Harry Potter a very strong wizard, but he still be a young wizard. Dobby, make sure Harry Potter gets plenty of rest, he whispered, pulling the cover over his master. Harry checked his list as he headed for the bookstore. Dobby had taken to the household chores with vigor, ensuring every window was sparkling and every flower was in full bloom. Even trying to clear a dish was impossible with the elf around. Harry tried not to be lazy, he really did, but with Dobby's beaming smile when presented with a task, and his proud stance in his new uniform with the Potter family crest of it, it was very easy for Harry to wind up lying around doing absolutely nothing. When his school list arrived, he was desperate for the chance to do something, and so with Dusk on his shoulders, he had Vernon take him to Diagon Alley. "Is there much more to get?" Dusk asked. "Just some books, then we can go home and Dobby can get you a treat," Harry replied. At first Dusk and Dobby didn't get along. The snake was much too huffy around the hyper little elf and Dobby in turn was fearful around the deadly snake. Eventually though, as an act of peace, the elf had presented Dusk with a large freshly caught rat. So now the two were best of friends. And of course Dobby didn't leave Hedwig out, making sure she had some extra treats to go with the prey she caught. "It is busy today," Dusk remarked. Harry hummed in agreement, pushing his way through the crowds until he reached the desk. "Good morning. Do you have any new books?" The clerk by now knew Harry well, and had begun to set aside a copy of any new books he received. Most were put back on the shelves, as the information had already been added to Harry's self-updating books. "Just the set from this Lockhart character. He's doing a book signing at the moment over there, if you're interested," he replied. "Not really," Harry remarked, and the man rang up his purchase. "Yeah, most of the males have said the same. The females now, they are going crazy for this guy. He's supposed to be a great wizard, if you believe the books he writes. Personally, I think he's over-exaggerating his stories a bit," the clerk replied with a grin. Harry had a quick look through the books, and had to agree. This Lockhart seemed to care more about his hair products and his fashion, than the creatures he supposedly fought. "They will make for an interesting read, if anything," he replied. "Harry." He turned to see Hermione and her parents. "Hermione, good to see you. And of course yourselves, Mr. and Mrs. Granger," Harry greeted with a slight bow. Rolling her eyes, Hermione pulled him into a hug, being mindful of Dusk. Harry had met her parents as he, Neville and Hermione had got off the Hogwarts Express. They were naturally wary of Hermione being close to a venomous snake, but she assured them Dusk was perfectly harmless. Dan Granger had given Harry the typical, "You're sniffing around my daughter and I'm on to you" look, while Emma Granger was too busy cooing over how handsome Harry was. Realizing he had to earn the acceptance of Hermione's parents before doing anything with her, Harry's behavior and manners were that of a proper gentleman. By the end of their short meeting he'd charmed Emma into submission. Dan would need some more work, but his daughter being friends with Harry was a step in the right direction. "Emma will be just fine, Harry. It's quite busy here today, do you know why?" Emma replied, glancing at the crowds. "I've just been told there is a book signing today, by one Gilderoy Lockhart," Harry replied. "He's written most of the books on the school list." "I've never heard of him," Hermione said. Curiously, Harry handed her one of his books on the man. "He is supposed to be a great wizard, at least that's what the clerk told me," he said. Hermione made a face as she looked through the book. "Every second sentence is like a tip on fashion or hair care. Listen to this one. While traveling to the lair of the Banded Banshee, it was important that I kept my hair from sticking to my face. To ensure I would be able to see when I finally came across the beast. My recommended product is Fernando's Magical Curls, imported from France, for that all-important style. Guaranteed to give shine and remove unattractive dandruff." It goes on like this for the next 3 lines before he finally goes back to the Banshee. Then just 6 lines later he goes on about keeping his nails clean. People actually read this. Why is this even on our school list? Before Harry could answer her, he found himself yanked into the crowds. Dusk hissed and the man who grabbed him nervously backed away. Scowling, Harry made to leave when he was again grabbed and pulled over by Lockhart himself. Cameras started flashing. Ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary moment this is. When young Harry here stepped into Flourish and Blots today, he only wanted to buy my autobiography, which I shall be happy to present him now, free of charge. He had no idea that he would shortly be getting much more than my book, Magical Me. He and his school fellows will, in fact, be getting the real, Magical Me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that, yelp. His speech was cut off as Dusk lashed out and sank his fangs into the man's hand. You will not grab Dark Lord Harry like that. The snake hissed. Smirking as the man started whimpering, Harry summoned a potion from his trunk. Normally red-bellied snakes aren't very venomous, but as this one is magical, his venom is 3 times as potent. You are lucky I have created the anti-venom. He handed it to the man, who snatched it and gulped it down. Harry raised an eyebrow. Not much of a warrior if he didn't even check the potion before drinking. It could very well have been poison for all he knew. Did you have to give that idiot the potion? Dusk grumbled. He is an idiot, I agree. But he is not worth me being classed a murderer. Thank you, Dusk, for defending me, Harry replied with a chuckle. His thanks appeased the snake, who settled back on his shoulders. Harry looked over as Hermione called him, pushing her way through the crowds. You okay, Harry? Perfectly fine, Hermione. Mr. Lockhart here learned that it isn't polite to grab, Harry replied. The man seemed to recover from the incident, and beamed a charming smile at the crowd. Well done, Harry. A fine demonstration on defense tactics. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I ensured there was a counter potion on hand. The two gave him an incredulous look. Dusk hissed in warning and Lockhart nervously stepped back. Yes, well, as I was saying, I have great pleasure in announcing that this September, I will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He posed for the cameras as the crowd applauded. Harry gave a look to Hermione, who returned it, and the two started heading away from the signing table. Harry, my boy, don't forget to pick up your books. Free of charge, of course. Lockhart called. Sighing, Harry glanced back at Lockhart. If I took, those people might think I was using my fame to get free things. Besides, I have already bought your books. And I would appreciate it if you asked me in the future if I wanted to pose with you for pictures. Also, I would love to hear how you created that anti-venom potion when this is the first time my familiar has met you. Of course, it would be hard to believe a 12-year-old created such a potion, so Lockhart's pitiful excuse won the crowd over. The pair reached Hermione's parents, who were tutting at Lockhart's behavior. Looks like he'll be just as bad as Quirrell was, or worse, Hermione muttered. Agreed, Harry replied, spotting a group of redheads entering the shop. Harry, the twins called in greeting. Smiling, he headed in their direction. Good to see you again, Fred, George. They sidled up him, playfully cooing over Dusk. How's our little secret seeker? Fred asked. And our deadly little snake? George followed. Hermione giggled as Harry rolled his eyes. Dusk hissed happily and preened under the twins' petting. He'd been introduced to them after they spotted him and Harry taking a midnight wander to the library. He found the pair very entertaining. We are just fine, Harry replied. Here for the signing, are you, Potter? Getting all cozy with Lockhart. Ron scoffed. Not really, Ronald, just getting my school books, Harry answered. Ron scowled but jumped back when Dusk hissed at him. The twins cracked up at his actions. Boys, Molly Weasley warned. Harry examined the family, now that he had the chance to do so up close. The father was with them, a slightly balding man with kind-looking eyes. The mother also looked quite kind, though Harry could see she was the one that dealt out the discipline in the household. The girl, Ginny, if he recalled from the twins, was eyeing Harry adoringly with a blush creeping up her cheeks. Harry fought the urge to groan. Yet another fangirl. Odd how they weren't put off by the fact that he could talk to snakes. Percy wasn't with them, but he figured the older boy was off by himself somewhere. My apologies, Mrs. Weasley. Dusk and your son have met before, and Ronald did not give off a good first impression. My name is Harry Potter. It is a pleasure to meet you and Mr. Weasley. And of course, Miss Weasley, he greeted with a bow. A pleasure to meet you too, Harry, Arthur Weasley replied, impressed with the boy's behavior. Molly was instantly won over by his manners. Oh, none of this, Mrs. Weasley, with me, young man. You can call me Molly. My, such a handsome boy you are, Harry. Very much like your father. I can see you got your manners from your mother, however. Harry gave a soft smile. Thank you. Were you close with my parents? I have often wondered about such things as what their favorite subject in school was, or simply their favorite color. Molly started to tear up. Oh dearie, we knew them but not as much as others. I'm afraid I can't help you with those questions. There's no need to fret. I was simply curious. I have been told many things about them, but sometimes it is nice just to hear the little things, Harry said. He found himself suddenly squashed in a hug, his face pressed between a rather developed bosom. Dusk, who had kept his own head clear, wasn't entirely sure if this was a threat to Harry, or a reward. Should I do anything? Harry tried to say. Mum, I believe Harry might be finding it hard to breathe, Fred sniggered. Yeah, that, and there's a bit too much blood rushing to his face, George snorted. Fighting a smile, Arthur gently pulled his wife away from the poor boy. A bit dazed, Harry offered him a grateful smile. Molly looked ready to pull him back in. So are you here for the book signing? Emma quickly asked, changing the subject. Harry sidled up to Hermione as the adults chatted. Arthur, realizing that Dan and Emma were Muggles, quickly turned the subject onto the wonders of Muggle artifacts. That was a rather strange experience. His friend failed miserably at stifling giggles and Harry mock glared at her. Well now, have you got your books, dearie? I could help if you want, Molly offered. Thank you for the offer, Molly, but I have already bought everything on my school list, Harry replied. Perhaps you and the Granger family would like to join us for some lunch after we get this lot's books, Arthur asked. Harry glanced at the Grangers. They quickly accepted and he turned back to Arthur. Thank you, I would love to join you for lunch. I'd rather not get caught up in the crowds again, so I will wait for you by the door. Arthur nodded and followed his wife and children into the sea of people. Hermione still had books to get, so she and her parents headed deeper into the shop. Harry started for the door. Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Harry glanced over to find Draco by the stairs. Lovely. Famous Harry Potter, can't even go into a bookshop without making the front page. Dusk hissed, but Harry just stood there, arms crossed and leaning on a bookcase. Exactly what book signing did you go to in order to believe that? He remarked. The buddy scowled, then sneered in the direction of the Weasleys. Got yourself a girlfriend, Potter. That little Weasley girl couldn't keep her eyes off you. I'm afraid I'm not interested in fans. I'd say you can attempt to woo her, but I have a feeling she'd hex me if I did, Harry said. Harry, everything okay here? He gave a smile as Arthur came over. Had to get away from the crowds, the man explained with a grin. Exactly why I am here. And yes, everything is fine, Harry replied with a nod of agreement. Arthur went to pat him on the shoulder, then paused when he remembered about Dusk. I assure you my familiar is quite harmless. He is rather fond of your twins. He finds their antics entertaining, Harry said. Is that so? Arthur asked in amusement, braving it and patting Harry's shoulder. This one is the parent. I like him, he reminds me of your twins, Dusk hissed. Harry chuckled quietly. Dusk likes you, Mr. Weasley, he says that you remind him of Fred and George. Arthur blinked. Really? Well, in my youth I have been known to pull a few pranks. The twins told me you could speak to snakes. I confess I've never heard someone speak Parseltongue before, although I knew someone who did. Then again, I don't suppose anyone could forget, well, you know who. It's always good to experience new things. Personally, I don't believe talking to snakes is a bad thing, I suppose it just depends on who can do it. My thoughts exactly. To judge someone just because they are different is to never expand your horizon, Harry agreed. Draco stood there like a third wheel, fuming about being ignored. He was about to launch into a rant, until he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. He smirked. Well, Arthur Weasley. Lucius, Arthur replied coldly. Harry had to stop himself from gaping. This was Draco's father, which meant the woman by Mr. Malfoy's side must be Draco's mother. Holy Merlin, if this is what Draco would grow to look like, why was he on the maybe list? Harry decided then and there that all three members of the Malfoy family would be his consorts. He didn't care how he got them, but he was going to get them. He was so busy daydreaming that he missed most of the conversation around him. It wasn't until Lucius had slipped some books back into Ginny's cauldron and exited the shop with his family, that Harry came back to awareness. He glanced at the girl's cauldron, noticing a familiar little black book. He smirked slightly. Ginny was in no danger. Good riddance, Arthur muttered. Can we eat now? Ron whined. These books are useless. The dates intermingle, the spells are all wrong, and he spends way too much time on beauty products and fashion. Harry agreed with her. Completely. This Lockhart character would do better as an actor rather than a teacher. Why Dumbledore ever decided to bring him here was anyone's guess. I know we shouldn't deface our books, but really the only use I see for these ones are to doodle on, Neville said. There are small, very small, snippets of good information. Not that I'm defending the man, of course. I took the liberty of extracting all the useful information and putting it on parchment, Harry replied. He brought out the pitifully small bundle. I copied the information for you both, he said, handing Neville and Hermione a sheet of parchment each. Neville snorted. Several books worth, into one sheet of parchment. Thanks, Harry, that'll save me having to properly read the books. Hermione made a face at her sheet, then shook her head with a sigh. How do they ever expect us to do well on our exams when this is the only good information you could get from those books? You didn't have to do that, Harry, thanks. I have a sheet for a few other people as well, it was no trouble. Somewhat boring and more than a little annoying to sort through the rubbish, but no real trouble, Harry replied with a little smirk. They glanced over as the door opened. Hello. I'm looking for some Clitterfangs, you wouldn't happen to have seen any? Neville and Hermione gave the girl a bewildered look, while Harry just raised an eyebrow. I don't believe I've heard of those. Might I ask what they look like? Oh, they're very sweet little creatures. Daddy says they are drawn to those who share a very close friendship. When I felt the aura you three had, I was so sure I'd find some in here. Sorry. We haven't seen any creatures in here, Neville replied. The girl smiled dreamily. Well, maybe I interrupted them when I came in. Perhaps I should introduce myself, then they might think we are friends and come back. My name's Luna Lovegood. A pleasure to meet you, Luna. My name is Harry Potter and this is Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger, Harry greeted, standing to give her a small bow and shake her hand. Hello, Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger. And hello to the snake hiding under the chair, Luna replied dreamily. Harry blinked, giving a glance to Dusk. The snake was curled up asleep, and very hard to notice in his position. You are very sharp-eyed. He is called Dusk. At the moment he's being lazy, but I'm sure if he were awake he would say hello. Luna gave a giggle. I noticed him as you stood. I think that's why the Clitterfangs didn't come in here. They aren't very keen on snakes. Would you like to sit with us, if you don't already have a compartment? Harry offered. As she accepted and sat down, he examined her. This girl intrigued him. True, he wasn't entirely sure if the creature she was looking for existed, but through her dreamy expression he could see a sneaky side. Luna Lovegood wouldn't be one for the consort list, pretty though she was, but Harry had a feeling she would make a great ally. Lockhart was proving to be the same, if not worse than Quirrell ever was. His lessons were moronic, the first consisting of a quiz on his last book. What the man's favorite color had to do with defense was anyone's guess. And then if that wasn't bad enough, the man then had students up to act out some of his heroic scenes. Harry fought to keep the smirk off his face when Ronald was only too eager to play the part of the werewolf, growling away like an idiot while Lockhart pretended to vanquish him. It was also amusing to note that most of the other teachers showed open disdain for the man. Even Hagrid, who normally had nothing but nice things to say, was not impressed with the vain man's attitude. Harry made it a point to have Dusk with him as much as possible. His familiar had become the only way to rid himself of the man's advances. Dusk was happy to oblige. Stocking Scabbers had taken a back seat to terrifying Lockhart, and anything to make the man squeal like a pig made the snake's day. In between classes and homework, Harry had been able to dig up some information on Tom Riddle. It wasn't much, but it did give his mother's family name, Gaunt, and the rough location of the Gaunt house. This information was given to Dobby to allow the little elf to search for any more items with the same dark aura as the diary. Harry had to stress to Dobby that his safety was the top priority, and that if there were any traps then he was not to try and dismantle them unless he knew for certain that he could without harming himself. Harry had also tasked Dobby to go to Potter Manor and make sure the family home was in good condition. The island he owned had a summer cottage that was still in perfect condition, according to the little elf, and the island itself had plenty of smaller beach houses for guests. Godric's Hollow was left alone, it held too many bad memories. Harry had also spoken to the goblin in regards to the soul pieces. They had told him that such items, known as Horcruxes, were one of the darkest kinds of magic one could make. They ensured Harry that they would check every vault from top to bottom, and that if they found any that Harry would be notified. Of the new first years, there was one who was somewhat persistent in his attempts to get close to Harry, because he was Harry Potter. Colin Creevey was very much like a hyper puppy, and the only thing preventing him from following Harry everywhere was the fact that they were in different houses. However, Harry kept calm around the boy and allowed a few pictures, mainly to try and stop Colin popping up wherever Harry was. He quickly stopped when Lockhart noticed and slinked his way into some of the pictures, claiming it was better for Harry to be around such a superstar. Ginny Weasley was, thankfully, too shy to get close to Harry. He was sure though that it wouldn't take her long to start acting like the other fangirls. Some were fine to be around, and were more playful than anything else, such as the Gryffindor Chaser trio. And some, like Cho Chang, were borderline obsessive. Harry had a feeling that once Ginny came out her shell, she'd be worse than the Chinese Ravenclaw. Luna had fitted in quite snugly to Harry's little group. Sorted into Ravenclaw, she made a point of sitting with them whenever she could. Since they had a tendency to sit together at either the Eagle or the Lion table, the trio were only too happy to accommodate her. The alternative was to leave her to the sharks that were most of the female Ravenclaw population. Cho, for whatever reason, had made it her mission to pick on the little buddy and her quirky ways. Harry had lost count of the times he and Hermione had stumbled across the Chinese girl and her gang tormenting Luna. The little buddy took it in her stride, though Harry suspected that it would be a different story if she didn't have friends looking out for her. Though, he noted with some amusement, Neville seemed to be going out of his way to make the little buddy happy. The beginnings of what he would later discover to be a lifelong partnership. Even Dusk liked Luna, saying that she had a soothing aura. The only fault Harry could find with her, and even that turned out to be a good thing, was that she was too sneaky for her own good. "What are you doing, Harry?" Harry blinked and glanced up to see Luna standing over him. He'd been so absorbed in his research that he'd forgotten the world around him. "Luna, my apologies, I was caught up in my research. Anything I could help with?" the little buddy asked. Harry glanced at his work. It had been done in code to prevent others reading it. "Not that I don't appreciate the offer, Luna, but I would rather you didn't get involved. My research involves some rather dark magic." Luna glanced thoughtfully at the sheets of parchment. Tom Riddle's soul pieces. "Yes, I suppose that would be dark magic." Harry blinked and looked at his work. "How did she?" "You know, I was looking for March Lumples yesterday. I was on the 7th floor when I found a yellow one scratching at the wall opposite the tapestry of the dancing trolls. Daddy told me the yellow ones are attracted to dark magic. Perhaps you should look there for your research," Luna said. And with that she wandered away. Harry watched her go, too startled to reply. His research had been written in a language of his own creation. Not even Hermione knew what it said. Harry let out a chuckle and shook his head. This was Luna Lovegood he was talking about. Why was he surprised? He picked up his quill and started writing. The 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of the dancing trolls. Could Riddle have been so confident in himself that he would hide one of his Horcruxes in the school itself? And what might our little Harrykins be doing today? He paused in his search to regard the twins. Harry had begged off studying with his friends to investigate the 7th floor corridor Luna had spoken of. Dusk had decided to remain with the group, remembering with a shudder what happened the last time he accompanied Harry on an adventure. The dancing troll tapestry was easy to find, but so far the corridor hadn't given up its secrets. "I should be asking you two the same question," he replied, arching an eyebrow. Fred sniggered and ruffled the younger boy's hair. "Ah, aren't you just the cutest?" George simpered playfully. Batting the redhead's hands away in amusement, Harry sorted his hair back into its ribbon. "I suppose if you two must know, I was told that this corridor held a secret, and I wished to see if that was true." At the mention of a secret, the twins' interest was piqued. "Ooh, can we help?" they chorused. Harry considered this carefully. It wouldn't be right to subject his friends, and future consorts, to possible dark magic. On the other hand, having these two help would increase his chance of finding out if a Horcrux was actually here. "I could use the help, thank you," he eventually agreed. The pair cheered and immediately went into detective mode. Harry chuckled as he watched them. He should really introduce them to the Sherlock Holmes series, they would probably enjoy it. An hour later, and he was starting to give up hope. He trusted Luna, he really did, but if this corridor did have a secret, it wasn't showing it. "Harry, who told you there was a secret here?" Fred asked in exasperation. The younger boy sighed. A friend of mine. My apologies for getting your hopes up. George crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. They'd tried everything. Hidden switches, fake bricks, disguised keyholes. They'd even snuck a peek at the map while Harry's back was turned, but still nothing. Pushing himself away from the wall, he started to pace. How else would one discover a secret? And what kind of secret was it? A passageway. A hidden room. A teacher's room. The curiosity was eating at him. He and Fred knew all the secrets of the castle. At least, they wanted to know all the secrets. What did this corridor hold? He wanted a secret. He needed to know this secret. Where was this? The trio watched in amazement as a door appeared at George's third pace. As the twins shared a look, Harry warily stepped forward and cracked the door open, taking a quick peek inside. It looked very much like a junk room, or perhaps a room where everything not in use was kept. "What were you thinking about, George?" he asked. "Well, I just wanted to know the secret," the redhead replied, he and his twin poking their heads in the door. "Hey, wait a minute. How can you tell us apart? Every time you address one of us you pick the right twin," Fred suddenly asked. "Hey, that's right. I thought it was just luck," George said. "Easy enough. Fred is the action taker, the one who would rather do than spend time thinking about it. George prefers to sit back and take a moment to consider the consequences, then act with those thoughts in mind," Harry replied absently. The twins shared an amazed look. Sure, they've had people tell them apart before, but never in that much detail. "Oh, and Fred has a cluster of freckles just under his right eye, whereas George has a slight triangle of freckles at the left corner of his mouth," Harry continued, running his hands around the door frame. "Wait, what?" The two peered at each other. They could have sworn even their freckles were identical. How did they miss that? Harry paid them little mind as he examined the door. He ushered the protesting twins back and closed it, waiting to see what it did. It stayed for a moment, then glowed faintly and vanished. Humming to himself, Harry stepped in front of the wall and asked for the room to reappear. Nothing happened. He thought about what George did. Pacing, he spoke out loud. As the twins looked on in confusion, Harry started pacing back and forth. He asked again for the room to come back. It wasn't until he'd walked past the wall 3 times that the door eventually reappeared. He pushed it open and looked inside, seeing the room they appeared before. "So, you gotta go past the room 3 times, Fred started. "And wish, or ask for it to appear," George finished. "It seems so," Harry concluded. They were silent for a moment. Then George slapped Fred's back with a cheer. "I bet even the Marauders didn't even know about this room. Brilliant, my handsome, action-taking brother." Fred grinned and gave a bow. "But of course, my brother of intellect. I am quite handsome, aren't I? Very handsome. Of course nothing can beat my godly stature," George boasted, puffing out his chest. "Brains and beauty. How will I ever survive in your shadow?" Fred sighed dramatically. George waved his hand over his face, mockingly fanning himself. "You are too kind." Harry rolled his eyes and smirked at their antics. "If you two are done, perhaps you would like to explore with me," he called. The two snapped to attention and followed him into the room. Once inside, they wandered off to admire the junk. Harry let them go, confident they wouldn't get into too much trouble. He wondered why such a room was hidden, and where he could get information about it. The room seemed to grant his wish, as a book appeared in front of him. Carefully Harry took it. "He really is quite cute, isn't he? Not to mention he can tell us apart. I can count the amount of people who can on one hand. Yeah, and 2 of them are Bill and Charlie. Pity our little pig-headed brother can't see just how special Harry is." "I know, Harry doesn't seem to make many friends, but when he does I get the feeling it's a lifelong friendship. If Ronnikins just got his head out his ass he'd be able to see that. As well, no use bothering over spilt pumpkin juice. Ron's a lost cause, he sees the world as black and white. Ginny's not much better. Pretty sure she was writing Mrs. Ginny Potter when we tried to sneak a peek. I don't think she's Harry's type. I love her and all, but she really can't waste her time daydreaming." "Who do you think Harry's preference is? I mean, I know he likes the lovely Miss Granger, but does that mean he's off limits for us? I guess we'll just have to see. At least we can stay his friends." "Yeah, ooh look. That's quite a piece of sparkle, isn't it? Oh, you're right. It's almost like it's calling to us." Doesn't that feel a bit weird to you? I'm sure it's fine. It was probably left by someone after a ball or something. It is nice. I'm not sure though, something feels off. Oh, don't be a wimp. Here, look, it's perfectly harmless. Fred, wait. The room of requirement. Harry flicked through the pages, and as he read he began to realize just what a find this room was. The room of requirement, also known as the come and go room, is a secret room within Hogwarts Castle, that only appears when a person is in great need of it. It can transform itself into whatever room a witch or wizard needs. It can also summon items when asked, although there are some limitations, such as food. These items, when summoned, cannot leave the room, as it was the magic of the room that brought them. The room is located on the 7th floor in the left corridor of the Hogwarts Castle and has a hidden entrance opposite the tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy to teach trolls ballet. The way to open the room is to walk past it 3 times thinking about what you need, and the door will appear. Summon items when asked. Harry tested the room's ability by asking for a book from the library, and immediately it appeared. This could be very useful, not just for himself but his friends as well. Harry placed the books on a nearby table and looked round. Would he really find a Horcrux in here? There was a sudden crash and Harry sighed and went to find the twins. He should have known. They were good people and very loyal to their family and friends, but they could get into such trouble. He turned the corner, a comment about keeping their hands clean on his lips, to find them surrounded by a sickly blackish-green aura. In Fred's hand was a silver diadem, and George was grasping his brother's arm, as if trying to prevent the other twin from putting it on. Both twins had fallen to the floor, causing the crash, and looked like they were in terrible pain. Harry rushed over, realizing the item was causing the pain, and grabbed it from the redhead's hand. He recognized at once that the diadem held another piece of Riddle's soul. There was no time, however, to extract any information from this piece, and so Harry concentrated on his magic, quickly smothering the darkness and draining the life from it. He stumbled back, collapsing near a pile of old trunks, the screams fading away and the diadem slipping from his fingers. Panting, Harry pulled himself together and hauled himself back up to check on the twins. Fred's hand was a blackened mess, and George was whimpering and clutching his head. Other than that, they appeared fine. Fred, George, are you okay? Harry asked, quickly summoning some vials of pain relief and a salve from his shrunken trunk. He drained one and handed the others over. "URG. What happened?" George groaned, gratefully taking the vial and draining it, trusting the younger boy to know it would help. Harry, realizing Fred was still out of it, held the second vial up to the redhead's mouth and encouraged him to drink. "That is what I want to know. Although I can take a guess," he answered. As Fred started to come to, Harry slathered the burn salve over his hand, gently reaching out with his magic to ensure there was no lingering darkness on his friend. The redhead looked at him, then his eyes widened. "Harry, what did you do?" The diadem, it was calling to me. I picked it up and all of a sudden everything went weird. I could hear someone laughing and telling me to put it on. I tried to, but I realized something was wrong and tried to stop him," George interjected. "I saw you running towards us, and you grabbed it, then there was all this gray magic around you," Fred continued. George rubbed his back while Harry finished with the salve. "Harry, what did you do?" he asked. The younger boy sighed, taking out some bandages from a first aid kit he'd bought and wrapped Fred's hand. He knew he shouldn't have accepted their help, and now he had gotten them hurt. "I am sorry, George, Fred. I was looking for a dark item belonging to Voldemort. That's why I wanted to discover the secret of the corridor." Voldemort," Fred stammered, eyes wide with fear. That was you know whose magic in that thing." George breathed. Harry nodded. "I had obtained an item earlier in the year with the same dark magic as that diadem. I was able to use my own magic to smother theirs," he continued. "But how? What was with the gray magic?" George asked. Harry took a breath. He supposed they had to know eventually. "You recall your jokes that I had to be a Dark Lord with all my knowledge?" The two nodded, then it clicked. "Harry, you don't mean you really are a Dark Lord?" Fred breathed. "Not in the way you think. I am not out to kill the innocent, nor do I assume myself to be better than anyone else. I learned very early on that certain traits of the wizarding world were classed as bad. Such as talking to snakes, for example. I decided that if the magical world wanted to see me as a dark wizard, then I would not disappoint them. As you may already know, there are some in the school who already look at me as if I am dark, Harry replied. So, you're not a bad person? George asked. Harry smiled. Do I seem like a bad person to you? I am at Hogwarts to learn, and to make friends, just as you are. When I graduate, my intentions are to address some of the laws of the magical world, and see what I can do to change them. Such as? Fred asked. Such as allowing werewolves to be able to support themselves. From what I've been reading, that law has resulted in more attacks than there were before the law was put in place. If a werewolf cannot find a job, then they cannot buy the wolfsbane, nor can they afford safe houses, and thus when the full moon arrives, they are more likely to attack others. I may be young, and it may sound like an idle dream, but my goal is to allow the occupants of the wizarding world to be equals, Harry replied. The twins looked confused. But that sounds like something the headmaster would want to fight for. Why would people call you a Dark Lord for doing something good? George asked. Simply put, George, my methods will be different. I will not put myself on a pedestal and preach to others, I will take action. I will put myself at the front of the battle and fight with all my magic for the rights of others. If there are people who like to kill for pleasure, such as Voldemort and his Death Eaters, then I will deal with them. Giving second chances is one thing, but to continue to give second chances when these people have no desire to change, is something I will not allow, Harry said firmly. Now then, there has been enough talking. Both of you need to go to the hospital wing to ensure you are all right. I will not have my friends hurt because of my own mistakes, he then said. He and George helped Fred to stand, and they made their way out of the room. As it closed up behind them, George turned to Harry. Your mistakes. Your help was invaluable, but I was hunting for dark items and I deliberately accepted your help, knowing that there was a chance we would uncover one. My magic is gray, and it has proven that it is capable of overcoming dark magic. Your own magic is light. It wouldn't have held up. I am sorry. Harry looked away as guilt crept up his chest, the implications sinking in. He could have killed them through his own foolish desire to obtain a Horcrux. They were not to blame for picking up the diadem. He was thrown from his thoughts with a sudden but gentle slap to his head. He glanced over at the grinning redhead. We get in trouble all the time, Harry, George scolded. Don't blame yourself for our curiosity, Fred continued quietly. So, does this mean you know who's not dead? George then asked nervously. No, he is not. These soul pieces have kept him alive, even through the killing curse. If I'm going to kill him properly, I need to hunt all of them down, Harry replied. The twins fell silent as they thought over this. This was something that should be told to the adults, but if Harry was keeping quiet about it, then he must have his reasons. They weren't fools, they knew that if Harry hadn't been there, hadn't had gray magic, that they probably would have died from touching that diadem. Perhaps not immediately, but eventually Voldemort's magic would have overcome them. They owed their lives to the younger boy, and they weren't about to spill his secrets. We'll support you any way we can, Harry. We might not be able to do much, but we'll do what we can if you need us, George said. We owe you our lives, Fred added. Harry gave them a soft smile. You don't owe me anything. And I have a feeling if I say no to your offer of help, you'd do it anyway. Thank you, it is appreciated. You're welcome, Dark Lord Harry, they chorused. I wonder what's going on over there. Hermione thought out loud. The two had risen early and decided to take a walk round the school until breakfast. They came upon what appeared to be an argument between the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch team. Flint, this is our practice time. We got up specially. You can clear off now. Plenty of room for all of us would. But I booked the pitch. But I have a specially signed note from Professor Snape. We gotta train our new seeker. Looks like Draco made the Slytherin team, Hermione remarked as they watched the Gryffindors' reactions. Indeed. Though from those flashy new brooms, he didn't make it through talent, Harry replied. At least we didn't buy our way onto the team, Fred remarked. We got through on talent alone, George followed. Draco's smirk faded at the twins' words. He sneered at them. At least I can afford to buy the latest broom. Perhaps the Gryffindor team will be able to raise some gold and get new brooms too. Clean sweep fives, I expect a museum would bid for them. There is not much point in buying a new broom if you can't use it well, Harry remarked. The entire snake team turned to him. Who asked you, Scarhead? Taking your pet for a walk. Draco sneered. Harry arched an eyebrow as the buddies team members sniggered. Looks like you need glasses, Draco. Harry doesn't have a scar on his head, nor does he have a pet. Unless you mean Dusk, Hermione said. Draco glared at her. No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood. The reaction was instantaneous. Flint had to put himself in front of Draco to prevent him being attacked by Fred and George. The Gryffindor chasers were shrieking out, "How dare you!" And, "Wait till I get my wand on you." The Slytherins just stood wearing smug grins and laughing at the reactions. Harry glanced at Hermione. She was trying, and failing not to cry. Eyes narrowed. Harry looked back at the snakes. Clearly, Draco, you don't realize the power the non-magical people have. The buddy scoffed. Power? What power does filthy muggles have? Try a device with enough destructive force to wipe out Diagon Alley in a single blast, Harry replied calmly. That drew a sudden silence from the group. Draco sneered at Harry. You're bluffing. They're just mudbloods. What reason would I have to joke, Draco? These devices are called bombs. They are large metal capsules filled with a special explosive powder. These capsules are dropped from great heights onto towns and cities, and a spark ignites the powder, killing everything within a few miles radius. Non-magical people used them in the wars. In fact, the war involving Grindelwald was fought using these bombs. He smirked as the Slytherins tried to work out if he was telling the truth. Of course, if you don't believe me about bombs, then you might believe me about guns. They have the ability to fire small versions of these capsules at speeds of over 100 miles per hour. Should one of these capsules, known as bullets, hit you, it would be a coin toss whether you live or die. They can shatter any shield you can cast, and depending on how hard they hit you, they can easily travel right through you. That's a lie. Draco cried nervously. Harry shook his head. No, that is certainly not a lie. But that is only a small taste of what non-magical people can do. They have achieved incredible things that magical people have yet to discover. A way to light a home without candles or Lumos charms for one. And while you think your broom is the best, it cannot lift 100 or so people into the air and fly them across seas, like an aeroplane. Harry glanced back at Hermione. She was smiling, her tears long gone. Returning her smile, Harry looked back to Draco. Then there are people like Hermione's parents. They are dentists, a special type of healer that deals primarily with teeth. They would have you sit on a special chair, then tilt the chairs back to make you feel as though you are falling head first to the ground. Once done, they prise open your mouth and use a slightly pointed piece of metal to press down on each of your teeth. If they find one that has something wrong with it, they will use a spiral piece of metal with a sharp end called a drill. This drill will be spun at high speeds and they will carve into your tooth and take out the bad part. Once that is done, they will then fill in the hole with a soft metal and heat it to make it hard. Of course, the drill is rather painful, so to counter this, they will use a thin, hollow piece of plastic and attach an extremely sharp hollow needle at the end. This needle will be inserted into your gum line and a special numbing fluid will be passed through the hollow part and under your skin. This will allow them to use the drill without you feeling the pain. He could see he was getting to them. The team were starting to look somewhat nauseous. Then of course there are the teeth that are rotten right through, and need to come out. To do this, they may inject this numbing fluid into 2 or perhaps even 3 parts of your mouth. Then they will use another piece of metal to grasp a hold of the tooth and start twisting and pulling it until it comes out. It causes a lot of blood, and a nurse will put a thin tube of plastic into your mouth while the dentist is working and beep out any excess liquid. It wouldn't do for you to choke on your own bodily fluids after all. Some members were now holding their stomachs, looking quite green in the face. Draco was one of them. They also have ways to make sure your teeth grow in straight. They use a line of metal pieces, similar in appearance to train tracks, and attach this to your teeth using special glue. These are called braces. I've been told they are somewhat uncomfortable. They range in size from very small, hardly noticeable braces, to large bulky braces that make it hard for you to speak. They need special cleaning, with a jet of water to ensure no pieces of food get caught in between the metal pieces. Harry gave a thoughtful look to Marcus Flint. Probably best you don't meet Hermione's parents, Marcus. They would want to take a good look at your teeth. He had them. Groaning and dry heaving, the Slytherin team stumbled back into the school. Harry felt arms slide round his sides and tilted his head to glance at his friend. Hermione had her head buried into his shoulder, trying hard to stop herself laughing. Everything okay, Hermione? Snorting, she playfully swiped his head. You took a few simple facts and drew them out to make my parents sound like torturers. My apologies. However, for most children, going to the dentist is a torture, Harry said with a smirk. She lost her fight and thumped her head back onto his shoulder, giggling like a madwoman. Ah, Harry. He turned to the rather green-faced Gryffindor team. Dentists don't really do that, do they? Oliver asked. Ask Hermione, Harry replied with a smirk. Most of the team groaned at that. Tell me there aren't many dentists. Fred exclaimed. Harry shrugged. Oh, not much. A couple of million. Hermione's knees buckles at their faces. While she got herself under control, Harry thought about the issue the Lions, and for that matter the Badgers and Eagles, had. The Snakes had an unfair advantage with their new brooms. It was time to change that. Harry, wait up. He turned to find the Gryffindor team, running to catch up to him. Is there something wrong? As an answer, all of them thrust out their hands, and the new brooms they were holding. Harry raised an eyebrow. New brooms, the latest model. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws got new brooms as well, George said. Harry gave them a smirk. Well, that will certainly stop the Slytherins having an unfair advantage. He clocked Oliver, giving him a thoughtful look. Harry, isn't it strange how just yesterday you came upon us fighting over the Slytherins' new brooms, and now we have our own? Harry tilted his head. Yes, I suppose that is strange. Well, I wish you luck in the upcoming game. He was pulled back as he made to walk away. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Katie gushed. I could key you. Angelina squealed. Could key him. Fred exclaimed. We'll go one better than that. George followed. They grabbed Harry and planted large sloppy kisses on his cheeks. Laughing, the girls pulled them away and did the same. Oliver was fighting a losing battle, but eventually he squeezed his way in and gave away one of his own kisses. Laughing, Harry pulled himself away from their advances. You are welcome, though if that is your reaction then I'd rather the other teams didn't know about my gift. I suppose the Slytherin team were disappointed. The three head of houses decided we should all keep it a secret until the big game, Oliver explained. For once we're all in agreement, George sniggered. I can't wait to see the snakes' faces. Fred laughed. The reaction of the Slytherin team was quite amusing. Harry smirked as Draco, who had prior to the match been boasting about winning the Quidditch Cup due to his new broom, turned pale when the Gryffindor team zoomed out on the same model. As the game progressed, it was clear that Harry's words were correct. Draco had very little talent when it came to his position and spent more time hovering in one spot looking for the snitch while the other seeker was darting here and there. Half an hour into the match and the snitch had been caught by the Lions, signaling the end of the game, and the beginning of a record of winning streaks by the Gryffindors. All in all, Harry thought as he watched the proud Lions head to their common room to celebrate. It had been a very satisfactory day. Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. 2 galleons says he gets beaten if he demonstrates, Neville muttered. I'd rather not put you out of 2 galleons, Harry replied with a smirk. His friend's laugh was drowned out by the crowds. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all up in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works, Lockhart said with a beaming smile. The group rolled their eyes when several girls sighed dreamily at the man's words. Hermione made a face. That could have been me doing that alongside them. She whispered in disgust. You don't need to worry, Hermione. None of us here have any raxperts in our heads, Luna said. The three gave her a questioning look, so she explained. They're invisible creatures. They float in through your ears and make your brain go fuzzy. The only way to see them is to wear specter specs. It feels like a lot of people here have an infestation of them. Hermione didn't really believe that Luna's creatures existed, but the idea that the little buddy was insulting the other females' intelligence made her giggle. Not that she had anything against the female population of Hogwarts, but them drooling over Lockhart was pathetic. She ignored the little voice in her head that pointed out that she would have been the same if it were not for Harry. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear. Lockhart announced. I take back my bet. He's a goner. Snape looks ready to murder him," Neville said. Harry smirked as he watched the dark man follow Lockhart up onto the platform. Professor Snape looked for all the world like he wanted to blast the man through the walls and into the Great Lake. This ought to be quite entertaining. Hello kiddies. Care to place a wager on who will triumph in this little duel? The group turned to the redhead twins. A fool's bet, Harry replied. The two grinned. Not so. We have a lot of females betting on Lockhart to win, while the males are taking Snape's side. No thanks guys. If the money's all coming from girls then I'd rather do the honorable thing and leave well alone. It's not right to take money from girls, Neville replied. His response was met by laughs. Oh Honorable Lord Longbottom, we are humbled by your generosity. Neville blushed slightly as the twins bowed to him before making their way to other students. Looks like they're starting, Luna pointed out. Lockhart and Professor Snape turned to face each other and bowed. At least, Lockhart did, with much twirling of his hands, whereas Professor Snape jerked his head irritably. Then they raised their wands like swords in front of them. As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position. On the count of 3, we will cast out first spell. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course, Lockhart explained. I wouldn't bet on that, Hermione murmured, eyeing Professor Snape. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. There was a dazzling flash of Arlet light and Lockhart was blasted off his feet. He flew backwards off the stage, smashed into the wall and slid down it to sprawl on the floor. Draco and his group of followers started cheering. Harry joined in by clapping. Always have to be different, don't you, Harry? Neville laughed, adding his own claps into the mix. Luna decided to follow on. Hermione rolled her eyes and joined in, a faint smile of amusement on her lips. Fred and George glanced at the group, grinned, and started cheering wildly. Professor Snape looked at them, a split second of bewilderment on his face before it was hidden. They hushed when Lockhart unsteadily got to his feet. The man's hat had fallen off and his wavy hair was standing on end. Well, there you have it. He tottered back onto the platform. That was a disarming spell. As you see, I've lost my wand. Ah, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape, but if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you it would have been only too easy. However, I felt it would be instructive to let them see. Professor Snape was looking murderous. Lockhart seemed to have noticed because he gave a small nervous cough and continued. Enough demonstrating. I'm going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. Professor Snape, if you would like to help me. Harry watched as they moved through the crowds, matching off people. Neville gave them a smile as he was paired with Justin Finch Fletchley and wandered off with the other boy. Luna also moved away with her partner. Professor Snape sneered as he reached Harry. Time to split up the dream team, I think. Miss Granger, you can partner with Miss Bulstrode. Mr. Malfoy, come over here. Let's see what you make of the famous Potter. Draco strutted over, smirking. Behind him walked a large, strong-looking Slytherin girl with a heavy jutted-out jaw. Hermione gave Harry a nervous smile as she joined her partner. The girl gave Hermione a cold look, but otherwise didn't react. Face your partners. And bow. Lockhart called. Harry turned to Draco and nodded slightly. The buddy sneered but did the same. Wands at the ready. When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponent. Only to disarm them, we don't want any accidents. Lockhart shouted. 1, 2, 3. Draco had already started on 2, but Harry clocked the movement and swung himself to one side. The spell landed harmlessly against the nearby wall. Pathetic Potter. You're supposed to be fighting me, not running away. Draco sneered. Righting himself, Harry waited for the buddy to continue. He didn't bother casting a spell, he wanted to try another method. Draco, when he realized the other boy wasn't attacking, laughed loudly. Potter's a coward. He's just standing there. He turned back to Harry with a cruel smirk, and started casting multiple spells. However, they were of poor strength and aimed badly, so Harry had no trouble avoiding them. Draco was getting annoyed. Fight me, Potter. Or are you scared? Harry ducked as a spell, a borderline dark spell, whizzed over his head. As the buddy recovered his energy, Harry made his move. With lightning speed he pounced at the buddy, striking his wand hand and sweeping his leg out to catch Draco behind the knees. The buddy dropped like a stone, his wand clattering to the ground. Calmly Harry picked it up, signaling that his opponent was disarmed. Clearly this pureblood felt it was beneath him to exercise. He arched an eyebrow when both Professor Snape and Lockhart came over. "Marvelous, Harry. But you were supposed to disarm your opponent," Lockhart said. Harry smirked slightly and held Draco's wand up. "Exactly, Professor." Severus sneered, but he couldn't help but be a bit impressed by the boy's attack. A tiny bit. He glanced at Draco, who was groaning pathetically on the ground. Sighing, he hauled the buddy up and checked him over. "The wimp was fine. I meant with a spell, Harry." Lockhart scolded lightly. He looked at the rest of the students. Many had decided to abandon disarming spells and moved on to others. Hermione had effectively blocked her opponent's attack, and stood in a defensive stance as Millicent glared at her, knuckles cracking. "Dear dear. Up you get, Macmillan. Careful there, Miss Fawcett. Pinch it hard, it'll stop bleeding in a second." Boot. He was starting to get flustered. "I think I'd better teach you how to block unfriendly spells. Let's have a volunteer pair. Longbottom and Finch Fletchley, how about you?" "A bad idea, Professor Lockhart. Longbottom causes devastation with the simplest spells. We'll be sending what's left of Finch Fletchley up to the hospital wing in a matchbox," Professor Snape said. Neville frowned at the man. "You make one mistake at the beginning of first year and it gets held over your head for the rest of your school life. How about Malfoy and Potter?" Snape continued with a twisted smile. "Excellent idea," Lockhart replied. He gestured Harry and the now recovered Draco into the middle of the hall. The crowd backed away to give them room. "Now Harry, when Draco points his wand at you, you do this." He raised his own wand, attempting a complicated sort of wiggling action, and dropped it. Professor Snape smirked as Lockhart quickly picked it up. "Whoops, my wand is a little overexcited." Harry took on a bored stance while he waited for the man to finish his useless explanation. Draco mistook it for fear and smirked. Clearly Potter didn't know the first thing about dueling, so he was fighting Muggle style instead. Pathetic. He overlooked the fact that said Muggle style of fighting had him on his knees in one hit. Scared Potter. Harry just raised an eyebrow. "Just do what I did, Harry," Lockhart said, cuffing Harry merrily on the shoulder. "You mean drop my wand?" Harry asked casually, but the man wasn't listening. 3, 2, 1, go. Draco quickly raised his wand and bellowed, "Serpensortia." The end of his wand exploded and a long black Indian cobra shot out of it, falling heavily onto the floor between them. It raised itself up, ready to strike. Some of the crowds backed off, most were looking at Draco like he was mad. Dusk was longer than this snake and Harry could talk to them. Thankfully by this point people were getting used to seeing Harry talk to Dusk. Professor Snape groaned under his breath. Merlin helped him, he loved his godson, but the boy was thicker than a plank of wood at times. "Allow me to get rid of it, Harry," shouted Lockhart. Harry gave the man a bewildered look. Who needed to get rid of it? It wasn't doing anything. The man, apparently mistaking his still form as being frozen in fear, brandished his wand at the cobra and there was a loud bang. The snake, instead of vanishing, flew 10 feet into the air and fell back to the floor with a loud smack. Enraged, hissing furiously, it slithered straight towards the nearest human, which happened to be Justin, and raised itself again, fangs exposed, ready to strike. "Stop please," Harry called. It paused and turned to him. "Stop. I have been thrown around like a mouse and you want me to stop. I apologize for your abuse, and I hope you have not been seriously hurt. But the boy you are about to strike is not the cause of you being here," Harry explained. The cobra took another look at the pale-faced Justin, before moving towards Harry. "I am unharmed." "Very well. Tell me who is responsible," it demanded. "You were summoned here by the boy opposite me. It was a foolish thing for him to do to such a fine specimen as yourself. He will be punished by the one in charge of his care," Harry said. The snake peered at him. "And the other? If you inject your poison into him you will be hunted. My familiar Dusk will ensure he is sufficiently terrified as punishment." "That I will promise," Harry replied. It seemed satisfied, and slithered up Harry's offered arm. Now that he had a chance to examine it, he noticed that it wasn't actually black. As the light of the candles hit its scales they shimmered a deep rustic red with patches of gold, with a vivid pattern on its hood. He also, by its voice, deducted that it was female. "So you are a speaker." "I have not met a speaker before." What might you be called? And who is this Dusk? She asked. I am called Harry. Dusk is a red-bellied black snake. He has been my partner for a few years now, Harry replied. The cobra perked up at the knowledge of another snake. Might I meet this Dusk? I have been without a mate for some time now. Harry gave a soft chuckle. It would appear as though Dusk was about to get a consort of his own. Of course you can meet him. Might I know what you are called? In my homeland, my kind were known as the Serpents of the Dawn, she replied. Then, if I may, might I refer to you as Dawn? Harry asked. She tilted her head. Yes, I like it. Well then Dawn, allow me to escort you to my dorm room, which is hopefully where Dusk is. That is, after we have finished here, Harry offered. She hissed a little laugh and nodded. Chuckling, Harry turned to Justin. My apologies for that, Justin. She was angry at being thrown around and didn't realize you were not to blame. Yeah, sure Harry. No problem. Scared me for a bit, the taller boy replied in relief. There appears to be a lot of humans here. Is this a nest? Dawn asked. No, this is a place where humans come to learn. A school. I must ask that you not attack anyone here. Dusk is well known, so if you remain with him while you get settled then he will help you avoid trouble, Harry replied. She nodded, then glanced at Justin. Will you tell that human that I am sorry? Harry looked back at Justin. She asked me to tell you she is sorry for nearly attacking you. The taller boy gave a small smile and nodded. Harry then turned to Draco. The buddy hadn't moved since he'd launched the spell. He looked dazed. Harry chuckled slightly and addressed the Slytherin. I'm not entirely sure what you were planning, Draco, but I thank you for bringing Dawn here. She has already expressed her desire to be with Dusk. Draco snapped out his stupor and scowled. That wasn't supposed to happen. The snake was supposed to attack Potter and send him to the hospital wing. Not once had he thought that his ingenious plan might fail. Not once had he considered that Harry would probably just tell the snake not to attack him. Growling to himself, Draco stormed out the hall. First he gets yelled at by his father over getting rid of that stupid elf, then they find out that they can't get another elf, meaning he has to do chores, and now he gets his butt handed to him in a duel by a half-blood. He'd teach that Potter. Eventually. Lockhart also hadn't moved since he'd launched the snake into the air. He too hadn't thought about the consequences, and now there were 2 venomous snakes roaming the school. He didn't sign up for this. Professor Snape just rolled his eyes and followed his godson, hoping to enlighten the boy about using his head. Although, he didn't hold up much hope that Draco would get the message. The crowd slowly dispersed, realizing that the dueling club was over for the day, and probably for good. Harry headed over to introduce Dawn to his friends, then all of them headed up to find Dusk and introduce him to his possible new mate. Harry was disturbed from his work by Dobby appearing. Dobby has most excellent news for Master Harry. Harry had tried to get the little elf to drop the master, but eventually he decided that if it made Dobby happy, then he wasn't going to protest. He made a motion for the elf to continue. Dobby has found a bad item in the Gaunt home. Surrounded by dark magic and traps. Dobby could break some, but Dobby wasn't able to take away all the dark magic. Harry perked up and smiled at the little elf. Well done, Dobby, this is good news. We may not be able to get at the item, but we know it's there. If you could keep an eye on it while I'm at school, we should be able to retrieve it during the summer. Dobby beamed at the praise and nodded. Dobby be keeping an eye on it. Dobby also went to Potter home. Master Harry has 3 more house elves there. They has been keeping the manor clean. House elves. Harry hadn't given a thought to having his own family elves. But it did make sense, since his family was an old one. What are their names, Dobby? And how can I call them? He asked. They be Tinker, Taylor and Mipsy. Master Harry just needs to call them by name and they will come, Dobby answered. Thank you, Dobby. Tinker, Taylor, Mipsy. There came a trio of Pops and a pair of older-looking elves appeared, followed by a younger one. They were dressed in proper uniforms with the Potter family crest sewn over the heart. They immediately bowed to Harry. Tinker be waiting so long for the young master to call, the older male spoke. We's be keeping Potter Manor and its grounds clean, the younger male announced. Mipsy be very happy to see young master. Mipsy hasn't seen since young master was a tiny baby. The female squealed happily. Harry couldn't help but smile at them. He had a flash, nothing more than a split second, of seeing a little elf with her little uniform dress on, cooing over him. "Thank you for coming. I hope you don't mind that I had Dobby join the team." "Not at all," Tinker replied, giving a smile to Dobby. "Thank you for keeping Potter Manor in good condition. If I may ask, could you tell me a bit about it?" "I'm afraid I don't remember much before my parents were killed," Harry asked. Mipsy went a bit teary-eyed, but the three nodded. They spent a while telling Harry all about the manor, what rooms it had, how big the grounds were, where it was located and how to enter it. As they spoke, Harry was formulating his own plans. There were more than enough rooms for his consorts and for various guests. The grounds sounded large enough for Fluffy, the local forest meant dusk, Dawn and Hedwig had a place to hunt. And he couldn't wait to see the library and the potion lab. They were able to tell him more about his parents, that his mother's favorite color was sky blue, that his father, for all his macho attitude, was in tears when he was introduced to his son. He also heard about a godfather, Sirius Black. Harry had heard of the name. The man was in prison for betraying the Potter family to Voldemort. He was also the man listed as the one to take care of him if his parents died. Harry could only assume the wills were made before Black turned sides. He also got to hear a bit more about the elves themselves. Tinker and Mipsy were married, and Taylor was their son. Tinker was in charge of cooking, and also acted as a kind of butler during formal occasions. Mipsy was the maid, and had a good grasp of first aid magic. Taylor tended the ground, making sure the garden was tidy and seeing to the greenhouse. Dobby, they had decided, would help with cleaning and become a second butler when Tinker was busy. When they finished, Harry told them of his plans for the future. The trio looked happy that Potter Manor would have people living there again, and wasn't put off by the idea of a now 6-foot red-bellied black snake, a 4-foot Indian cobra and a massive 3-headed dog taking up residence on the grounds. Harry explained that at the moment he was living with the Dursleys, but now that he had been told of the manor, he wanted to move in as soon as he could. It was decided that after he turned 15 he would pack up and move to his family home. And, hopefully, a few of his consorts would be making the journey with him. Cheating again, Mr. Potter. 10 points from Ravenclaw. This was starting to get annoying. Harry held his tongue as the man vanished his perfect potion, fighting not to roll his eyes as Professor Snape sneered at him. "Do it again, Mr. Potter." Hermione gave him a sympathetic look as he set his cauldron back up and gathered ingredients. He rolled his eyes at her and she gave him an amused smile. Harry smiled back. It was frustrating, but he wasn't about to complain. Not when poor Neville was getting twice as much abuse. He clocked the tiny scrap of parchment coming his way and glanced at it. "Are we still on for this evening?" Ever since Neville had told them of his disastrous first potions class, they'd been working with him to increase his knowledge. And of course Luna was welcome to join when she started school. They'd also noticed that Neville was having problems with his wand, due to the fact that it used to belong to his father. They had mentioned to him about the wand choosing the wizard, and that he should speak to his grandmother about acquiring his own wand. He rode away to her that same evening, and she grudgingly agreed to take him to get his own wand in the upcoming weekend. It had taken some time to build Neville's confidence, but once he realized his new wand worked perfectly for him, he felt better about casting spells, and eventually got to a good potion-making standard with his friend's help. Of course he still got nervous around Professor Snape, which no one could blame him for. Harry picked up the note and nodded to Hermione, slipping it into his pocket. At least he tried to. Passing notes, Mr. Potter. Severus had tried everything he could to get the brat riled up. He pushed any respect he had for the boy to the furthest depths of his mind, his grudge against Potter Sr. taking over. Taking points didn't work, insulting his father did nothing, and he hadn't been able to pin the boy for anything detention-worthy. Until now. "And what, pray tell, do you have on for this evening?" "Planning on sneaking out after curfew." "Actually, sir, myself and a few students were getting together in order to study," Harry replied calmly. The potions professor sneered. He wasn't about to fall for that. The brat may be in Ravenclaw, get good marks and know how to defend himself, but he was every bit as arrogant and self-centered as his father. He spent a brief moment wondering if he should really be blaming the boy for his father, but the thought was quickly pushed away. "Well, you will have to miss this session. You will be spending detention with Professor Lockhart. 7 o'clock. The flamboyant man was driving him crazy with his boasting. He'd even tried to tell Severus how to make potions. Clearly the disastrous display at the dueling club hadn't taught the idiot a lesson. Quite frankly, sending the Potter brat to the man would be a worse punishment than even Filch could come up with. Harry merely arched an eyebrow. He gave a glance to Hermione, who signaled that she would still help Neville out. She didn't look happy at Professor Snape's attempts to get Harry into trouble. Then again, Harry wasn't too happy about being forced to spend time with Lockhart either. Severus smirked as the brat went back to work. That would teach him not to be a show-off. "Ah, here's the scallywag. Come in, Harry, come in." Sighing, Harry entered the vain man's domain. Pictures and portraits of him were everywhere, smiling away with those bright white teeth. A large pile of pictures, some signed, lay on his desk. Harry had a feeling he was going to hate this detention. He wished he was able to bring dusk or dawn with him. "You can address the envelopes. This first one's to Gladys Gudgeon, bless her. Huge fan of mine," Lockhart beamed. Harry sat and pulled the envelopes to him. He tuned out the man's rambling, not even bothering to come up with a half-hearted response. The man didn't seem to notice. As the minutes passed, Harry's mind started to wander. He had still to look for the Chamber of Secrets, and check if the basilisk was still alive. He'd had a bit of good news via the goblins. They had checked each of their vaults for Horcruxes, and struck gold at the Lestrange family vault. The Horcrux, a cup belonging to Helga Hufflepuff, was moved into Harry's vault to await him. The goblins had tried to destroy it, but all their efforts failed. To quench their frustration, they fined the Lestrange family a very large sum of money for keeping a dark item within Gringotts. Come the summer, Harry would be able to take out the dark magic from both the cup and the item Dobby found. It meant that there was only 2 possible Horcrux to find, plus Riddle himself. "You're deep in thought there, Harry." "Musing on my words." Harry blinked and glanced at the man. Hard to muse when he hadn't heard a single word the man said. "I suppose you could say that," he replied wearily. The man looked over his shoulder to the envelope he was addressing. "Chamber of Secrets. Basilisk. You're coming up with quite a little adventure there." Frowning, Harry glanced at the envelope. It would appear that he had been writing what he was thinking, rather than the address. "I tussled with a basilisk myself. Gave the old thing a good whop to the tail and left it scampering away in fright," Lockhart boasted. Harry arched an eyebrow in amusement. "Is that so? How did you deal with its deadly gaze?" The man faltered a bit, but recovered quickly. "Trusty blindfold, Harry. Relied on my other keen senses. So agile the beast couldn't get a hit on me." I suppose you're going to tell me you know about this Chamber of Secrets as well?" Harry asked. "Why, of course, my boy. Where did you think I fought the basilisk?" Lockhart replied with a beaming smile. "And if I made it up?" Harry thought to himself with a smirk. "So where might this chamber be? Since you got rid of the basilisk, there shouldn't be any harm in visiting it." He succeeded in getting the man flustered. Eventually Lockhart managed a wry grin. "Now Harry, I see where you're taking this. Let me say though that attempting to walk the steps of a great man like myself at this stage in your career just isn't sensible. Makes you look a tag big-headed. There may well come a time when, like me, you'll be able to live off your achievements. I dare say when you get older you'll have to keep a stack of your own pictures handy. However, I don't think you're quite there yet." Harry fought a laugh, covering it with a cough. It was a spectacular way for Lockhart to say he hadn't a clue where the Chamber of Secrets was. The man appeared to mistake his amusement for disappointment. "Not to worry, Harry. It's hard to live up to such a role model as myself. Great Scott, look at the time. We've been here nearly 4 hours. I'd have never believed it. The time's flown, hasn't it?" Smirking to himself, Harry stood and left the room. He could make a sport out of flustering the man, if the man wasn't so annoying. "You're certain that it was this sink?" "Positive, Harry," the ghost replied. Thanking her, Harry checked the sink carefully. On the tap he noticed a small snake carved into the metal. "Are you going to kill it, Harry?" Myrtle asked. "I am not sure. If I can, I'd like to get its side of the story. It was following orders when it killed you. It could be that it has no real desire to murder," Harry replied. He stepped back from the sink. "Ready." "I am," Dawn replied. "I suppose I am," Dusk followed. Harry smirked slightly and looked to the sink. "Open." They watched as it sunk back and a portion of the wall gave way to reveal a long pipe. Does this mean we have to jump? Dusk whined. I cannot see Salazar Slytherin jumping down to his chamber. Stairs. Harry replied. Sure enough, a set of stairs began to spiral up from the pipe. Together they started to climb down. Harry, if you die down there, you're welcome to share my toilet, Myrtle offered with a cheeky grin. Thank you, Myrtle, I shall keep that in mind, Harry replied, giving her a short bow. Her giggling followed them as they reached the bottom. The animal bones gave evidence that the beast may still be alive. Exactly what are you planning on doing? Dusk asked. What I have been doing for some time now. Playing it by instinct, Harry replied. Does that work? Dawn asked. So far. We'll just have to see how long my luck holds out, Harry replied with a smirk. Dusk let out a hissing laugh as they followed him down the tunnel. They came to a stop upon the sight of a very large snake skin. A very large, rather recent-looking skin. It would appear the basilisk is still alive, Harry remarked. Dusk had slithered up to the skin, flickering his tongue out to taste at the dead flesh. She is female, Harry. Many years old, he said. She must be very wise, Dawn followed. Perhaps she was Salazar Slytherin's familiar, Harry presumed. They continued further and came upon a vault-like door, snakes decorating its edge. Harry spoke the command to open and they watched as the snakes slithered back with a click. Remember to keep your head down, Harry, Dawn reminded. And to allow us to speak to her first, Dusk added. Harry nodded and they entered the chamber, taking a moment to look carefully around. This Salazar appears as vain as Lockhart. Dusk huffed, taking in the large statue of the man's face. Harry was looking at the many tunnels branching off from the chamber. He couldn't hear anything to suggest there was a 30-foot, or larger, snake here. Perhaps she was hunting. Was there a way leading outside? If so, how did such a large snake escape notice? Shall I call her, or will you? Dawn asked her mate. You call her. She may be more inclined to not attack if she were being addressed by a fellow female, Dusk replied. She nodded and moved over to the statue of Salazar. Queen of Snakes, I beg an audience. For a moment it appeared as though no one was home. Then the mouth of the statue opened and hissing could be heard from within its depths. Who calls for an audience? Harry quickly ducked his head as the basilisk emerged from her nest. I am known as Dawn. I bring my mate Dusk, and my bonded human with me. I beg you to close your death gaze so he may humbly speak with you, Dawn replied, his head also bowed in respect. You're bonded. The basilisk peered at the human her subject brought. He speaks the language of our kind, Dusk added. Hissing with curiosity she slithered over. Speak human, and I may close off my gaze. Majestic basilisk, I am Harry. My apologies for disturbing you, Harry spoke respectfully. Why have you come here? Do you intend on using me for your own purposes? No, my fair queen. I merely desired to look upon you, and to know that you still live amidst these walls. I have no wish to use or fight you, Harry replied. Despite herself, she was impressed. This human's aura was very much like her own bonded. However, she remembered what happened with the last human that reminded her of Salazar. Did she dare offer the same trust to this one? There were a few moments of silence as the great snake assessed his words. You may call me by the name my bonded gave me. Suresh. I have closed off my gaze, she finally replied. It was a clear invitation for him to look at her. Taking the risk of her lying, Harry raised his eyes. Since he didn't drop dead, he was able to take in her grandness. She looked quite the bit bigger than the 30 feet he assumed she would be. If Harry had to guess, he'd say she was closer to 50. I am honored, Suresh. You are indeed magnificent. A true queen of the serpents. The basilisk basked in the praise. She, like Dusk and Dawn, was quickly becoming charmed to Harry's ways. Your bonded speaks well. You have both chosen wisely. The smaller snakes dipped their head in thanks, returning to Harry's side. How is it that you found my lair? Suresh then asked. I uncovered a diary belonging to one Tom Marvolo Riddle. It held the secret of your chamber, Harry replied. The basilisk let out a hiss of anger. That boy used me, claiming to follow the mindset of my bonded. Having me slaughter in his name. He is not fit to carry the name of Salazar Slytherin. You are not related, are you? Indeed I am not. In fact, my goal is to destroy him, Harry replied. Suresh looked pleased at that. That is an aim I will happily pursue with you. Tell me, Harry, is there a place I can go beyond this school? You wish to leave your chamber? Harry asked curiously. The forest used to hold much prey, but it has thinned over the years. I am finding it harder each year to hunt my fill. The centaurs and the unicorns are not prey, and that leaves little left for me, Suresh replied. Harry took a moment to think about it. Tinker had said that Potter Manor lay within many hundreds of acres of ground, which included a large forest, perfectly suited for a basilisk. There was also, if he remembered the elf's words, an abandoned cave deep within the forest. It used to belong to a group of giants, but they departed not long after the manor was built, and so far nothing else had claimed it. I know of a place. It lies close to my home. A cave situated deep within a large forest. From what I've been told, it is teeming with life. There are no unicorns or centaurs there, and apart from my home, there are no humans living nearby, he suggested. Suresh let out a hiss of agreement. It sounds ideal for me. Are there many humans living with you? At the moment only my 4 house elves reside there. However, I plan on moving there in a few years, and I hope to bring consorts with me. At the moment I have 8 people listed to come with me, but that may increase. There is also room for guests, and I hope to bring a Cerberus that was released into the Forbidden Forest, along with Dusk, Dawn, and my snowy owl Hedwig, Harry replied. Suresh started laughing. I like you, Harry. I give my word to leave your consorts and your friends alone. She gave a look to Dusk. Tell me, do you also wish to have consorts? Dawn caught on at once, and glanced at her mate as if to say, well, do you? I once had a nest of mates. I had not thought to start another. But I do have Dawn, Dusk replied, conscious of his mate's look. The basilisk let out a hiss of amusement and lowered herself to his height, starting a conversation. Harry found himself moving away when it began to sound like a private conversation, which, surprisingly, Dawn seemed happy to allow. It would seem Dusk may be adding another consort to his nest, and with the approval of his first no less. How that would work with the size difference he didn't want to know. Chuckling, Harry stepped over to Slytherin's statue, peering into the open mouth. There wasn't much of a nest, more an assortment of branches and stones. He wondered if perhaps Suresh was lonely. If she was Slytherin's familiar, then spending all those years alone would make her desperate for others to talk to at the very least. It could explain why she had obeyed Riddle, to begin with at least. As he looked back at the trio, he thought about how to get Suresh to Potter Manor. Perhaps the elves could help. Harry. He turned to the basilisk. Tell me where your home is located, and I can make the journey, Suresh said. Will that not be dangerous for you? If someone should see you? Harry asked. I am a master of stealth. When I was young my bonded let me accompany him on his travels. I know many places, Suresh replied confidently. Chuckling, Harry agreed and gave her the location, pointing out landmarks the elves had told him of. Eagerly she decided to leave at once, and bidding her new friends goodbye, she slithered down one of the tunnels. Well, that visit went very well, Harry thought. He made a note to mention Suresh's arrival to the elves. It wouldn't do for her to accidentally scare them to death. As they headed back, Harry had just one thing to say. A basilisk for a consort, Dusk. If a snake could blush, this one would be bright red. Dawn was curled up with laughter. Be quiet, Harry. Their good mood was shattered as they headed back through the tunnel. Professor Lockhart was waiting for them. The man looked decidedly uncomfortable standing amongst the bones of Suresh's last meal. He'd followed Harry and saw him opening the sink. Deciding to play hero, he'd waited a bit, then followed the boy down, ready to spring into action and take the glory for anything Harry uncovered. His plans fell apart when he stepped onto a rat skull. He was deciding whether or not to flee for his life or wait, when Harry and those blasted snakes appeared. Ah, Harry. Saw you opening the sink and thought I should come down and offer my services. Find anything interesting? Harry shared an amused look with his familiars. The man looked ready to wet himself, and he'd only seen the bones of Suresh's last meal. Deciding to take a risk to see how the man would react, Harry replied truthfully. That's kind of you, Professor. As a matter of fact, I did stumble across a basilisk. I'd say she was about 50 feet long. We had an interesting conversation and then it was decided that she should leave the school and look for a new home. As predicted, Lockhart turned as pale as a ghost and his legs almost gave out. But he steadied himself on the wall, making a face as it stained his clothes, and managed a weak grin. The snakes were quivering with laughter. "Ah, yes, well, you've had quite the little adventure today, haven't you, Harry? You say the basilisk is gone." "Quite gone, Professor," Harry replied. He was unprepared for the man's weak grin to turn menacing. "So you say you braved your way down here, using that snake tongue of yours, and drove the basilisk away?" Lockhart clarified. "Yes, Professor," Harry replied curiously. Lockhart hummed to himself, his stance becoming more and more confident. "Good. Well, Harry, I can see we've got a problem. We can't have a lad like yourself going around talking to basilisks, can we? It would make you look dark. I'm starting to believe all that business with you know who has done something to you." "Done something, Professor?" Harry asked. This wasn't the bumbling, lying man who taught defense. The snakes let out a warning hiss, but the man continued. "Yes, quite so, Harry. But you're in luck. I happen to be good at memory charms. I'll have you sorted out in a jiffy," Lockhart replied cheerfully. The pieces clicked in Harry's head. "I see. So all those great feats you did were taken from other magical people. You got them to tell you what happened, then wiped their memories and took the credit. Tell me, Professor, did you do anything in your books?" The man frowned slightly. "Quite a clever lad you are. Such a pity the world will remember you as the boy who tried to take over the world and was struck down as I tried to stop you." He whipped out his wand and yelled, "Obliviate." The spell launched itself at Harry. But Harry had already gathered his own magic, and launched a counter-attack. It hit the spell and bounced it back to Lockhart, sending him crashing against the wall. Dusk went to bite the man, but Harry stopped him. "He tried to kill you, Harry. We cannot allow him to live." "There are many ways to punish a person," Harry replied calmly. "You have a plan?" Don asked. "Sort of," Harry replied. Wrapping the man in polka dot pink and yellow and sending him to India seemed good. Perhaps he could allow Lockhart to believe the world would end if he changed the color of his clothes. Grumbling to himself, Dusk slithered back to Harry's side. The three watching as Lockhart stumbled to his feet. "Oh my, where am I?" He looked round, then turned to Harry. Harry noted that in his confusion, the man's eyes were impossibly wide and innocent-looking. "Rather a nasty-looking place. Do you live here?" "No, Professor, we're in a tunnel under the school," Harry replied. "Am I a professor? Goodness. I expect I was hopeless, was I?" Harry gave a little chuckle. That was the first piece of truth the man had told since arriving at Hogwarts. "You were a little, but that is okay, you're no longer a professor. You attempted a memory charm and it backfired. I don't suppose you remember anything at all." The man tilted his head, looking deep in thought. Harry was struck by how innocent he looked. Well, that idea just went out the window. The man wouldn't last on his own for a day, let alone the rest of his life. Plus, Harry thought, it wouldn't be fair to expose the people in India to him. Who knows what they'd do to the flamboyant man? Another thought crept into his head and he wasn't sure whether to go with it or pretend he'd never thought of it. "Nope. Nothing," Lockhart finally answered. Harry sighed, mind made up. "Your name is Gilderoy Lockhart, and you belong to me." The man was silent for a moment, then he shuffled over and lowered himself to his knees in front of Harry, ignoring the bones scattered around him. He looked up at Harry with his puppy eyes. Harry was surprised at the submissive stance, but he couldn't help but think it looked good on the man. Dusk caught on at once. "Harry, Dusk, it would not be right to leave him alone like this. He can stay in Marge's room, since she never comes to the Dursleys anymore." "I promise, he'll behave," Harry said. Although the first thing he was going to do was sell the man's vibrant clothes and buy new less eye-watering ones. And get rid of those blasted pictures. "Dobby." There was a little pop and the elf appeared. He bowed slightly with a big smile. "Dobby is here. What does Master Harry be wanting of Dobby?" Harry motioned to Lockhart, who was watching the elf with curious eyes. "I'd like you to bring Gilderoy and his things to the Dursleys and get him settled in Marge's room. And if you could possibly redecorate the room, all those flowers are rather sickening. Perhaps in blues and creams. When I come back I'll see to furniture, for the moment he'll have to make do with Marge's things. Also, if you could make sure he stays well fed and healthy. He had an accident with a memory spell and he may be confused with some things. Perhaps if you could help answer any of his questions. He would also have to work on his glamour spells in order to take the man to Diagon Alley for clothes." Dobby nodded and held out his hand to Lockhart. The man looked at it, then back at Harry. Go with Dobby. He's a house elf that works for me, very well I might add. He'll put you in a room in the house where I live and make sure you get something to eat. Nodding Gilderoy took hold of Dobby's hand and they popped away. Harry had to start thinking of that man as Gilderoy from now on. He turned back to his familiars. It's time we got back before people start to wonder where we are. Are you really going to have that man as your consort? Don asked. He fell silent. Did he want the man for a consort? Yesterday he would have said no. 15 minutes ago he would have said no. But it was very hard to ignore the innocent eyes gazing back at him. I don't know. But for the time being he is part of the family. Whether that changes in a few years I suppose is up to his attitude. Should, however, he revert back to his old self, I will have no problems following the old plan and sending him to India wearing only polka-dot clothing, he eventually replied. Dusk let out a laugh, secretly hoping the man would do just that. With the matter settled they headed back to the bathroom. Thankfully they hadn't been gone long enough to arouse question. The next morning at breakfast there was a kerfuffle over the man's disappearance. I overheard Justin from Hufflepuff saying he went to Lockhart's office to ask about something and all the man's things had vanished, Neville said. So he just left, just like that? Hermione asked curiously. Apparently so. No one saw him leave though, her friend replied. Luna hummed to herself. How very strange. Perhaps he lost his memory and was popped away by the elves. Harry gave her a look over his drink. How did that girl figure out these things? They fell quiet as the headmaster stood. Professor Lockhart has had to leave quite unexpectedly due to family circumstances. As there are only a couple of weeks of term left, it has been decided that I shall teach defense against the dark arts classes until we can bring in a new professor. Now I will let you return to your meal. Harry turned his attention back to his food with a smirk. Family circumstances indeed. The new Gilderoy Lockhart turned out to be rather shy, childlike, and not all that comfortable in a crowd. Their trip to Diagon Alley had him clinging onto Harry's hand like a lifeline. Thankfully Harry had managed to glamour the man's face, otherwise it would look more than strange to have Gilderoy Lockhart holding hands with Harry Potter. They were able to find a set of bedroom furniture in a dark wood, which looked good in the newly decorated bedroom. Harry also picked up some books, clothes and general day-to-day items the man would need. And of course, since Gilderoy was being so well behaved, Harry made sure to stop at the toy store and let the man choose whatever he wanted as a reward. It also gave Harry the chance to visit the bank, and the Horcrux the goblins had found. Harry focused his magic on the cup, but discovered with disappointment that it held no secrets. With a sigh he drained its magic and handed it back to an astonished Griphook, who then insisted that Harry keep the cup as a reward for his service to Gringotts. Once back home, Marge's furniture was quickly moved to the garage and loaded off a few days later to a charity store. Gilderoy had been left to sort out his new things, while Harry and Dobby popped to the location of the Horcrux the elf found. Dawn and Dusk were left behind to watch Gilderoy, though Dusk still wasn't all that friendly with the man. Dawn on the other hand had a soft spot for him, the childish nature of the man touching a parental side of her. Dusk had tried to remind her that this was the man that launched her into the air, but she just hissed at him to shut up. The traps around the Horcrux were of little worry to Harry, and once inside the tiny shack they found a ring under the floorboards. A simple thing, gold with a black stone encased in the center. Again though it didn't hold any more information, and so Harry drained the magic from it. Slipping the ring into his trunk, he and Dobby popped back to the Dursleys to see how Gilderoy was getting on. As the summer passed, a routine was established. Harry would rise early, head out for a jog, take a shower and join Gilderoy and his relatives for breakfast, with Dobby joining them after he had laid the food out. After that he would spend some time with his new pet, teaching Gilderoy some easy spells and generally enjoying his company. After lunch he would make a point of taking the man outside, be it the park or, if raining, the library. After dinner they would both curl up with a good book or play something until it was time for bed. The man had it in his head that because he belonged to Harry, he was to kneel by Harry's side while in the house. Harry wanted to feel guilty about liking the idea, but Gilderoy was happy, so eventually the guilt subsided and he let the man be. Besides, once all those hair products had been washed out, The buddy locks were left silky and sat with more of a wave than a curl. The image looked better when his hair had grown out to just past the man's shoulders, falling gently over the soft cashmere jumpers he liked so much. Harry enjoyed nothing more than to slowly tug the ribbon out its loose knot and run his hand through the thick golden strands. He didn't know why he bothered tying the man's hair back in the first place. The rest of the summer was spent doing more research and chatting with his friends. He had given Luna, Fred and George a communication book so they were able to join in the conversation. It was the twins who had told Harry that Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban, and to keep an eye out since the man used to be friends with Harry's parents. Harry promised them he would. They also mentioned that they were pretty sure Ginny was planning on being the future Mrs. Potter. With a chuckle, Harry replied that she wasn't his type, although he did wonder why the twins had brought it up. The more he thought about it, the more he wondered if perhaps they had a thing for him. If so, then perhaps it would be easier for him to convince them to be his consorts. Harry decided that he would bring up the idea with them when back at school. "Are you coming? Allow me to grab my jacket and we can go." "Yes, dear." Harry smothered a chuckle as Dusk obediently followed his mate out the door. Gilderoy was happily playing in his room, accompanied by Hedwig. The owl, like Dawn, also felt the need to mother the man, and Gilderoy was only too happy to allow her to sit on his shoulder and preen his hair. With the man occupied, it allowed Harry and Dusk to take Dawn out to explore the neighborhood. They had chosen evening hours, just after dinner, to take a walk to the park. Dawn eagerly slithered here and there, taking in all the scents and asking many questions. This place was vastly different from her old home across the sea, but in a good way. "I wonder what the grounds of your manor will be like," she thought out loud, flicking her tongue out to catch scents in the air. "I've been told it is very large, with plenty of prey," Harry replied. Dusk gave a snake's version of a hum. "Are you sure you can't move in sooner?" "Be patient, Dusk, it won't be long," Harry chuckled. They reached the edge of the park and the snakes happily slithered off to hunt down a treat. Harry let them go, content to sit on a swing and enjoy the cool evening air. The darkness didn't bother him, spending most of his younger years in a cupboard did that to a person. He gazed up at the sky, counting the stars as they began to shine. There was a rustle to his right and he glanced at the bushes across the street. As he watched, a large thin black dog emerged from the leaves. It looked up at Harry and froze, a low growl rumbling in its throat. "Calm down, I'm just sitting here," Harry called. The dog tilted his head, taking a few steps closer. Harry summoned a few chicken sandwiches from the kitchen area of his trunk, taking off the wrapping and throwing them a little ways away from him. "Here you go. You look far too thin." The dog seemed to look round, before hesitantly coming over and crouching to eat. Harry examined it. "Male. A wolfhound if I'm right. No collar, so a stray. You look like you've had a hard life." It made a whining noise as it swallowed another bite. "Try not to eat so fast, you'll make yourself sick." "I haven't seen you around here before," Harry remarked. As the dog finished, he leaned forward and held out his hand. The dog looked at him warily, but took a few steps forward to sniff at him. Harry gently reached out and scratched behind an ear. The dog made a noise of contentment and pushed up against his hand. He chuckled softly. "You're quite friendly. I don't suppose you have a name." It woofed and he smirked. "I'm afraid I don't speak dog. Then again, I shouldn't have asked if I couldn't understand the answer." "Never mind. My name is Harry, Harry Potter. It's a pleasure to meet you." He barely had the last sentence out when the dog suddenly bounded at him and knocked him off the swing. As Harry got his senses back, he realized that it was no longer a dog on top of him. "Harry. Oh pup, look at you. Merlin, you've grown so much." He stared up at the dirty man who had apparently transformed from the dog. Harry recognized him immediately, pushing the man off and springing to his feet, wand in hand. "Sirius Black," he growled. The man, sprawled on his back, gazed at Harry with sadness in his eyes. "Oh Harry. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." He whispered brokenly. "Sorry. I am a forgiving person, but you will need to do a lot more than say sorry for betraying my parents," Harry replied angrily. The man looked at him wide-eyed. "Harry, that wasn't me. I would never betray Lily and James. They were my family." "I'm afraid I'm not convinced," Harry remarked. Sirius looked helplessly at his godson. He could almost taste the anger radiating off the boy. How could he possibly make this right? "We were a group. Your father, myself, and 2 others. We were as thick as thieves, at least I thought we were. When your parents went into hiding they used a spell called a Fidelius charm. They needed to name a secret keeper to keep them protected. They wanted to choose me, but I felt it would have been too obvious. So instead they chose Peter Pettigrew, another member of our group. We all felt that he was the best choice, no one would have guessed him. But he was working for Voldemort, and he gave that snake the location. When I realized what happened, I went after him. I'm sorry, I was so caught up in my anger and grief that all I wanted to do was kill him. I hadn't even thought to stay with you. I caught up to him but before I could do anything he killed those muggles and disappeared. I was left half insane and the next thing I knew I'd been thrown in Azkaban. And how am I supposed to believe you? Innocent people aren't normally put in prison, Harry remarked. I am innocent. They never gave me a trial. If they had I would have told them I wasn't the secret keeper. Sirius sobbed. Harry examined Black. His head told him the man was dangerous. And could be lying about everything, but his heart told him different. If Black hadn't been given a trial, then no one had used truth serum on him. Harry hadn't quite perfected making Veritaserum yet, but he had been able to make a milder form of truth serum. Keeping an eye on the man, Harry summoned the vial from his trunk. This is a mild truth serum. From what I've read it won't be able to force you to talk, but it will encourage you. If you want me to start believing you, you will take this and let me ask you what happened. Sirius nodded furiously, holding out his hand for the vial. Carefully Harry handed it over and the man drank it down. It was strange. When Lockhart drank the anti-venom without first verifying it, Harry thought him a fool. But, as he watched Black's eyes glaze over slightly, he found himself warmed that the man trusted him to drink the serum. Harry sat back on the swing, considering his questions. Was a Fidelius spell used to protect my parents? Yes. Were you the secret keeper for my parents? No. Who was the secret keeper for my parents? Peter Pettigrew. Harry thought about what to ask next. A person could fight the serum he'd made, it wouldn't be too hard. But they would also show signs of fighting it with their expression. Black had sat there quite calmly. How did Peter Pettigrew escape? He created a distraction by killing those muggles, cut off his finger to make people believe he was dead, then transformed and hid. Transformed? What do you mean by transformed? Harry asked curiously. James and I could change into animals. Pettigrew's form was a rat. Harry had a sudden chilling thought. Which finger did he cut off? His right index finger. Scabbers. Dusk mentioned that the rat had lost a finger. Its right index finger to be precise. The twins had said that Scabbers belonged to Percy before being given to Ronald, and so far had lived with the Weasley family for a little over 12 years. That was a very long time for a common rat to live. Sirius Black could very well be innocent. He dug out the counter potion and gave it to the man. As Sirius' eyes cleared, he gave a pleading look to his godson. Harry, you and I are going to have a long talk. But first, if you wouldn't mind waiting a moment, Harry said, turning to look around the park. He spotted the snakes and called out to them. Dusk, Dawn, I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut the walk short. We've got packing to do. So let me get this straight. You decided that because the wizarding world wouldn't agree with your way of thinking, that you would be a Dark Lord, and you have gray magic to back it up. Uh-huh. And you didn't want followers cause they'd only want to be with famous Harry Potter, so you decided to have consorts instead. That's right. Gilderoy don't wander off. You don't want to get lost. The buddy paused and sheepishly returned to Harry. Sirius gave him a bewildered look. And you've got a list of consorts of all ages, most of which are male, and this guy who isn't a consort, more like a pet, who tried to obliviate you but your magic made it backfire. Yes. And you have a snake, no wait 2 snake familiars, that you can talk to. Don't forget about Hedwig. And in your time at school, you defeated 2 trolls, befriended a Cerberus, called Fluffy, and a 50-foot basilisk. Correct. And Voldemort's not dead cause he split his soul and hid the pieces, and you've hunted most them down and destroyed them. With help. That's about right. Single quote ellipsis single quote. Is there something wrong, Sirius? Remind me never to make you angry, pup. Potter Manor was as impressive as the elves described. The basement held the kitchen, laundry room, wine cellar and a potions lab, already stocked to the brim, a little outdated but easily remedied. The ground floor had a sitting room, dining room, ballroom, games room, office, bathroom and a library that spanned 3 floors. The first floor rooms would be for male guests, the second for female and married couples, and the third would be for Harry and his consorts. Each bedroom, Harry discovered, had its own bathroom. The attic held the elf quarters and a place for Hedwig and any other elves to stay. Outside there were gardens for fruit, vegetables and potion ingredients, along with a large greenhouse, a Quidditch court with a shed for equipment, and enough space to build a giant kennel for Fluffy. The forest wasn't too far away, perfect for Harry to visit Suresh, who had settled in nicely, and there was also a lake with a nice beach-like area. Harry chose the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, and Sirius took the second largest. Gilderoy was given a room next to them. The elves assisted with decoration and unpacking, and soon it was like they had always lived there. The Dursleys were left to live their perfect lives, blissfully unaware of how arrogant and hateful they once were. When Albus came regarding the wards falling, they truthfully responded that they had no idea where their dear nephew was. The headmaster, not caring enough to realize they were under a spell, and too overconfident to believe Harry could put his relatives under a spell, spent the entire summer looking for Harry but wouldn't find him until he returned for his 3rd year. Harry was oblivious to the commotion, as he'd decided to pay the goblins to put Potter Manor under a Fidelius, with himself as a secret keeper. "I can see why you don't like this place. It is quite dreary. Gilderoy, stay by my side." The buddy man, who was inching towards the stairs, eager to explore, froze at the order. Immediately he hurried back to Harry and knelt by his feet. When Harry spoke in that tone of voice, the man knew he was in trouble. However, if he truly was a child, and not just childlike, he'd be at that stage in life where one would deliberately disobey in the hopes that they would get away with it. He attempted a new tactic he'd recently learned from listening to Sirius: try to get others into trouble to lessen his own punishment. Dusk and Dawn went off on their own, he spoke quietly. Dusk and Dawn are 2 venomous snakes over 4 feet long who can very easily look after themselves. You, on the other hand, are still getting your head round the Lumos spell. Nice try, Harry replied with faint amusement. He looked round the gloomy room, eyes falling on a bare corner. Kneel over there, arms behind your back, facing the wall. No talking or moving until I say. Whimpering slightly, Gilderoy shuffled over and sat as Harry described. Sirius stared at the man in bewilderment. You allow him to play with Fluffy, yet you won't let him go 5 feet away from you in a house, even if it is Grimmauld Place. He can play with Fluffy only when I am there to watch him, and he was only allowed to after I warned Fluffy not to eat him. There is a difference between that situation and this. Fluffy is well trained and does not disobey me because he has had a taste of my magic. I have not been here before, and neither has anyone else for some years. Anything could be hiding within these walls, and I'd rather not have Gilderoy get hurt because he decided to wander off, Harry replied, looking with interest at a tapestry. Sirius nodded slowly. He hated to admit it, but his godson was being far more mature than he ever had, especially for his age. If Sirius had been put in the same situation with Gilderoy, he would have held his dominance over the man's head and had him do humiliating things just for the sake of it. Rather like he did with Severus, he realized. Harry was treating Gilderoy like a child and disciplining him as such, even though the man was supposed to be his pet. Sirius corrected, the man was Harry's pet. Harry didn't like having the Dursleys aside, and they deserved it. He remembered when the giant monster known as Fluffy was brought to Potter Manor. Naturally, Sirius was wet his pants, terrified of the beast. But Harry calmly showed Fluffy round, talking to it and letting it explore. To see this huge thing bound around like a puppy was disturbing, but it proved to Sirius that Harry was serious about becoming a Dark Lord. Who else would actually befriend a Cerberus and build it a kennel in the grounds of the family home? Then again, he hadn't yet met the basilisk, and quite frankly he didn't want to. Shall we get started? Sirius shook himself out his thoughts. Sure, Harry. There really isn't much I want to keep, but if I'm going to sell this place it at least has to be clean. After we get this sorted I really need to go to Gringotts and get a new wand. Sorry about Creature, by the way, he's always been like that. No need to apologize. If Creature believes he can drive me away by calling me half-blood scum, then he has another thing coming. Your mother's portrait, on the other hand, is rather annoying, Harry replied. Sirius rubbed the back of his head, glancing out the hall where the portrait was situated. Yeah, she's always been like that as well, even when she was alive. Gonna need to figure out what to do with her. Well, let's not worry about her at the moment. If we start in this room, it will allow me to keep an eye on Gilderoy. I'll call the elves to see what they can do to help, Harry said. Grimmauld Place needed more work than they realized. Practically every room held an infestation of some form of creature. There was a nest of doxies in the curtains of the drawing room, which Dusk and Dawn took to with glee, and a nest of dead puffskeins in the sofa, which Harry kept to experiment with in his potions. An upstairs bathroom held a rather murderous ghoul, which was thankfully scared off by Harry's magic. Threadbare carpets, moldy and peeling wallpaper, sneering portraits, elf heads hung in a row by the stairs, and several items reeking of dark magic, and they had only just got started. In a writing desk in the drawing room, Harry uncovered a boggart. Thankfully he had learned the charm to repel the creatures, but not before seeing what his greatest fear was. He saw himself, waking up in the cupboard under the stairs, and realizing that everything magical he'd seen and done had been nothing more than a dream. That he really was just a freak whose drunken deadbeat parents died in a car crash. Harry, are you okay? He blinked and glanced at the man. I am just a little upset. Nothing more than a bad memory from getting rid of that boggart. Gilderoy gazed at him from his place on the floor. Harry had always comforted him if he ever had nightmares or something scared him. He wasn't sure if he would be able to do the same, but he would try. Slowly, and a little awkwardly, he wrapped his arms round his master's waist, leaning his head on Harry's thigh. Harry blinked at the action, then smiled softly and caressed the man's golden hair. Gilderoy sighed happily and leaned into the touch. Do you feel better? He asked quietly. Yes, Gilderoy, thank you. When Creature realized they were cleaning and removing items, he attempted to steal away with as many things he could get his hands on. Dobby, however, caught him and brought him kicking and screaming to Sirius, who ordered the grizzly elf to sit in the same corner Gilderoy had been placed in and not to move until the house had been cleaned. Creature, forced to obey, went grumbling and muttering insults under his breath. The group worked for the entire day, stopping only for meals. Gilderoy, once the area was deemed safe, was given a bucket of water and a rag and asked to soak off the wallpaper, the stuff that wasn't peeling at least. It gave him something to do and kept him out the way, and he happily got to work, feeling pleased that he was helping. Sirius gathered all the things he wanted to keep, and Harry shrunk them down to place in his trunk. Things owned by his brother Regulus, books, some trinkets and the family tapestry. Harry's magic took care of the dark items, much to Sirius' amazement, and any other pests in the house were quickly seen to by the snakes. Harry also managed to take Mrs. Black's portrait off the wall, not without plenty of insulting and screeching, and she was wrapped up ready to be taken to the Black Vault, along with any furniture that hadn't been scrapped. By the end of the day the house looked better than it had in years. It was still dreary looking, but it was clean. Sirius would speak with the goblins regarding selling it when he brought his things to the bank. Hey Harry, look at this. Harry glanced up at Sirius' call. The man came through holding a silver locket. I found it with Creature's things, can't get it open though. Wonder why he has it. Sirius put it down. The man looked up startled. What? Put it down. It's another of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Harry yelled. Sirius dropped the locket like it had burned him. What the hell is Creature doing with that? He exclaimed. Harry went over and picked it up. He examined it briefly before focusing his magic on it. This Horcrux, like the diary, did hold a memory. It wasn't interactive as the diary was, rather it was like the memory Riddle had shown him. He watched an older Riddle enter a cave with Creature. Riddle placed the locket, apparently Salazar Slytherin's locket, into a bowl and filled it with a poison liquid. With Creature's help the bowl was placed on an island in the middle of Inferi-infested waters deep within a cave located near a sea cliff. Riddle and the elf then left. The memory suddenly changed and Harry saw Creature coming back to the cave. With him, was a young man that Harry vaguely recognized but couldn't put a name to. The man had Creature drink the liquid, and retrieved the locket, replacing it with a fake. He gave the real one to Creature with orders to destroy it. He then cast a glamour on himself and apparated away. Harry heard the grisly elf sob brokenly and start bashing the locket on the rocks. This attracted the Inferi and Creature was forced to leave. But before he did, he uttered something that caught Harry's interest. Creature promise. Creature will destroy locket. Creature will obey Master Regulus. Harry was jerked out the memory, quickly draining Riddle's magic from the locket. Idly he realized there was only one more Horcrux to possibly find. Regulus Black is alive. What? Harry turned to his godfather. Your brother is alive. At least he may still be. I believe he realized how dangerous Riddle was and changed sides. This locket was placed in a cave full of traps by Voldemort, and Regulus replaced it with a fake. He gave it to Creature then apparated away. I suspect Creature may know where he is. Sirius was sure he heard wrong. For so long he believed his brother was working for Voldemort, and was killed by Inferi. Are you sure? He whispered. I'm certain. Creature had this because he was ordered to destroy it. He obviously wasn't able to do so, and so kept it hidden away, Harry replied. Sirius let out a sob. All he'd hoped for when he broke out of Azkaban was to keep his godson safe. Now he had a new home, new life and his family back. He pulled Harry into a hug, holding his godson close and thanking the gods that he'd saw that newspaper showing the Weasley family in Egypt. We'll find him, Sirius, just don't take it out on Creature. It's clear the elf cares for your brother, and we need his help to find him, Harry spoke softly. Taking in a deep breath, Sirius nodded. He and Creature had never gotten along, but he owed it to the elf and his brother to at least try and be nice. Come on, Harry. He should still be in the corner. Let's bring him something to eat and ask him where my brother is. Sirius eventually had to order Creature to tell him the location of his brother. The elf hadn't been happy, but told them Regulus had gone to Russia to hide from Voldemort. Unfortunately he didn't know the exact location. Harry calmed him by letting him keep the locket, and explaining the taint had been taken from it. It was decided Sirius would search while Harry was at school, and hopefully be able to bring his brother back to live with them. He promised Harry he would disguise himself and be careful in his search. Creature was ordered to go to Potter Manor, and the pair headed to the bank to drop off the things Sirius kept. The goblins had another surprise for Sirius. His mother had disowned him, but his father hadn't made it official. Their deaths many years back meant Sirius's eldest son could now claim his inheritance as Lord Black. Since Sirius was innocent of his supposed crime, he was able to take the title and used it to open up the family vaults. He also with smug satisfaction dissolved Bellatrix's marriage, kicked her out the family, and reinstated his cousin Andromeda. Harry asked that he leave the Malfoy family alone for now, once he realized Narcissa used to be a Black. The goblins were asked to keep the new Lord Black under wraps until the man could prove his innocence. Grimmauld Place was sold to them for a nice profit. With the summer nearly over, Harry had to make a decision regarding Gilderoy. With Fluffy and Suresh at the manor, it wouldn't be safe for the man to stay on his own, nor would it be fair to have Sirius take the man to Russia. The elves were only happy to watch Gilderoy, but Harry felt it wouldn't be right to have them look after his pet. As he was sorting his trunk for the school year, he had a brainwave. Now Gilderoy, I am placing a lot of trust in you. I will be upset if you break that trust. The man nodded happily. He wouldn't break his master's trust. Harry had taken him out and bought him a brand new trunk all his own. The elves had decorated it just the way he liked it and put all his things inside. He was going to Hogwarts with Harry. Harry was running though everything in his head. The trunk was separated into 2 rooms, a nicely spaced bathroom and a large living space with a divider in between to break it into bedroom and living room. It had a shrink feature that would allow him to clip it onto his belt alongside his own trunk, and charmed to stay at room temperature. In the corner of the living area he'd put a table and a refilling larder stocked with sensible foods and treats. He'd be checking in every day to make sure the man didn't gorge on treats or miss out meals. The bathroom had a laundry hamper linked to the manor which the elves would see to each day, and clean clothing would appear in the wardrobe. The bath and sink was charmed not to overflow and the water not to get above or below a certain temperature. He wouldn't have Gilderoy burn or freeze himself. Harry had bought a sofa to let the man sit and watch the goings-on at Hogwarts out the disguised one-way window, dominating one wall. All the man's other things were placed in either the bookcase, cabinet or toy box. Harry knew it wouldn't take long for Gilderoy to start wanting less toys and become more adult-like, but he liked watching the man play with his train set or Lego. It was something Harry hadn't been given when he was young, the chance to really be a kid. Harry had checked and rechecked to ensure everything was safe for Gilderoy, and felt confident that he would be okay, as long as Harry kept an eye on him. In case anything at all went wrong, he had gotten the shop clerk to link the trunk with a pendant. If there was an emergency or Gilderoy needed him, then it would grow warm against his skin. He did come across a slight issue in that it wouldn't be fair to keep Gilderoy in the trunk for the entire school year. Harry needed to find a private area where he could let the man out for some fresh air. All set, pup. Harry turned to his godfather. The man had filled out a little and was slowly but surely losing his pale gaunt appearance. With his hair tamed, he was actually starting to look quite handsome, and that was making Harry think. Gilderoy is in his trunk and Dusk and Dawn have joined him for the time being. Knowing Hedwig, she should already be halfway to Hogwarts. I hope you are able to find Regulus. The man grinned. Got the Black Fortune and Creature to help, we'll find him. Maybe even do a bit of sightseeing while I'm there. We can keep in touch through the communication books. You can tell me where your travels take you, Harry reminded. Sirius nodded and hugged his godson tightly, grinning as Harry flowed to the station. He fingered his new wand, calling for Creature. It was time to pack for Russia. The train ride was a bit too eventful this year. As there was a escaped murderer on the loose, Minister Fudge had made the idiotic decision to have Dementors sent to Hogwarts. Sirius Black was heard muttering, "He's at Hogwarts," before he escaped, and Fudge believed he was coming after Harry. Harry of course knew that his godfather had been muttering about Pettigrew, and even if he wasn't, sending beings that could tear your soul from your body to a school was an utterly stupid thing to do. He discovered the minister's idea after his own soul was nearly taken from him. The train was quite crowded by the time the group got inside, and the only compartment available had a man sleeping in the corner. Harry quickly identified him as Remus Lupin, from the name on his trunk, and guessed that he was the new defense professor. The man's clothes were worn and there were slivers of silver hair through the sandy coloring, but that was to be expected of a werewolf. Sirius had spoken at length about Remus and Harry's father in their little group. They'd discovered a few years into Hogwarts that Remus was a werewolf, and decided to learn to become animaguses to accompany their friend on full moons. The man had laughed as he told Harry of how the group ganged up on Severus Snape and pranked him rather viciously, especially the time Sirius had tricked the Slytherin into following Remus on the night of the full moon. Moony the werewolf had almost had the boy, but James had pulled him away at the last moment. Partway through explaining how they levitated Severus upside down the year after, Sirius quickly realized Harry wasn't laughing with him. He grinned as he faced his godson, the grin immediately vanishing at Harry's dark look. Harry informed him of the abuse he himself had suffered at the hands of his relatives, and hinted at the painfully obvious similarities between him and Professor Snape. Sirius tried to argue his point, but even he could see he'd hit below the belt. For the next couple of days he kept out of Harry's way until his godson could cool off. When Harry was calm enough to speak with his godfather, he informed him that should Professor Snape choose to become a consort, and if Sirius attempted to harm him in any way, prank or otherwise, then there would be consequences. Sirius had felt a shiver of fear run up his spine at his godson's glowing killer green eyes, and promised he would behave. Harry took a moment to really look over Professor Lupin. Worn clothes aside, he looked very attractive, and Sirius had spoke of the man's intelligence and warm personality. When Professor Lupin became his consort, Harry would ensure the man was pampered. He intended on bringing Remus back with him to the manor. "Think he's our new defense teacher?" Neville asked, giving the man a once-over. "Very likely, hopefully he won't mind if we stayed with him for the trip," Harry replied. They settled down and talked about their summers. Harry decided to leave Dusk and Dawn inside Gilderoy's trunk for the time being, on the off chance Professor Lupin woke up and wasn't keen on snakes. Draco and his goons showed up after a while to try and rile Harry up, but the prospect of insulting others in front of a potential teacher scared them off. The group chatted for a bit long, until they noticed that the train had started to slow down. "We can't be there yet," Hermione said, checking her watch. Harry noticed that Luna had grown pale, and was trembling slightly. Something wasn't right. "Luna, are you okay?" The other two realized the little buddy's state and Neville immediately tried to comfort her. They could hear her whimpering slightly. "Luna," Hermione whispered in concern, rubbing her friend's shoulder. The train slowed to a stop, making the rain outside sound louder. Harry, who was nearest to the door, got up to look into the corridor. Around him others had done the same. The train gave a lurch as it came to a final standstill, causing luggage to fall out the racks of the compartments. The lights started to flicker before going out entirely. Crookshanks, Hermione's new familiar, was hissing madly in his holder. "Do you think it's broken down?" Neville asked nervously, Luna tucked under his arm and still trembling. "There's something out there. It's coming in," Hermione whispered suddenly, peering out into the darkness. Frost began to creep up the window, and Harry started shivering. The group waited fearfully as the compartment got colder, and eerie noises started drifting down the train. Harry cast a Lumos spell, the light barely seen over the smothering darkness. "Harry!" Hermione suddenly whimpered, pointing. The compartment door was sliding open, and a creature unlike they'd ever seen stood in the doorway, illuminated by the light. A cloaked figure, towering to the ceiling, its face hidden beneath its hood. Its hand protruded from the cloak, glistening grayish, slimy-looking and scabbed, like something dead had decayed in water. It was only visible for a moment before suddenly withdrawing into the cloak. It drew a long, slow, rattling breath, as though trying to beat something out of the air. Luna started screaming. Harry wasn't far behind. The cold pierced his skin, there was a roaring sound and a rushing in his ears, as if he was being dragged underwater. And then, from far away, he heard screaming. A woman screaming, pleading screams. Then, before he succumbed to the darkness, there was a flash of green light. "Harry! Harry! Are you okay?" Someone was gently slapping his face. What? Harry opened his eyes. There were lanterns above him, and the floor was shaking. The Hogwarts Express was moving again and the lights had come back on. He appeared to have fallen from his seat to the floor. Hermione was kneeling beside him, while Neville was holding Luna close and making soothing noises. Professor Lupin was awake, possibly the reason the creature was no longer around. He was coaxing Luna to take some chocolate. Harry felt sick, and he assumed Luna felt the same. He had an idea what had happened. He'd read about such creatures, known as Dementors, that beeped out any happiness a person had, leaving them with only bad memories. Harry had been shown his worst memory, the one that still gave him nightmares at times. The night his parents died. Luna must have relived the day her mother died. Harry stumbled to his feet, Hermione helping him back to his seat. "Luna, are you okay?" he asked. The little buddy head moved slightly to face him. "I'll be okay," came the quiet reply. She was still pale and trembling, but she had taken a few cubes of chocolate and seemed to have calmed a little. Harry could only imagine what might have happened had she been on her own. He gave a nod to Neville, who smiled back slightly as he held their friend and rubbed her back. "Here, eat this." Harry glanced up at Professor Lupin. The man was holding out some more chocolate. "It will help." Harry nodded his thanks and took the cubes, popping one in his mouth. He didn't know how he looked compared to Luna, but he felt horrible. "What was that thing?" Neville asked the man. "A Dementor. One of the Dementors of Azkaban. Not the nicest of beings." Professor Lupin went over and opened the compartment door. "Make sure to eat the chocolate. I'm going to speak with the driver." "Excuse me." They watched as he left. Harry noticed Neville and Hermione had also been given a little chocolate. "Where did the Dementor go?" he asked. Hermione turned to him. "You should have seen it, Harry." Professor Lupin cast a really powerful spell and drove it away. "Thank Merlin for that," Neville said with a small smile. "You are okay, aren't you, Harry?" "You and Luna fainted," Hermione then said. "I am fine. My head's somewhat tender. I can safely say that I'd rather not have another encounter with a Dementor," Harry replied. "What happened?" Neville asked quietly. Harry sighed and rubbed his eyes. After that scare he was tired. "A Dementor drains all your happy memories, leaving you with your worst. I relived the night my parents died," he explained. Hermione let out a gasp while Neville, figuring the same thing had happened to Luna, held the little buddy closer. "Oh Harry. So that's why I felt like I'd never be happy again," Hermione whimpered, giving him a hug. "You think the Dementors are here cause of black?" Neville asked. "Most likely. Though why the Ministry would send those things to the train is beyond idiotic," Harry replied, feeling himself calm. Professor Lupin came back into the compartment. He smiled as he saw they had eaten the chocolate. "We'll be at Hogwarts in 10 minutes," he said. The rest of the trip was quiet, no one had the energy to really talk. When the train pulled into the station, the group hung back to let the mad dash of students pour out. They could faintly hear Hagrid calling for the new first years. "Better get this over with," Hermione mumbled, and they stepped out the compartment and ran down a muddy road until they reached an area full of carriages. They were pulled by what Harry could only assume was magic or invisible horses. They found an empty one and climbed inside, and it started to trundle down the road. "Luna, Harry, how do you feel?" Hermione asked. "Better, Hermione. I'll feel much better when I'm warm and dry," Harry replied. Luna just smiled slightly, eyes staring ahead. The carriages went past a pair of magnificent wrought iron gates, flanked with 2 stone columns topped with winged boars. And unfortunately, there were also 2 more Dementors standing guard. Neville shivered but managed a scowl, wrapping his arm round Luna. "I'm sitting with you guys at the feast. I don't care if I get in trouble." Harry smiled. At his friend, Neville was becoming bolder and more confident each year. There was no doubt that he belonged in Gryffindor's house. They finally reached the school, ignoring Draco, who once more attempted to bully them, and headed for the Great Hall. "Mr. Potter, Miss Lovegood. Mind if I speak with you for a moment?" Harry glanced over to find his head of house standing. The little man looked worried. "Of course, Professor. Do you mind if Neville and Hermione come as well?" Professor Flitwick smiled and nodded, ushering the group away from the crowd and up a flight of stairs to his office. "Please take a seat. Don't worry, you're not in trouble." Neville firmly planted himself on Luna's right, with Harry on her left and Hermione beside him. Professor Flitwick seated himself and looked over his eagles, and adopted eagle. Professor Lupin sent an owl ahead to say you both had taken ill on the Tron. Before he could continue, the door opened and Madame Pomfrey, the nurse, came bustling in. She assessed them both before deciding Luna as the younger was most in need of attention. After a thorough check of them both, and a quick check of Hermione and Neville, she was satisfied. "I want you all to get some food in you, if not dinner then at least some chocolate for dessert, and plenty of rest. Miss Lovegood, I'll have a house elf send you a calming potion, your heartbeat is a bit too quick. If any of you feel worse, I want you straight up to the hospital wing. I'm tempted to send you up now, but I feel you'd benefit from sleeping in your own beds." She smiled softly at them, then turned to Professor Flitwick. "What is Fudge thinking, sending those creatures here?" "Wish I knew," the little man replied with a sigh. The nurse tucked her wand away and headed for the door. "Remember, any worse and right up to me." The group agreed and she gave them a nod and left. Professor Flitwick turned his attention back to his students. "If any of you, Mr. Longbottom included, need to talk, I'm always available. Dementors are horrid creatures. I truly don't know what was running through the minister's mind when he made the decision to have them here." "You mean they'll be here permanently?" Hermione exclaimed. "Until all this mess with Sirius Black is seen to, yes. This incident on the train at least gives the teachers an idea on which students will be most affected. You can be sure Madame Pomfrey will have plenty of chocolate and calming drafts on hand." "Professor Lupin gave us some chocolate on the train," Neville mentioned. The little man perked up. "Ah, good to hear. It seems we finally have a defense professor who knows his remedies." He leaned forward. "Well now, you are certain you are okay?" "Yes sir," Harry replied. "Yes sir," Luna followed. "Very well then, let us head down, hopefully we can catch the end of the sorting." The group got up and headed to the hall. Neville firmly planted himself beside Luna at the Eagle's table, his posture almost daring his head of house to tell him to move. Harry chuckled as they watched the last of the sorting, a chuckle shared by Professor Flitwick as he noticed the Gryffindor boy at the Ravenclaw table. Minerva's young lion was showing his true courage. There was only a couple more first years to sort, then Dumbledore stood to make the announcements. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say to you all, and as one of them is very serious, I think it best to get it out of the way before you become befuddled by our excellent feast. As you will all be aware, after their search of the Hogwarts Express, our school is presently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic business." He paused as some of the students shivered, remembering the frightening creatures. "They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds, and while they are with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave school without permission. Dementors are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises, or even invisibility cloaks. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading or excuses. I therefore warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you." I looked to the prefects, and our new head boy and girl, to make sure that no student runs foul of the Dementors. That's all well and good, but do the prefects and head boy and girl know how to handle a Dementor, should they come across one? Neville remarked. The others agreed with his line of thinking. The headmaster continued. On a happier note, I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks. Firstly, Professor Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. There was some scattered, rather unenthusiastic, applause. Many students knew just how bad the last few defense teachers were, and weren't all that sure this one would be any better. Harry and the others clapped a little more enthusiastically. They had seen a demonstration of the man in action and were so far impressed. Look at Professor Snape, Hermione pointed out. The potions master had a look that would make most students fear for their lives, and it was aimed at Professor Lupin. Harry winced slightly. He could understand the man's anger. How he was going to get Professor Snape and the last of the Marauders to coexist in the same building he didn't know. As to our second new appointment, well, I am sorry to tell you that Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher, retired at the end of last year in order to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. However, I am delighted to say that his place will be filled by none other than Rubeus Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching job in addition to his gameskeeping duties. Dumbledore continued. Blimey. He's a great guy and all, but I'm not sure he's really the right guy to be teaching Care of Magical Creatures. His first lesson might be another dragon. Neville gasped. Harry couldn't help but agree, but the group clapped all the same. Hopefully Hagrid would refrain from bringing in any dangerous creatures. Harry had a feeling he was making an idle wish. Well, at least we know now why our book for that class tries to bite us, Hermione remarked. Indeed. Dusk and Dawn are still wary over it. They did not expect a book to attack them. Dusk is sure the wizarding world is mad, Harry chuckled. Well, I think that's everything of importance. Let the feast begin. Dumbledore finished. The feast seemed to fly by, and at the end the group went up to congratulate Hagrid on getting the teaching position. The giant man was overcome with emotion and Professor McGonagall shooed the group away. Neville bid them good night and they headed to their common rooms. Harry was asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. The headmaster wanted to see him early the next day. Harry had a feeling it wouldn't be good. Harry, my boy, take a seat. Harry gave a nod to Fawkes and the Sorting Hat as he sat. He wondered what he'd done this time. The headmaster looked gravely at him. Earlier in the summer I discovered that you had moved from Privet Drive. Your relatives didn't seem to know where you had gone. I must insist that you return to them, Harry. There are powerful wards around their home which are there for your protection. Harry raised an eyebrow. Wards. I assure you, Professor, I am quite safe in my new home. There are a number of protections around it as well. What wards were cast on the Dursleys, if I may ask? The headmaster replied without acknowledging the question. Harry, as your magical guardian, I must insist you return. It's for your own safety. Magical guardian. I wasn't aware you were my guardian, Harry remarked. The man sighed. I became your magical guardian upon your parents' deaths. I had hoped I could tell you when you were a bit older, but with all due respect, Professor, I should have been made aware that you were my magical guardian from the beginning. In fact, I should have been made aware of the magical world from the beginning, Harry interrupted. I felt it best you were hidden from the wizarding world. There are many people who would do you harm, the headmaster started, only to be interrupted again. So instead of growing up knowing my magical roots, I was kept isolated and under the belief that I was abnormal because I could do things others couldn't. Also, I have an issue to bring up. Hagrid is a good friend of mine, but he is half giant and not allowed to do magic. He is also quite prejudiced against some of the students because of what house they are in. Why was he sent to introduce me to the magical world instead of a professor? I trust Hagrid with my life. That may be, but as I have been raised as a Muggleborn, I should have been visited by a professor and properly shown what to do in the magical world. I had to repeatedly ask Hagrid before he would tell me how to get onto the platform for the Hogwarts Express. Had I not been persistent, I would have been left stranded at the station, where anything could have happened. Harry continued before the old wizard could speak. Also, if there are wards surrounding the Dursley home that protect me, why is it that they did not stop the Dursleys from beating and neglecting me as a child? Are these wards linked to anyone? If so, why is it no one came to call when Petunia slammed my head with her frying pan, or Dudley beat me, with the encouragement of Vernon, for supposedly stealing a crumb of his food? Why is it that I had to learn to take care of myself at a young age because no one else would? Now Harry, I'm sure you're over-exaggerating. Again Professor, with all due respect, how would you know? You or anyone else for that matter never paid me a visit when things got bad. I had to learn to heal myself. Albus was getting sick and tired of being interrupted. Harry, I am your magical guardian, and so you will be returning to the Dursleys come the summer. I will speak to them regarding any negative behavior they have towards you, though I do still believe you are making them sound worse than they really are. This is not up for discussion. Do you understand? Harry sighed, he wasn't getting anywhere with this. He suspected the headmaster knew how he had been treated, and did nothing about it. Harry couldn't see anyone else casting wards over the Dursleys' home. He also didn't like what he was hearing about a magical guardian. It gave the headmaster a lot of leeway when it came to Harry's supposed care. Perfectly, Professor, my apologies for my ranting, Harry replied, standing and giving the man a small bow. He left the office, and went straight to the Ollery, where he sent Hedwig away with a letter to the goblins. He would be under no one's thumb. Harry sought a Pettigrew as quickly as he was able. It turned out to be easy to obtain the rat out from under Ron's nose. Dusk had been on Scabbers' tail since Harry arrived at Hogwarts. All Harry had to do was allow the snake to hunt, catch, but not go for the kill. One unbreakable rat cage later and Pettigrew was ready to hand over to the authorities. The only problem was Harry didn't know who to write to. He would have to do some research and find out if there was anyone in the ministry that he could bring his case to. Come on, now, get a move on. Got a real treat for ye today. Great lesson coming up. Everyone here. Right, follow me. For a moment Harry thought Hagrid was going to lead them into the forest. Goodness knows what the giant man had hidden away in there. However, Hagrid instead walked round the edges of the trees, and 5 minutes later the class found themselves standing outside a kind of paddock. Everyone gather round the fence here. That's it, make sure ye can see. Now, first thing ye'll want ter do is open books, Hagrid boomed. How? Draco asked in a cold voice. How do we open our books? Draco repeated. He took his copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, which he had bound shut with a length of rope. Others followed suit, bringing out similar bound books. Harry and Hermione brought their unbound books out, gently stroking the spine. Harry had accidentally discovered how to get the mad book to calm down while it was in the midst of chasing Dusk round the manor. A brush against the spine and it calmed immediately. He'd told his friends about it through the communication books. Fred and George had written back praising Harry on his accidental genius, which had made him laugh. Hasn't anyone been able to tear open their books? Hagrid asked, looking crestfallen. I have, Professor Hagrid, though I admit I discovered the way accidentally. You could say Dusk helped, Harry replied with a smirk. Hermione giggled slightly, thinking of the poor snake who was nearly eaten by a book. Dawn was beside herself with laughter at the time. Brilliant, Harry. Can ye tell the class how it's done? Hagrid said proudly. Certainly. You need to stroke the spine of the book and it will calm and allow you to open it, Harry explained. He demonstrated using his own copy, the book purring as it happily opened its pages. Well done, Harry, 5 points to Ravenclaw. Hagrid beamed. Oh, how silly we've all been. We should have stroked them. Why didn't we guess? Draco sneered. Why are the Slytherins pairing with us? Don't they usually pair with the Gryffindors for this class? Hermione whispered. It seems as though they decided to change it. Why they did is a mystery. Perhaps they finally realized Gryffindor and Slytherin don't go well together, Harry replied. Hermione hummed in agreement as Hagrid responded to Draco. I thought they were funny. Oh, tremendously funny. Really witty, giving us books that try and rip our hands off. Draco sneered. Perhaps, Draco, it is an attempt to get you to pay more attention to your studies. What better way to learn about magical creatures, than to have a book that acts like one, Harry remarked. Some of the students laughed a little, Draco scowled. Everybody got their books open. Hagrid quickly asked, trying to prevent a fight. He got a few nods of confirmation and continued. Y'ave got the books, now y'all need the magical creatures. I'll be back in a tick. He strode away from them and into the forest. God, this place is going to the dogs. That oaf teaching classes, my father'll have a fit when I tell him, Draco exclaimed loudly. I'm curious, Draco, do you ever fight your own battles? Harry asked. The buddy scowled at him. No one asked you, Potter. Heard you fainted on the Tron. Yes, as a matter of fact I did. Dementors seem to affect me quite badly. I relived the night my parents died. The night I defeated Voldemort, Harry replied. The whole class collectively flinched at the name. Draco scoffed. Ah, poor little Potter got to see his mudblood mother die. Some of the Slytherins laughed. Everyone else just stared at the buddy in shock. Mudblood. It's strange, it's supposed to be an insult, and yet, do you know that if it weren't for non-magical born witches and wizards and half-bloods, the purebloods of wizarding Britain would have become so inbred that most if not all would be squibs by now. In fact, I notice in classes that you aren't doing all that well with your magic. It might be best to ensure the woman unfortunate enough to marry you has some fresh magical blood running through her veins, otherwise you might find your children are born squibs, Harry remarked. The laughter turned on Draco and he flushed in anger. You think you're better than me, Potter. As a matter of fact, I do. I'm not trying to be boastful, but when it comes to academics, I outclass you. And while your father is very good at politics, you haven't learned the necessary lessons to come close to his intelligence. Pity that he used his brilliant way of thinking for the wrong reasons, Harry replied, a faint smirk on his lips. Draco snarled and drew his wand, but a squeak from a female student stopped him firing a curse. Trotting towards them was a remarkable-looking creature. The body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, and front legs, wings and head of an eagle, with cruel steel-colored beaks, deadly half-foot-long talons on its front legs and large brilliant orange eyes. Hagrid came up behind it, a beaming smile on his face. Beautiful, ain't he? Buckbeak the hippogriff. He roared happily. It truly was a magnificent creature. Harry wondered where this pet might wind up. So, if ye want, tear come a bit nearer, Hagrid. None of the students moved. Harry chuckled quietly and decided he would come forward. Hermione quickly followed him, and the rest slowly joined the pair at the fence. That's the spirit. Now, first thing ye gotta know about hippogriffs is they're proud. Easily offended, hippogriffs are. Don't never insult one, cause it might be the last thing ye do. Harry noticed the Draco and his goons weren't paying attention, rather they were talking quietly amongst themselves. He had a feeling they were going to try and disrupt the lesson. Ye always wait for the hippogriff to make the furs move, it's polite, see. Ye walk toward him, and ye bow, and ye wait. If he bows back, you're allowed to touch him. If he doesn't bow, then get away from him sharpish, cause those talons hurt, Hagrid explained. He then rubbed his hands together. Right, who wants to go first? Just about every student backed off. Hermione stuck by Harry, but even she was nervous. I'll go first, Harry offered. Good man, Harry. Right then, let's see how ye get on with Buckbeak, Hagrid replied happily. Harry slowly approached the hippogriff, keeping his movements calm. Easy now, Harry. You've got eye contact, now try not to blink. Hippogriff's Dawn, trust her as blink too much. Understandable, Harry thought to himself, blinking too much is normally a sign of lying or ill intention. Buckbeak had turned to stare at Harry with his fierce eyes. Hello, Buckbeak, Harry greeted, giving the hippogriff a deep bow, eyes to the floor. Tha's right, Harry, doin' good, Hagrid encouraged. Harry lifted his eyes slightly to see Buckbeak's reaction. The hippogriff was looking at him in a calculating way. Then, he suddenly bent his front legs and sank into an unmistakable bow. Well done, Harry. Right, ye can touch him now, Hagrid said ecstatically. Smiling, Harry straightened and raised his arm, his hand hovering a few inches away from Buckbeak. The hippogriff, after a few moments, closed the gap and gently pressed his beak against Harry's palm, eyes closing in enjoyment as Harry began to pet him. You are magnificent, Harry spoke quietly. The class broke into applause, except for Draco and his goons who were looking very disappointed. Right, then Harry, I reckon he might let ye ride him now, Hagrid said. Before Harry could object, he found himself hoisted up onto Buckbeak's back. With a laugh, Hagrid slapped the hippogriff's hind quarters, and Buckbeak took off. Mind ye don't pull any of his feathers out, he won't like that, Hagrid called as they sped off over the grass. Harry held on as tight as he could without hurting Buckbeak. The hippogriff ran for a bit longer, then with a mighty sweep of his wings, they were in the air. It was nothing like a broom ride, and Harry immediately knew which one he preferred. Buckbeak soared above the trees, getting higher and higher until Harry could see the entire castle. He let out a whoop of delight, shifting himself a bit until he could safely sit up and really admire the scenery. "You are incredible, Buckbeak," he breathed. His steed let out a call of happiness and swooped down to skim over the lake's surface, his front feet creating ripples in the water. There was a whistle and Buckbeak turned and headed back to Hagrid. Harry braced himself as the hippogriff gracefully landed beside the giant man. "Good work, Harry," Hagrid roared. The class cheered, except for the Slytherin group led by Draco. Harry jumped off Buckbeak and returned to Hermione, his hair wind-swept and a silly grin on his face. "Enjoy that, did you?" she asked in amusement. "Very much so," he replied. As the class crowded round to ask him what it was like, Draco eyed Buckbeak. "You're not dangerous at all, are you?" The hippogriff made a noise of displeasure as the buddy approached. "You're nothing more than a pet. All that bowing and showing respect, that a lot of rubbish. You're just a great ugly brute." Harry noticed Draco approaching the hippogriff, and dashed over the moment Buckbeak reared up in anger. He pushed Draco to the side, earning himself a nasty gash on his arm. "Easy, Buckbeak, it's okay. He doesn't know any better, otherwise he would never insult such a fine creature as yourself," he soothed, ignoring the blood trickling down his robes. Buckbeak clicked his beak a bit, but eventually settled. He approached Harry and nuzzled him. "That's better. I am fine, don't worry," Harry said softly, rubbing the hippogriff's beak. "Harry, you've got to go to the hospital wing. You're losing a lot of blood," Hermione exclaimed. "I know, I just wanted to ensure Buckbeak had calmed first." "It wasn't his fault Draco didn't listen to Professor Hagrid," Harry replied. Hagrid had gone very white, but at the mention of the blood he quickly snapped out his stupor and hauled Buckbeak away, tethering him to a post. Class dismissed. Everyone inside. Before Harry could protest, he was scooped up into large arms and cradled against a bear-like chest. The sudden movement made him feel lightheaded and he realized it was probably best he was carried. The class disbanded as Hagrid ran to the hospital wing. "That beast is dangerous. Nearly had my arm off. My father will hear about this," Draco screamed. "Oh, grow up, Draco. You weren't listening to Professor Hagrid, it's your own bloody fault." Hermione shot back, running to catch up with the giant man. Draco scoffed, but then realized he was faced with a group of angry eagles. "Hermione's right, Malfoy, if you had been listening to Professor Hagrid you'd have known not to insult a hippogriff." "You should be thankful Harry pushed you out the way," Padma said. "Shut it. You really think I'm going to listen to you?" Draco sneered. "You might think you're better than everyone else, but you're doing nothing to back it up. So far all I've seen is poor magic, potions that only pass because your head of house favors you, and a childish run to your father every time something doesn't go your way attitude," Padma remarked. The buddy went for his wand, and found himself outnumbered by the eagles. He looked round for backup, only to find all but Crabbe and Goyle had left. Most of the Slytherins had started to see Draco as nothing more than an attention-seeking childish bully, and weren't about to be brought into his messes. A bit fearfully, Draco sheathed his wand and headed back to the castle. Now even his own house was turning their backs on him, all because of that stupid Potter. "Back again are we, Mr. Potter?" Harry gave the nurse a charming smile as she healed his arm. She tutted at him, a smirk creeping up the corner of her lips. 2 years without a single visit, and now twice in 1 week. I hope this trend will not continue. I certainly hope not, ma'am, not to offend, but I have never liked a hospital environment, Harry replied a little cheekily. She chuckled faintly and bandaged his arm. A couple of days and that'll be fine. How are you coping with the Dementors? I'm trying to stay as far away from them as possible, Harry replied. Good lad. All right, I want you to stay a few days to ensure it heals properly. Hagrid, he's fine, go see to your next class. The giant man looked ready to protest, but gave in and trudged out the room, giving a last worried glance behind him. You're an idiot for doing that, Harry, but a good idiot, Hermione scolded. I had a feeling if I allowed Draco to get harmed, he might do something drastic, Harry replied, scratching faintly at his bandaged arm. He might still do something drastic, you should have heard him going on, Hermione said with a growl. My, I had no idea eagles could growl, Harry joked. She snorted and playfully whacked him on the shoulder. Very funny. I'll come back later with the others. You think Dusk and Dawn will be allowed in? They might, if they promise to behave, Madame Pomfrey said, giving Harry a look. On my word they will, ma'am, Harry said. How did you manage this? A slight run-in with a hippogriff, Harry replied. It was evening and, according to Madame Pomfrey, visiting hours were over. His friends had been shooed out, leaving Harry with his familiars. Even Hedwig had flown in to keep him company, and to deliver a letter. And Dobby had popped in to make sure his master was truly okay, wringing his ears tearfully until Harry eventually had him go check on Gilderoy to give him something to do rather than worry. How is your godfather doing? Dawn asked. He believes he's getting close. We may have a new housemate come the summer, Harry replied, reading over Sirius' reply in the book. The letter was from the goblins. Harry had uncovered information which he hoped would help his case against Dumbledore. The law stated that if a young wizard or witch is under the guidance of an unsuitable guardian, then he or she may be eligible to become emancipated. To do this they needed to be over the age of 11, have proof that they have been taking care of themselves for at least 3 years, both physically and financially, and have proof that their guardian was not taking care of them. It had taken the goblins some time to go over his case, but they eventually agreed that Harry was indeed eligible. The headmaster demanding he return to a potentially abusive household sealed the deal. They congratulated Harry on his emancipation, enclosing the Potter lordship ring within the letter, which once on would turn invisible unless Harry wished it to be seen. Harry immediately placed it on his middle finger of his left hand and it shrunk down to fit. I smell Crookshanks, Dusk remarked. Harry looked over to the doors of the hospital wing. Hermione's half-Kneazle had indeed appeared, making his way over. Hello Crookshanks. Were you exploring the school? The feline made a noise of agreement and jumped up onto the bed. The snakes allowed him to come over and curl up at Harry's side. He chuckled and scratched the part Kneazle behind the ear. I forgot to thank you for helping Dusk recover Pettigrew. Hermione made a good choice when she picked you to be her familiar. Crookshanks purred and pushed back against Harry's hand. What will you do about Gilderoy, Harry? Dawn suddenly asked. I managed to make a quick visit to ensure he had lunch and dinner, but I wasn't able to stay for long. Dobby will keep an eye on him until I've recovered, Harry replied. Have you found someone to talk to about the rat? Dusk asked. Not yet. I will need to find someone soon, before I forget to feed him and let him starve. I hate having to use my food to ensure he stays alive. If only you can pull a memory from a dead person, Harry replied with a hint of frustration in his voice. Dusk hissed a laugh. When you do decide to kill him, allow me the honors. He won't taste all that good, you may become sick, Dawn remarked. Crookshanks and Hedwig made a noise of agreement. Dusk grumbled under his breath. I suppose you were right. Well, at least let me have a bite of him. And me, Dawn said. Hedwig gave a bark of agreement and Crookshanks let out a meow. Harry chuckled. Mr. Potter, time for bed, came the voice of Madame Pomfrey. Yes ma'am, Harry called back. All right, time for bed, nurse's orders. Dusk sniggered and curled up at the foot of the bed. Pleasant dreams, Harry, Dawn yawned, joining her mate. Hedwig hooted a good night and flew out the window to the Ollery. Crookshanks stretched, rubbed Harry's cheek, and patted out the room to find Hermione. Harry chuckled softly and settled under the covers. Strange how he had more animal friends than human. Harry was let out a few days later with nothing more than a scar, and Madame Pomfrey said even that would fade with enough salve. Harry waved to his friends as the carriages took them to Hogsmeade. Hermione and Neville promised to get him some of Honeyduke's finest chocolate since he wasn't able to get his own permission slip signed. They also offered to get some for Luna. He didn't mind not going with them, it gave him a chance to talk to Professor Lupin about learning the spell used to drive away Dementors. Every time he came close to the creatures, he and Luna both suffered flashbacks from their parents' deaths. Harry headed through the castle to find Luna. He spotted her in the library and asked if she'd care to accompany him to Professor Lupin's class, offering her his arm when she accepted. Professor Lupin was far more skilled than his predecessors, much to the relief of the students. Harry's first class with the man involved the students defending themselves against a boggart. Instead of it being a frightening experience, Professor Lupin turned it into a fun activity. The pair reached the man's class and Harry knocked. Professor Lupin answered after a few moments, smiling and inviting the two inside. Mr. Potter, Miss Lovegood, what can I do for you? Professor, we were hoping you could teach us the spell to scare away the Dementors, Luna asked. The Patronus Charm. It's quite a strong spell, the man said. We understand that, Professor, but we'd feel better if we were able to at least try and learn it, Harry replied. The man rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I could teach you. You would need to understand that it would take a lot of time and energy. Many adults can't do the spell, most that try only get a wisp. Anything that could help us with the Dementors we'd be grateful for, Harry said. Professor Lupin smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Very well, however today is the Halloween feast, I wouldn't want to stop you going. How about you, Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom come to my classroom after dinner tomorrow? I'm sure they wouldn't want to miss out. Thank you, Professor, Luna said with a smile. Did you hear Draco this morning? He won't let up about Buckbeak going missing like that. He's already got his father involved, claiming Hagrid hid Buckbeak in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid didn't know Draco would run to Daddy and get the Ministry involved, Hermione argued. Neville nodded. Yeah, but his father's making out that Hagrid did know about Buckbeak's sentence and let him escape. It's stupid. No one knew anything about that sentence until today, and Buckbeak went missing 2 days ago. Maybe Buckbeak could sense something was wrong and left, Hermione huffed. Harry remained silent, watching the Malfoy heir rant about Buckbeak and not getting justice for nearly being attacked. Harry had a feeling Draco was up to something. Far too many times the buddy had received a letter and sent a smug look towards Hagrid. Which was why Harry took it upon himself to have Dobby pop him and Buckbeak to the manor and introduce the hippogriff to Fluffy. The Cerberus wasn't bothered about having a new companion on the grounds, and Harry made sure to mention Buckbeak's arrival to Suresh in case she saw the hippogriff as prey. He asked the elves if they could possibly build Buckbeak a stable, using the Potter money to finance it, of course. He wasn't too worried about Hagrid. The headmaster had a record of protecting the half-giant, and would no doubt do it again. What do you think, Harry? Luna asked. He turned to the little buddy with a smirk. I don't know. Perhaps the elves popped him away, he replied wryly. She giggled. Harry decided he would chance using his cloak to let Gilderoy come out and get some fresh air by the lakeside each evening. So far it appeared to work. The man had been very well behaved, keeping quiet when told and making sure anything he played with was put away before he went to bed. Harry made sure to reward him often by bringing in some treats and spending time with him. Gilderoy was starting to get the hang of casting spells. He delighted in casting a lumos and creating patterns in the air. He was able to levitate small items, and his matchstick to needle transfiguration was perfect. Harry often wondered if the man had the same trouble casting spells when he was younger. It seemed, before the memory loss, that the only spell Gilderoy could do right was Obliviate. Nevertheless, the man was getting there, with the right teaching and encouragement. You look like you're in deep thought there, Harry. Anything we can help with? Harry blinked and glanced at his friends. Perhaps. I was thinking about the chaos surrounding Sirius Black. The Ministry seems to think that sending Dementors out to hunt for him means they don't have to do anything else. Is there anyone there who you can actually trust to write to regarding the situation here? The conversation paused as the morning owls flew into the hall. Hedwig landed and dropped a letter in front of Hermione. Thanks, girl. Are you sure Hedwig doesn't mind sending letters to my parents, Harry? I would have got an owl of my own, but then I saw Crookshanks and I just couldn't resist, Hermione asked, taking the letter from the snowy owl. Hedwig doesn't mind. I rarely have letters for her to deliver, he replied, stroking his familiar's feathers. Hedwig gave a hoot of happiness, nibbled his ear affectionately, snagged a piece of bacon and flew back out the hall. You should try talking to Susan, Harry. Her aunt is head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Madame Amelia Bones. She's supposed to be really fair, Neville suggested. Harry glanced over at the Badger's table. I might just do that. Thank you, Neville. Are you going to tell Fred and George today, Harry? He blinked at the question and glanced at Luna. What was it I am supposed to tell them, Luna? She gave a little giggle. About your list, silly. I think you should tell Hermione as well. Harry spent a moment with his mouth open, trying to figure out how that girl had known about the consort list. Shaking himself out his stupor, he gave her a wry smirk. I will not bother asking how you knew. And yes, I was planning on telling the twins today. What are you two talking about? Hermione asked curiously. He regarded her for a moment. Perhaps it was best he told her as well. However, he felt it would be best to tell her on her own. He would do it after talking to the twins. I shall explain later this evening, Hermione. First though, I need to talk with Fred and George. As he finished his meal and stood, he saw her readying to question him further. I promise, Hermione, I will tell you everything. Potter's honor. If you will excuse me. She was satisfied with his promise and allowed him to head to the lion's table. Harry, old boy, what brings you to our humble abode? He smirked in amusement. Do you have some time to talk after dinner? I have something I wish to discuss with you. Oh, sounds serious, George remarked. What did we do this time? Fred asked with a grin. You two have done many things. Are you free to meet me? We could use that room we discovered, Harry replied. The pair had a silent conversation, then Fred spoke. Sure, we'll meet you there. Say in half an hour. George finished. Why are you two all friendly with him? He's gone dark. Ron exclaimed further down the table. The twins laughed. Oh, Ronnykins. Thinking our Harry here's dark. Shame on you. As chuckles rose along the table, Ron went bright red and grumbled under his breath. George gave Harry a wink as Fred went on to tease their ickle brother further. Shaking his head in amusement, Harry started to head back, only to be accosted by yet another redhead. Hi Harry. Hello Ginevra, what can I do for you? Harry replied politely. She gave a squeak and her face went bright red, but she didn't stop staring at him. He waited for a response, but it was clear she had zoned out. He sighed. He didn't want to ignore her, but over the past few days she was starting to appear wherever he was. He knew she would be worse than Cho. I need to get back to my friends Ginevra, if you will excuse me. It's Ginny. He heard her whine as he went back to his table. What was that all about? Neville asked, bemused. Nothing much. Ginevra was being a fangirl. And apparently Ronald believes I'm the next Dark Lord, Harry replied with a small shrug. Hermione choked on her drink and Luna let out a little fit of giggles. Neville just stared at the girls, confused. What exactly did I miss? I will explain another time, Neville, Harry replied, eyeing Luna curiously. Again that girl seemed to know everything about him. His lion friend just nodded, not really sure he wanted to know why the girls were acting odd. So I guess you won't be studying with us? He then asked Harry. I hope you don't mind. I have a feeling this conversation with the twins will last a while. Neville told his friend it was fine. He was getting on well with his schoolwork and if he got stuck he had the two best Ravenclaw girls to help. And, he had to admit, the two prettiest. He was one lucky boy. Harry made his way to the 7th floor where the room of requirement was hidden. After a quick check to ensure the corridor was clear, he paced the wall while asking for a private place to share a secret. The door appeared and he peeked inside, satisfied with the arrangement. Gone was all the clutter, replaced by a small room with a comfy looking sofa and chair. A small coffee table lay close by. Harry remembered that the room wouldn't provide food or drink. Dobby. The little elf appeared with a pop. Dobby, be here, Master Harry. I'd like 3 drinks, perhaps Butterbeer, please. And perhaps some of Mipsy's delicious cookies, if she has the time, Harry said. Dobby, be right back. Mipsy just finished baking some. The elf popped away, and returned a few moments later with 3 glasses of Butterbeer and a plate of cookies, sitting them on the table. Thank you, Dobby, Harry said warmly. Dobby gave a beaming grin and bowed, popping away. Harry glanced out as footsteps were heard coming down the corridor. The twins greeted him with a wave. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me. I've asked for a less cluttered room for us to talk. Always so formal, Harry, George chuckled. Just the many charms of the great Dark Lord, Harry, Fred joked. Smirking, Harry invited them in, taking the chair while they sprawled out on the sofa. So what's with all this secrecy, Harry? Fred asked. I admit it is rather a delicate matter. I will say now though that in no way am I forcing you both to do anything, Harry replied. He received confused looks. Why would we think you'd be forcing us to do something? George asked. You might, once I explain. You already know that I am a Dark Lord, of course. They nodded. Harry encouraged them to take a drink and some cookies and began to explain. Just before I started Hogwarts, I looked up any information I could find regarding previous Dark Lords. All of them had followers, split into those who shared the same views, and those who were bullied into joining, making them little more than I don't want to have people using me to gain fame, nor do I want to turn people into S. I came across a possible solution, and began looking for potential candidates the moment I stepped on the Hogwarts Express. So, were two of those candidates? George asked. Exactly. I remind you again that I have no desire to force you into doing anything you are uncomfortable with, Harry replied. You're starting to worry us, Harry. What kind of solution did you find? Fred asked. Harry gave a little chuckle. My apologies for worrying you. Simply put, I'd like for you both, along with some others, to be my consorts. It was rather unfortunate that they had both taken a drink at that exact moment. Harry couldn't help but chuckle as he waved his wand over the mess to clean it. Consorts, they exclaimed. Correct. If you will allow me to explain a little further. When I say consort, I don't mean someone to warm my bed, as it were. That would be a bonus, but it isn't essential. I created a list of people with whom I can share my company with, be that with conversation, a game of Quidditch, or just sharing a prank or two. My consorts would be treated as the princes and princesses they are, and they will in no way be S, or otherwise. It is my hope that those who agree to be my consorts will be able to live with me at my manor. If a consort has a dream, say an ideal job, then I will use the Potter money to finance anything that is required. I wish to spoil you. Hermione was the first on the list, followed by yourselves. Professor Snape came next, then Oliver Wood. Your brother Charlie closely followed. During the summer after my first year I was fortunate enough to meet the full Malfoy family. Draco had been a possible candidate, his attitude aside, but he eventually made the list when I met his parents. They are also listed. My second year held no potential consorts, however I can tell you that I am responsible for Gilderoy's disappearance. He attacked me with a memory spell, intending on using my story to further his own fraudulent career. His spell bounced off my magic and wiped his own memory, rendering him as helpless as a child. I was intending on shipping him off to some faraway country, but in his mindless state he was innocent of his crimes, and thus I decided to keep him. I suppose he could be classed as a pet, rather than a consort. Professor Lupin was recently added to the list, along with one other that I shall not name. I am hoping, though I realize I may be turned down by many on the list, I am hoping that I can bring all of you to live with me at the manor. Gilderoy already stays with me, along with a few animal companions and the nameless person on my list. He was met with 2 sets of white hazel eyes. You understand now why I said I wouldn't force you. George's mouth was hanging open, he didn't know what to say. Fred wasn't much better, making a series of noises that not even he could translate into words. I am not asking you both to agree. Nor am I asking you to make a decision right away. I am willing to wait as long as you wish. There is nothing stopping you from saying no. I do hope though that if you do, then we could still remain friends. I am very fond of you, and I'd hate for my actions to drive you away from me, Harry explained. George was the thinker of the two, and he really needed to think right now. Could we possibly have some privacy, Harry? He asked before his twin could speak. Certainly. Take as long as you need. If you don't mind, I'm going to ask if another room will appear. I'd like to see what things are hidden here, Harry replied. The pair watched as he stood and paused for a moment. A second door appeared off to one side and he gave them a nod as he went through. George, what do you make of all this? Truthfully, I don't know what to think. I mean, we know Harry's not a bad person, so if he says he doesn't want us just for say, then I believe him. But some of the names on that list of his. Fred fiddled with his robes. I know. Mental. You know, I'm actually rather flattered. I mean, it's not like he wanted to keep us like S. Yeah, I know. Whatever our dream was, he would support it. I'm kind of flattered too, it's not every day people like us are asked to be consorts. George gave a chuckle. Better still, our own brother's on the list. How did he even get on the list? I can picture his face. Fred laughed with his twin. Probably the same face we had. Maybe we should look at the pros and cons of this. That's what we usually do. That's what I usually do, dearest brother. You just agree with me. Yeah, I know, but you do it so well. George sniggered. All right. Pros and cons. Well, the first pro I see is that Harry would support us in our possible business. We wouldn't be mindless S, that's a pro. And we'd get to live in a manor, big pro. We'd also have others there, like Oliver. Also a big pro, our captain is one hot guy. You reckon consorts would be able to, be with other consorts? Dunno. Can't see Professor Snape agreeing to that. Ah, but he's so damn hot. If he just washed that potion out his hair, hell, if I had to be honest, Malfoy Sr.'s hot as well. Junior, not so much. We're getting off topic. Right. So, any cons so far? Mum might flip her lid when she finds out. Yikes. Big con. Haven't told any of them we're gay yet. And Mum didn't exactly react well when Bill told her he was bi. At least Dad was okay about it. Yeah, I'd call that a pro. Wait, I've just thought of the biggest con. What? Ginny. Bugger. Indeed. She'll have our heads if she thought we were taking her precious boy who lived from her. Harry already told us he wasn't interested. Any more pros or cons? Probably, but I think we've got enough. Yeah, okay. So, Harry's consorts, yes or no? Harry had just placed Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem in his trunk, amongst other things, when he heard the twins call him back. He'd taken a good look at the headpiece, and realized that it really was the almost mythical diadem of the Ravenclaw founder. His head of house would love to have it returned to its rightful place in the school, but Harry was edging towards keeping it for himself. A kind of trophy to remind him of Riddle's defeat. Harry made his way back to the other room and sat, patiently waiting for the twins to speak. We've kinda made a decision, Harry. But we do have a few questions before we say. I am happy to answer as much questions as you have. Though you don't have to make a decision so quickly, you have plenty of time, Harry replied. The twins shared a look. Harry noted curiously that they were blushing ever so slightly. If you get more people on that list of yours to be a consort, does that mean that? Can consorts, be with other consorts? Harry blinked at the question. He hadn't really thought about that. But as he pictured the current people on his list together, he could say with certainty that he liked the idea. If it were up to me alone, then the idea is appealing. There would be rules regarding the females though. I wouldn't want them becoming pregnant if they had no desire to have children. My rule would be that the males can be together all they like, but the females would need to give permission before being with a male, and that unless they desire to have children, contraception is to be used at all times. However, this isn't up to me, though I believe that rule should remain in place. If you wanted to be with another member of the group, all involved must be willing. I will not have people forced into something or hurt. The two nodded, seemingly content with the answer. What about Professor Lockhart? Exactly how would we treat him? Fred asked. Harry chuckled. I don't believe you will have much to worry about with Gilderoy, though I will ask that you call him by his first name. He is childlike and at first was shy around crowds, but he has come out of his shell and he'll be happy for the chance to talk with others. He already knows that more people may be joining us at the manor. Treat him as you would a friend, and trust me when I say he knows nothing of his former life. You'd be surprised to see the change in him. That just sounds too bizarre. Okay, this might be a bit nosy, but what's your manor like? George asked. I think you will like living there, should you agree. It spans over 4 floors, along with a basement and attic. Male guest rooms are on the first floor, females and couple suites on the second, and consort rooms and my own are on the third. The house elves live in the attic. Outside there is a Quidditch pitch, a lake with a beach, a large forest, and a lot of open meadows. The manor has enough room to house 100 people without issue, so if you require some space there is plenty to go around. There is also a very large potions lab. I know you are quite fond of that class. As I've mentioned, I have a few animal companions living there, which have been told that there may be others coming to stay. What kind of animals? Fred asked curiously. Harry smirked and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, nothing much. A Cerberus called Fluffy, a basilisk called Suresh, and my familiars of course. And I suppose I can admit that I was the one responsible for Buckbeak's disappearance. A stable has been built for him on the grounds. I was worried Lucius Malfoy would have him put down for threatening Draco. Suresh lives in a cave in the forest, and has promised me that she will leave my consorts and my guests alone. Fluffy is housed on the grounds. We recently created him a large kennel. He's quite friendly, Gilderoy plays with him all the time, so I'm sure he won't cause any problems. He snorted with laughter at the twins' faces. You're having a laugh, aren't you? George asked nervously. Harry smothered his chuckles and grinned. No, As a matter of fact, I'm not. Fluffy was the creature that guarded the forbidden corridor in my first year, and Suresh used to live in the Chamber of Secrets right beneath our feet. She was Salazar Slytherin's familiar. They were in the school. The twins exclaimed. Harry's expression turned sour. Indeed they were, something I have not forgiven the headmaster for. And what about the basilisk? Can't they kill you with a single look? George asked. They can, but they have a second eyelid that they close to stop them using their death glare. My familiars asked for an audience with her and she agreed to lower her gaze so that I may look at her. I apparently impressed her and we have become good friends. Better yet, she allows me to harvest many rare potion ingredients, scales and whatnot, something I will of course share with my consorts, Harry replied. The twins looked at each other, debating this new information in a silent conversation. Finally it seemed they'd reached a decision. We would like to become your consorts, Harry, George said. And, well, we don't mind making it, Fred finished with a blush. Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise. You are sure? You are of course free to change your mind at a later date. We're sure. We've sorta had a crush on you since you arrived at Hogwarts, Fred admitted sheepishly. Yeah, along with a few others, most of which seem to be on that list of yours, George followed with a chuckle. Harry gave a chuckle of amusement. In that case, I officially welcome you both as my first pair of consorts. Let me give you the access to my manor and you are free to travel there at any time, though I hope you decide to stay after your graduation. So, did everything go okay with your conversation with the twins? Hermione asked. Yes, it went very well, Harry replied. He chuckled at her impatient expression. All right, I did promise. Come with me, there's a place I'd like to show you. It was just before curfew, but she eagerly followed him back up to the 7th floor. He motioned for her to stop in front of the wall and smirked. A little magic trick I learned. Her eyes went wide as a room appeared out of the stonework as he paced. Harry chuckled and stood to the side, giving her a bow and waving her in. Welcome to the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement. Harry had asked for a small room with a roaring fireplace and 2 cozy armchairs. He'd also asked Dobby to have a couple of glasses of pumpkin juice and another plate of cookies waiting for them. It's a rather special room. It can become whatever you ask. For example, I can ask it to be a library and it will change around us. For the moment though, I wanted an area to talk with you privately. That's incredible. This would be a perfect room for studying. Hermione said in excitement. I thought that myself. After this discussion I intend on showing Neville and Luna so that we can all use it, Harry replied in amusement, waving her into a seat. She sat, grabbed a cookie, and gave him a look. All right, mister, talk. What's going on? I promised I will explain everything and I shall. First though, what do you know of consorts? Harry replied. He raised an eyebrow when she blushed. Well, a consort is a man or woman, or a group of people involved in a romantic relationship with someone of higher ranking. It can be or not, though mostly it is. The word is also sometimes used instead of wife or husband in some situations. She blushed further at his look. I may have snuck a few of my mum's adult books when I was younger. Harry chuckled, holding his hands up in surrender when she swiped at him with a glare. I am not laughing at you, Hermione. I am laughing because it sounds so much like something you would do. If I may take a guess, your love of books caused you to snoop around looking for more reading material. Hermione mumbled an agreement. Harry smiled and took her hand. Hermione, I would never laugh at something you love. I confess I have not read such material myself, but I am always open to new options. She smiled at him, then blinked and gasped as some of the pieces of the puzzle came together in her head. Why are you asking about consorts? Harry, you didn't go and make Fred and George consorts, did you? Why in the world did you ask them to be consorts? Does that mean you're? He touched her lips with a finger and she snapped them shut with a squeak. I am but a simple male, Hermione, I cannot keep up with your brilliant mind. Please allow me to explain, and hopefully I can answer your questions as well. She blushed and nodded, giving him a sheepish smile when he moved his hand away. He smiled back warmly. Thank you. You see, when I was younger all I truly wanted was someone to care for me. My relatives were not the friendliest of people and the idea of magic both repulsed and scared them. They did not treat me well. He held up a hand as she went to speak. It's okay, I don't much care for them either, but when I was young I did hope I could make them like me, he said softly. She gave him a sympathetic look and slipped her hand into his. He squeezed it gratefully and continued. When I was 6 they locked me out in the rain. I wandered the streets until I came across the library. It was a haven for me, and when I was 7 I came across a children's book about magical people. While reading it I realized I could do what they did, and discovered I had magical powers. When I turned 11 I looked for as much books as I could find on the magical world. I learned about Voldemort and previous Dark Lords, and I realized that because of my gray magic others may believe me to also be a Dark Lord. I decided that if they wanted to see me that way, then I would become one. Hermione gasped and he soothed her. I assure you Hermione I am not about to slaughter the innocent, in fact I have no desire to kill if I can help it. However I have noticed that the residents of the magical world don't always see eye to eye with those who use questionable magic. She nodded slowly, realizing that he was right. He smiled. So yes, I am a dark wizard, and because I got my inheritance, as the last in the Potter line, and thus became Lord Potter, it is only natural that I be a Dark Lord. She giggled slightly as his joke. Every Dark Lord in history had followers, and I decided I'd like some as well. However unlike previous Dark Lords, I didn't want people writing my so-called fame, or force them to BS. I then read about a wizard who had consorts, and decided that would be my solution. To answer your questions Hermione, yes, I asked Fred and George if they would like to be my consorts. I made it clear that I was not asking for the side of the title, rather for the opportunity to spend time with good company. They accepted, Harry finished. I see. Okay, I can understand where you're coming from. I mean that gray magic you performed on the troll, that should have been my first guess that you weren't an ordinary wizard, Hermione mused. He grinned. When have I ever been an ordinary wizard Hermione? She shook her head in amusement. Okay, good point. So, a Dark Lord, and 2 consorts. 2 male consorts. She fell quiet and started chewing her lips, a rather sad expression on her face. Harry understood at once what she was thinking. He took both her hands and gazed into her eyes. Hermione, you flatter me. I feel that I am not worthy of your affection. She blushed but shook her head. No, I'm not good enough for you. I mean you're a lord, a rich lord. What good is money when I don't have anyone to spend it on, Harry pointed out. He tugged her a little closer. My beautiful Hermione, the gender of a person means nothing to me. I care for you a great deal. When I made the decision to have consorts, you were first on my list. And I hope now that I've admitted it, that you won't push me away in disgust. She didn't. She was gazing at him wide-eyed. I was really the first person on your list. But look at me Harry. I'm buck-toothed and I've got this stupid bushy hair. You are beautiful Hermione. There is nothing wrong with you, Harry argued. He got off the chair and knelt at her feet, brushing a stray strand of hair from her eyes. Hermione Jane Granger, will you allow me the pleasure of having you as my consort? I want to treat you like the princess you are. She gaped for a moment, then shook herself out of it and giggled. Dark Lord Harry Potter, I will become your consort, on the condition that you tell my father why I'm sharing you with a pair of male twins. She laughed at his horror-struck expression. Realizing she was, hopefully, making a joke, he chuckled nervously. Are you sure I can't do something a little easier? Perhaps bring you the moon on a silver platter. She collapsed onto the arm of the chair in a fit of giggles. Laughing Harry sat back on his seat. Eventually they got themselves under control. Hermione wiped her eyes and regarded Harry thoughtfully. Fred, George and I aren't the only ones on that list, are we? He blinked in surprise, then chuckled. Brains and beauty, I should consider making you my dark lady. She punched his arm playfully. Grinning Harry brought out his list and handed it over. Her eyes widened as she read the names. You are really aiming for the stars Harry. Oliver is handsome, Professor Lupin too. I have no idea what you see in that git Draco, or his parents for that matter. She sighed and shook her head, giving Harry a look. Only you would pick consorts that are older, and mostly male. And then there are the ones who hate your guts. You are one strange person Harry. I shall take that as a compliment, he joked. Rolling her eyes she looked back at the list. Then she frowned. Sirius. Harry please don't say this Sirius is Sirius Black. In answer, Harry brought out the cage holding Pettigrew from his trunk. Do you recognize this? She peered into the cage. Isn't that Ronald's familiar? Correct. However, he is not as he appears. You see, Hermione, last summer I met with Sirius Black, and I discovered that he is not responsible for betraying my parents, Harry explained. She gasped. You met him? Harry, are you sure he's telling the truth? I gave him a truth serum, not a strong one, but he didn't seem to fight it as he answered. He gave me a piece of information that was worrying. Apparently the real betrayer was Peter Pettigrew. When Sirius Black realized my parents were dead, he went after Pettigrew and confronted him. Pettigrew then used a blasting spell to kill those around him, and cut off a finger on his right hand before transforming into a rat and escaping down the sewers, Harry replied. He could see she'd worked out the rest. That's Pettigrew, she whispered. Indeed. Sirius, my father and Pettigrew became animaguses while they were at school. Sirius is a dog and my father was a stag. Sirius happened to obtain a newspaper showing the Weasley family in Egypt. Pettigrew was sitting on Ron's shoulders. Sirius recognized him immediately and escaped to stop him from harming me. You see, Hermione, Sirius is my godfather, Harry replied, putting the cage back in his trunk. She looked at him wide-eyed. So he was innocent. But surely he had a trial, and they used Veritaserum on him. He was thrown in Azkaban without a trial, nor was he given any form of truth serum, Harry said. But that's illegal, Hermione exclaimed. I know. But now that I have Pettigrew, I can prove my godfather's innocence. My inheritance came with my family manor, which is heavily protected. Sirius has been living there with me for most of the summer, Harry replied. More and more pieces of the puzzle were starting to come together in Hermione's head. So that's why you asked about who to trust in the Ministry. I mean, if Sirius was tossed in prison once without a trial, then what's to say they won't do it again? Or worse, just kill him. So, is he okay? I mean, spending 12 years in Azkaban would have really messed with him. He is steadily getting better. A good diet, exercise and a regime of potions are doing wonders for him, Harry said. Oh good. It's good that you have family now, I mean other than those horrid relatives of yours, Hermione smiled. She then frowned and looked back at the consort list. Wait a minute. Harry waited for the explosion, and it came. Your own godfather, Harry. Unorthodox, I realize, but as he is not related by blood, he tried to explain. Hermione glared at him and huffed, eventually calming down. It fell silent for a few moments. Is he really that handsome that you'd consider him for a consort? She finally asked quietly. I believe once he fully recovers, that he will be very handsome, Harry replied. She nodded, staring into space. When she spoke again, it was in a rather sly voice. So, you mentioned a manor. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.